visiting us on Patreon to support Skeptic Haven. We're a humanist media group that produces shows and social media posts to support science, skepticism, humanism, and critical thinking. We focus on topics that deserve more exposure. For example, the treatment of women in Iran, prejudice against the transgendered, the reality of scientific findings, the unpublicized harm that too often happens within religious communities, and finding of joy after one leaves religion. We currently have 5 shows, each with its own focus. The Sunny Spot, Science and Knowledge, The Bible Says What, highlighting illogical and often immoral behavior in that supposedly perfect book, Secular Soapbox, Current Affairs and Visits with Other Atheists, Women Atheists Unloads, Social and Human Rights Issues, and most recently, The Global Atheists, a long overdue platform from around the world by and for atheists of many cultures. Now here's the money pitch. Skeptic Haven has a core of 3 executive producers and a team of almost 20 people. Each one of them volunteers. We've been scratching and inching along for a while now, trying to get to the point where we're self-sufficient financially, but we're not there yet. We're kind of far from it. So we need your help getting up to that point. Look at this content. We're so proud of what we've done here. We're so proud of this work and hope to get this to a larger audience. Your support will not only help us get our infrastructure up to spec, but give us some income to boost our exposure on social media. You'll find us all over the internet, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, see if I can get them all, Discord, Twitch now, and most recently Mastodon. And once your dollars allow it, we will get ourselves up on as a podcast too, all our episodes. So thank you for supporting the Skeptic Haven mission. We hope that our work will result in more science education, more compassion, more knowledge about others, understanding of each other, and living together in coexistence in this world. Please write to us with any feedback, ideas, suggestions for topics, guests, anything of interest to you. Facebook Messenger is usually best, but really you can use anything. Our email is info@skeptichaven.com. Thank you for your encouragement. We look forward to chatting with you in any show's chat. Please subscribe on Skeptic Haven on YouTube. Like the videos as you watch them. That really helps a lot. Click on the bell to be notified of upcoming episodes, of course. And one more thing. As a patron, you have the ability to come into our shows from out of the chat room and ask a question of our guests. Just let us know in the chat, and we'll send you a link to join the show. So that's it. Kind of short and sweet. Be kind. Take care of each other. And we'll see you at YouTube.
Hello, Afro, Atheist, and Ian. Welcome to the show, the special festive show with all snowy and icy bits in the show. And we are going to talk about Christmas and winter holidays and stuff like that. I prepared a bit about the very Dutch one, Sinterklaas. Is there stuff you would like to bring to the table tonight?
I think, Ian, it's been freezing cold around here.
It has, yeah. You and I are in about the same part of the country, I think. So yes,
we are.
We have not been having a warm period.
No, we haven't. So I'm hoping that with Hein will get us warmed up and ready to go for the festivities. So Hein, this is all on you now.
Okay. What you see behind me is a picture I took today. As you see, it's a bit icy. The birdies are sitting on the ice. Oh, that doesn't work. Anyway. Christmas, where I live in the Netherlands, Christmas is a thing. We do celebrate Christmas, but not as much as, let's say, the United States or even Britain or Germany. The big Christmas, winter holiday is Sinterklaas. We celebrated that. We celebrate that on December 5, and that's the gift-giving festival where we give gifts to each other, to our children, particularly for children. And first, let me show you a bit on who is Sinterklaas. I think you'll hang on. There we are. This is Sinterklaas. Sinterklaas is obviously there we are. As you see, a white bloke with a big beard, and he modelled on a Catholic bishop.
Because it does look a bit like a Pope hat.
Yes, yes, the hat is obviously, well, I don't really know where that comes from, but it's been around for ages. I mean, the festival itself is very old. It's attested from medieval times, but this is a modern interpretation. And obviously he is, well, let's say an ancestor to that other bloke, this one. As I understand it, in the United States, he got Dutch settlers in New York essentially introduced into the Americas. But he got attached to Christmas because that worked better than in other immigrant populations. But he's definitely in there somewhere. What we do, the Dutch that is, Sinterklaas, he arrives in a steamboat in November, typically around the 10th or 15th, something like that. And is he essentially warming up the party atmosphere, and children before they go to bed, they put their shoes, or one of their shoes, traditionally left next to the stove, but nowadays whatever heating is available. And in the night, Sinterklaas or one of his helpers will bring little presents or sweets, which the children find in the morning, and yay! And the big thing is the 25th, and in the evening, the Sinterklaas pretends to come by, and all presents are given to the children. First to the children, later to the adults, but everyone gets a present, at least one, and the children quite a few. And presents can be pretty much anything, as long as festive and wanted. We like to do self-made presents, but that's not necessary, and very expensive presents are a bit frowned on. Let's say that iPad may not be the best. Now, things get interesting. Sinterklaas has a helper. Until roughly 1850, it wasn't quite clear who and what that helper was, but around 1850, I need to switch pictures again. I'll do this. Here is Zwarte Piet and his helper. Sorry, Sinterklaas and his helper, Zwarte Piet. The story is a bit weird on it, but he's supposed to be a Moor. It's Moorish, essentially the Muslims in Spain. Because the story also is that Sinterklaas, when he's not in the Netherlands, he lives in Spain. There are reasons for that, but that's not quite clear why. And apparently he picked up a Moorish helper there. And
is Is that a black person or
A black man, yes.
a black man? Okay.
Yeah. Let me tell you, it gets worse because this. I'll show you that now. How that is played in, let's say, here.
Oh.
This is bad. I'm well aware of that. When I grew up, this was very, very normal. Sinterklaas, a white bloke, and in this case, 3 helpers in blackface, and always women. That got some flack from international things, and the Dutch also started to say, well, maybe this is in bad taste. And so we've been changing that. And as I understand it, just last year or maybe a year before, more than half of the Dutch at least say, yeah, let's get rid of the blackface bit. By the way, it's not extremely serious. Is it racist? I think it is.
So can I just ask, the people in the black faces, they're not black, are they?
No, it's white as
it's just a costume.
Yes, it's a costume. And the costume is supposedly some 16th century thingy. I mean, the what do you call them? The white lacy things around their neck.
The
ruff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's supposedly based on 16th century fashion, men's fashion. But it's all a bit weird. But I mean, what they do, the sex, they wary, they're filled with goodies and sweets, and they throw that around. It's all in jest, but the blackface, that is hurting. And we've been changing that. Now let me go back to the picture a bit. So here's a modern version of that.
Right.
I'm not sure it's an improvement. I mean, the story behind this version is that the Zwarte Piet brings what I talked about earlier, the bit with shoes put behind over next to the heating, that he crawls down the chimney and picks up some soot, and that's what you see in his face. So that's roughly Sinterklaas and Zwarte Piet. We're changing the tradition, but it's well alive. I mean, as I understand it, I lived close to the school. The children were very enthusiastically celebrating Sinterklaas last week. So that's what we do. Let me stop sharing this. So, well, first of all, any questions?
That made for some fairly uncomfortable viewing.
It should be.
Yeah.
I mean,
so does that tradition still? Does it still take place? Is it still happening?
Yes, it's very much alive. Very alive. Very alive. As I said, I live close to the school, and last week, I saw children dressed up and music playing and all that. It's very much alive. And I live in a neighborhood with very mixed ethnic background. And apparently it doesn't hurt much. I mean, the last few years, as I understand it, people, particularly people with background from Suriname, quite a few of them are black. They felt very uncomfortable with that, particularly blackface. And yes, I understand that.
I think it's the just the this
Yeah.
Ian's mic. We can hear all the
Oh, sorry.
whatever you've got going on. Is that biscuit? Is that biscuit?
No. I was just moving some stuff around, looking for something. Well, I've stopped now. I promise.
Okay.
Okay.
It's the stereotype, isn't it, that the black person is only occupies the helping role, right? Even in a festive scenario where everyone's supposed to be happy, everyone's supposed to be merry, but you get the black person. They're not the focus. They're not the person everyone's looking at, the center of the attention. No, but they're like in the back or they're helping. And so I get it. A lot of people are starting to try and change the narrative now, but it's going to take a long time to have those traditions that you've had for ages, to have those changed. It's going to take a long time. I mean, Disney had a movie recently. I forget the name of it now, and it's Little Mermaid, I think, and
Oh,
the
yes.
mermaid is black. Ariel,
Yeah.
right. She's black, and it's the dynamic. It's mind blowing. I watched children looking at Ariel, the black Ariel, and the excitement on children's faces. Children are excited. Oh, she's black, and some children were even crying. But then it's the adults that seem to have a problem, right?
Yeah.
It's the adults that seem to, not in so many words, but you get the sense that, right, we're used to seeing a white mermaid. Why have you changed this? You can't change our traditions. It's our culture. It's our norm. I was still talking to some people yesterday from the African, the African, it was an African group of people I was talking to about the LGBT, and they're saying, no, we want to reserve our culture. We don't want any of that. Keep that away. I was told yesterday, look, you're not a white woman. You're just trying to be like a white woman. You would never be a white woman. You better just come back to your roots. And where do you begin?
Yeah. I mean, going back to Zwarte Piet, when I would be having this conversation 10 years ago, I would be on the side of, oh no, it's tradition, it's what we've been doing for a long time, and it's not particularly racist or anything like that. I changed my mind on that.
Right. Yeesh, what made you change your mind? Oh, I would like to hear that.
A conversation with one of the people who opposed the traditional thing. I had just a very nice conversation in the street, and she was black, and she expressed not just the racist part of that, but also simply that she took offense of the blackface. And it took me a while to really appreciate what she was talking about, but when it sank in, yes, maybe we should change this. And so, yes, I changed my mind.
Nice. And that right there just gives me so much hope when you hear that. Look, you had a conversation, and that conversation got you thinking, and you changed your mind. That's powerful, in my opinion, right? Because it only takes one person, right, to change their mind, and then to realize, okay, there's something not quite right with this. And then before you know it, when that ball starts to roll, one person leads to 10 people, leads to 100 people, and before you know it, it's not going to be a one-time thing. It's not going to be a something that changes in I keep telling people most of these things will not change in my generation, right? But at least we can get the ball rolling. We can start little by little, get it started, right, Ian?
Absolutely. This actually made me remember a sort of story that I think was quite big in London. I don't know, 5 years ago-ish or thereabouts, and it was when the new sort of Harry Potter play came out. So Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, and they cast it was a black or a mixed race actress playing Hermione, and I remember there was an absolute uproar about it. I mean, it didn't bother me at all because I didn't care enough, but there were a lot of people that were going, but that's not our view of Hermione. And I remember thinking, well, I can see where they're coming from. You know, that the movie Hermione is Emma Watson, and any change from that as a typecast is going to be problematic for people to come up with. But then J.K. Rowling came out and said, well, if you read through the books, I never said that Hermione was white. And I remember thinking, yes, but you never said she was black either. You very specifically didn't say that, and you know, you let it ride for a decade. You made a fortune on the back of it, and at no point did you ever. It was like when she came out and said, "Oh, you know, Dumbledore's gay," and it's like, well, yes, but where does it show that in the books? Where does it express any aspect of his sexuality? Why does it matter? And it was just like, well, okay, it almost felt like pandering in horribly the wrong way. It felt like it was taking what's actually quite an important issue about representation of ethnic minorities, of different sexualities and all that sort of stuff, and just sort of saying, oh well, you know, post hoc, it's all there. It's just, you know, you had to read between the lines. It's like, yeah, but there's reading between the lines, and then there's just literally making stuff up afterwards because it happens to make you seem more inclusive. It's I don't know. I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of just making sure that actual inclusivity is obvious. It's got to be there.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm just going to point out here quickly to everyone in the chat, you know, I hope you're enjoying this so far. And also to let you all know that the Skeptic Haven runs primarily on volunteers. And the work they do is very, very, very important work they do. And I've joined because of the new sort of the new scheme that they've got going on, the Global Atheists, just trying to bring atheists from all different walks of life, right, together. And we're doing things together. We're doing shows together, meeting people that on a good day our paths would never cross. But thankfully, because of Skeptic Haven. And so this is a drive for Patreons, right? This is to support the work that Skeptic Haven does for very little amounts. I'm sure the links are there. If you're not, yeah, there you go. The Patreon, right? Go on, do that. And if you want to see more of this face around here, some people don't. Some people think, nah, we don't want that. But some of you probably do. But, you know, just support the work. And yeah, I hope that you carry on enjoying the show as we carry on.
And I should point out that as part of the fundraising, you know, I've got this background, and this wonderful Christmas jumper.
Steve, look at you.
Which is very festive, I think. A dinosaur in a waistcoat. Can't think of anything more Christmassy than that.
That background though. Is that green screen?
There's actually no green screen. It's all just done virtually. Streamlabs just lets us do that. So I do have a green screen, but apparently it's not needed.
It looks nice.
Good. Kind of matches the jumper in a little, in many ways.
You're blending in with the background.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Yeah, nice. So, Hein, what else you got for us?
Well, this was pretty much the bit I prepared, but I would also like to talk a bit about Christmas.
Ooh, yes.
Christmas in the Netherlands is not a big thing. It's growing because essentially, we're turning into a very secular society. We used to be rather Christian, but, we lost that. But even then, even people who were religious, most of them, and particularly Protestants, preferred Sinterklaas above Christmas. And so Christmas is essentially a family thing, dinner, go to church, and one day thing. Definitely not the gift-giving thing that it is in, let's say, Britain or Germany. But even when I grew up without church or religion. My parents celebrated Christmas. They had a Christmas tree, and singing Christmas carols was a bit, and of course, big Christmas dinner. Unfortunately, the terrible Christmas sweaters is not a thing. For today, I tried to buy one, but they were actually quite nice rather than the awful ones. So I wonder, where did that come from? The terrible sweaters.
I couldn't possibly tell you where the sweaters came from, but I do know they'll keep you warm in this weather. So you might as well get yourself one. Yeah. I mean, talking about Christmas.
Mine came from Amazon, so but yeah.
Listen, Amazon seems to be doing. They're amazing. You can get order today, you get it tomorrow. It's amazing on Amazon. So talking about Christmas, I remember about, let's see, so my son is 13 now. My son was 9 years old. We were getting ready for school, and he says to me, "Mom, I don't want to be a Christian anymore." It came from just out of the blues, and I was still a Christian, and I said to him, "No, where did that come from? You have to, why?" Just wanting to understand. And he said to me that he learned that Jesus died in a very horrific manner. There was blood everywhere. Those were his words, that there was blood everywhere. And he says, "Mom, I don't like all that blood. So I don't want to be a Christian." So he didn't want to identify with that. Whatever that was all about, he didn't want to identify with it anymore. And I said, "No, but we are Christians." I said, this is me at the time saying to him, "Do you like your Christmas presents?" He said yes, because I knew that he loved on Christmas morning just opening his presents. I said, "But you realize that those presents are only because of Christ. Without Christ, there'll be no Christmas. Without Christmas, there's no Christmas. Everything starts and ends with Christ, the very one you don't want to identify with," right? This was the way I thought I could rationalize to my 9-year-old, how to love the whole Jesus But then his points were very valid. He's telling me, look, I don't want to identify with this barbaric death. And so, okay, came away from that conversation, feeling really depressed, because if my son goes on to not be a Christian, and I am a Christian, so I would be in the heavens and he is in hell. I could not, that means I failed as a parent. And so, but then I I I was really it was a real struggle at that time, because here I am. My son is telling me he doesn't want to identify with this nonsense. But as a mother, I'm trying to, cajole, coerce him into believing something, and it got me started. I think that was one of the first things that really got me started questioning. So what's the idea? Why did Jesus have to die such a barbaric death? That even children recognize that this is appalling. And children know, how do you tell a child, this person who died in this manner, he loved you, that's why he died? Where do you begin having these conversations? And then, slowly start to realize that no, he did have a point. Jesus's birth, death, all that shouldn't be celebrated. It's I look back now and I feel so guilty for trying to guilt trip my son with Christmas presents, into being a Christian. But thankfully I haven't got to do that anymore. So
And the thing to do is, when you analyse that and you think, well, what you were trying to do was ultimately, from your perspective, the right thing, the only thing that you could do. You were trying to save him. You were trying to do good for him in the long run. There's no doubt in my mind that there's a lot of people who are in very similar situations who, they do things where we look on and we go, that's wrong, that's horrible, that's just not the way that you should do things. But when you take a step back and you analyze their motives and you realize actually what they're doing, from their perspective, they're doing what they have to do to save people that they love. And actually, it from an ethical perspective, it's really, really difficult to criticize that. That's a solid motivation for pretty much anything. I mean, there's almost nothing I wouldn't do to save my loved ones. If you believe that someone's eternal fate is at stake, yeah, I can see why you would do literally anything to bring them back into the fold, so to speak.
sorry, this is supposed to be all festive, and I'm not trying to.
Sorry, I may have brought it down a little bit there, but
I apologize. We should be having a party right now.
But the interesting bit is, of course, that apparently your son brought you to the other side.
That's right.
Well done, him.
Which I think is very good on him.
Oh, I will tell you, really good on him and my other son. My other son, he's 20 years old, and he's what I would consider a lifelong atheist. So when we used to go to church, he just could never understand what we were doing there. Right? He would just be seated at the back. He just could never. I tried everything, tried to get him involved with the choir. I was in the choir, so I would take him with me while I was off to choir practice. So he started to learn how to beat the drums, just to get him involved somehow. But he just never bought into Christianity. And he started to play football on a Sunday. And slowly, his footballs would take him away from church until finally he just stopped coming. And so when I finally became an atheist, I had the conversation with him and said, look, your mom's now an atheist. He said, his words were, said, Mom, do you understand now how I felt then when I would when we will be in church, and y'all will be reading from the Bible, and everyone's nodding their heads, and he's thinking, how is this making sense to these people, right? That it didn't make any sense to him, but he couldn't understand how it made sense to us. And I said to him, look, I get it now. Now I get it. But then I didn't understand, I didn't get why you weren't buying into it. And the other thing I did was two things I did. I thanked him for not buying into the nonsense. And secondly, I apologized to him for the days when we forced him to come with us to church. The times that I forced him to try and be a Christian. I tried to Christianize my son, but he just never bought into it. I'm so thankful. I said to him, I thank you. I really thank you for, so both my sons, 13 and 20, they're both atheists. My work is done. My work is done.
Congratulations. It's interesting because I went to a Church of England school, so we went for religious assemblies. It was an average of 2.5 times a week. So we had a lot of religious education, and I think that probably 90% plus of my cohort have ended up as atheists, or at least non-devoted Christians. So it's very much a case that actually the amount of education that they spend trying to encourage people to be Christians, I think actually almost backfires. The more you know about Christianity, I think the less likely you are to actually believe it as an adult.
The more you read the Bible.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I mean, I went to a Roman Catholic secondary school. I was firmly atheist by then. I had decided, no, that's rubbish. I'm not buying into that. But at least most of my classmates were, let's say, officially Roman Catholics. During the years, one after the other stopped praying when school started in the morning, stopped going to Mass in the school chapel. They lost it. And then you must remember that Catholics don't read the Bible. That's a very positive thing.
Oh, wow. Are you serious, or?
Yes, no, I'm not joking.
Wow.
Catholics don't read the Bible. I mean, ordinary.
I think that's a general thing. That's a general thing.
Priests, of course, do
read the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you guys going to be doing on Christmas Day? What are the plans for Christmas Day? How do atheists spend Christmas, or agnostics, free thinkers, humanists? How do you all spend Christmas?
Oh, I know. I'll be having Christmas dinner with my sister. And we'll do a copious dinner with quite a bit of wine, festive music and stuff like that. Probably her hubby, who is a Roman Catholic, will try to sneak in a bit of religion, and we'll protest that and have a lot of fun.
Okay.
In my case, my wife and I will wake up whenever we feel like it. We'll probably gorge ourselves stupid on chocolatey snacks for breakfast. Sometime in the middle of the day, we'll drive to my parents, and then in the afternoon, we'll gorge ourselves again on a full Christmas dinner. and then we'll spend the rest of the day with my parents and just generally relax.
Sounds
I'm
good.
good.
Yeah.
For myself, it's going to be me and the two boys spending Christmas. Sometimes I like to go visit my brothers up in London, but I'm not sure this time around if I want to do that. But I think last year it was me and the boys. Cooked a lovely meal and they opened their presents. Christmas always costs me a lot of money. So Christmas, sometimes I don't I don't look forward to the spending. But the boys have been good. They've said to me they're not keen on presents. I've got to the point now where buying presents for both of them is it's one of the hardest things ever, because these are boys that are into gadgets and into I don't know what the latest games they're playing. I I can't keep up. And so if I go out there and buy anything for them, I get, you look on the face of mom. "Oh, mom, you shouldn't have done it." It's very, very unsatisfied faces. So I think we'll do something different this time around. A bit of money for both, and they can each get themselves whatever they want. But we will have Christmas dinner together. Um, I don't have a big family. Don't Christmas has never for me been about a big family, because when you've relocated from Africa over to here, over the years your family circle just narrows and narrows and narrows. And so Christmas for me has never been about having lots of family around. And religion since leaving the church, my circle has narrowed even further. So as long as I get to spend it with my two sons, I'm good. Absolutely good.
What's Christmas dinner going to be?
Okay, so chicken, not turkey. Not keen on turkey. It's going to be a roast chicken with gravy, with a lot of. I might have jollof rice. You see, that's where mine's going to be a bit different. There'll be a mix of African food and you know bits for the boys, the kind of things they like to eat. But we will have some. It's a mix. Now, saying that. Now, when I grew up in Nigeria, Christmas time is the one time where you kill chickens. You you physically go out to the market and buy yourself a live chicken. It's usually alive, right? Yes, it's
Wow.
for some families. That's the only one time in the year where they get to eat chicken. I used
Presumably,
to
the rest of
hear
the time keeping it for eggs and.
they can't even afford they can't afford
Oh
the
wow.
chicken. Yes, they
Yeah.
can't afford to eat chicken every day, every other day. And so the one time where you've saved enough money to buy yourself a live chicken, it's a big deal to have that chicken brought home. And you show it off. "Oh, I've got my chicken." And some people, if you buy in turkey, then you that means you've got more money to splash, because the turkeys are usually bigger. Now um you know I look back now, and a lot of things I cringe sometimes, because of some of the practices and some of the traditions. um it was my job to kill the chicken, because I didn't like taking out the feathers. I hated that job. But with the killing of the chicken, that was quick. There was a way I would grab the chicken's wings, chicken's legs, and I know it all sounds barbaric now, but at the time I didn't know no better. That's what we that's what we did. That's what
Mm.
you know that that made the family happy on Christmas morning, to have that chicken. You watch it being killed, you watch it being cooked, it's on your plate. But now I couldn't. Now, if you put that live chicken on my plate, I can't eat it. I can't eat it because it's my thinking has changed. My
Mm.
I eat chicken. Don't get me wrong. I still eat chicken, but I would not eat chicken that's been, what I used to enjoy back in the day. I not anymore. So it's amazing, like the change of traditions, the change of the practices. But unfortunately or fortunately, the chicken, the turkey, what we eat has gone through that process. It's gone through that process. Just that we don't get to see what's happened to the
Yeah.
chicken. But that's exactly what's happened to that chicken. Someone has had to kill it.
Yep.
Yikes.
I haven't discussed with my sister what to cook for dinner, but I promised to make at least one dessert. That's a traditional pears stewed in wine. It's a very, very nice dish. It's quite sugary and cinnamony, but also winey. It's lovely, and I cook that very well, so I'll bring that. But I have no idea what dinner I'll bring it to. Probably it will be some dead bird, possibly a rabbit, or at least that's what she used to cook. But apparently, her children don't like that much because at least one of them has pet rabbits.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So I'll see. And it'll be my sister, brother-in-law, and at least one of their children with whomever they are going with now. I don't keep up very well in that. But it'll be very festive. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Should be good. And I'll stay with my sister for the night, so I can drink as much as I like. Always a good thing. So that I'm looking forward to that.
Good.
I mean,
Enjoy.
what's Christmas without a bit of alcohol?
As a non-drinker, I would say it's a pretty decent Christmas.
I'm not a big drinker myself. Nah, I can do without a drink.
So can I?
I think that's where my my Christian days, I've got that to thank for a lot of things, right? Because when I was still a Christian, drinking was prohibited. There were lots of things that you couldn't. Oh no, I couldn't. Drinking, you go to hell. No, you're not allowed to drink.
Oh wow!
And
most of the Christians that I've known, I've had no issue with drinking. So yeah, it's obviously a specific restriction of the sect that you were part of.
I actually grew up in a very strict. It was Pentecostal, but it was a very strict version of. The focus was holiness. The goal is to prepare a holy people to be presented to God for judgment day. So the pastor's job is to make sure everyone's holy for when they die and present themselves before God. He has done his job. So holiness, and that meant no alcohol, no fornication, no adultery. No, the list was a very long list. We couldn't watch TV. We were made to. Everyone was made to give up their televisions. Women couldn't wear trousers. You could wear skirts. Your hair had to be covered. You couldn't have any body part on show. The list was long, especially for women. The men didn't particularly have a long list as such. They just would dress decent. Oh, you couldn't wear any perfume. No. You couldn't wear deodorant. everything had to be very natural, But funny enough, the same man 30 years ago that made people give up their televisions, he's on TV now preaching his stuff. He's on TV now, and he's flying his private jet to different. But he's still.
No one ever accused Christianity of consistency, did they?
No, but he's still holy. It's just his holiness comes. His holiness is the humble holiness. He's a humble, holy man. He still has, you see him going into the private jet with his Bible in his hand, into the private jet,
Yes, of course.
I think there's a parable in the New Testament, isn't there, about people giving at the temple, and you have the rich people giving really ostentatiously, and then you have the poor old lady who shills out her very last coppers. And I think it's Jesus who says to the disciples, that's the real holy person. Because she's giving away such an enormous part of her wealth, and she's not doing it in a big showy way. She's not making a big deal of it. She's just treating it as a necessity and moving on with her life. And I think that's definitely something that a lot of these preachers really should read up on, I think, because this display of ostentation that they're doing, it certainly isn't in keeping with their own teachings.
No, absolutely not. And now I'm starting to go back and look at this, the character of this Jesus person, and the things I start to figure out. He's not quite saintly after all. He wasn't the nice man he's painted to be. I mean, he was calling a woman a dog, and here we are celebrating this man, right? We're here. He's come to save us. If indeed Jesus truly came to save you, why was he on the cross crying his eyes out to his daddy up there? Daddy, daddy, save me, save me. Hey, if you know that that's the plan to save humanity, you shut your mouth, get on with your crucifixion, because of course you're going to rise after 2 days. Because never mind them trying to tell you it rose after 3 days. Friday to Sunday don't make 3 days, right?
No.
So and then after he's supposedly rose, then he goes into hell and goes to go and get keys from the devil in hell. But listen, the devil has the keys, and Jesus goes in there to go get the keys of life and death are in my hands, he says. He's now got the keys. And the moment he got the keys and comes out from this place, then the curtains of the Ark of Covenant over in Israel, I think it was in Israel, then the curtains just magically just cut into two. Listen, it's a very the fiction. Whoever was coming up with these stories, their imagination was running very wild, very wild.
I've got to say the classic joke. It's crucifixion, not crucifact.
Yeah.
Not.
Anyway, would you mind if I change the subject a bit? Now we're talking about Yuletide. For us, New Year is a big thing. How's that in the UK?
I mean, yeah, there's usually a big gathering in London in particular, and a huge fireworks show, and everyone will sing Auld Lang Syne, but probably only the first verse because no one remembers anything beyond that. So yeah, I'd say it's quite a big thing over here. Probably, I think probably bigger than Christmas. As a single sort of one-off day, I think New Year is. I think it's more widely celebrated. I would say.
Yeah, it firmly is in the Netherlands. I mean, New Year is, well, the short of it is an evening to have a piss up with the boys or family, and after that, hit the road to midnight celebrations and possibly the pub and more piss up.
I get the advantage, I suppose, is that it's a completely secular event.
Yeah.
It doesn't have religious connotations. There's nothing particularly special about it, except for the fact that we're changing the year that we're celebrating. So it's a celebration of, I don't know, making it around the sun in one more time. So anyone can be part of it. Anyone can celebrate it, and that's a wonderful sort of feeling of inclusivity and just community.
Yeah,
absolutely. And you get a sense that it's a very Christ-less celebration, very Jesus-less celebration. Took my son to a Christmas party, and not one mention of Jesus, not one mention of a manger, of Mary and angels and frankincense and myrrh. You know, the whole Jesus, not one word.
Well, that's exactly the case with work Christmas parties. It's all just an excuse for, it's the time of year that everyone gets together, has a bit of a drink,
debauchery,
and yeah, exactly, debauchery. It's all good.
What's wrong with that?
Okay, can we just quickly, before we bring this to a close, just thank the patrons. Without them, most of these shows won't be possible. And I also invite you, if you love the content and you would like to see the work carry on, please consider being a Patreon. And you'll get some very special perks. I would tell you that. Okay, so the patrons are Michael Wiseman, Kathy Cotton, Cindy Plaza, Deborah Grace, Sonny Shell, Aaron Colson, and Phil Calderone. Thank you all. And the rest of you, yes, make sure to and if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe. Hit that thumbs up button. Yes.
Okay. Well, looks like this part of the show of tonight's big Patreon hit is we're folding up. It's about time. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, the Afro Atheist, for joining us.
Thank you, Hein.
I very much liked our conversation. And, enjoy this Yuletide as much as you can with your family and friends, and make a good day of it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And Merry Mythmas, not Christmas.
Yes.
Mythmas.
Yeah. Stay safe, stay warm.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, stay warm. That's as you understand it, that's a bit of a challenge in Britain now.
Oh, the energy prices.
That I think is a conversation for the new year, maybe.
Yeah.
No, conversation for now.
That music is amazing. Hello, everybody. Here is your favorite Latino cartoon, Teo el Ateo, with some amazing people in here today. First, let me say hi to my co-host, Cindy Plaza. Hi, Cindy. How are you?
Hey, Teo. Good to see you.
Good to see you again. It's been such a long time that we haven't been together in something.
Yeah.
And next, I would like to introduce my co-host of every Thursday when we read the Quran, Mr. Anton Gomez. ¿Cómo estás, Anton? Hi, Anton. Muted, as always, very professional, Mr. Anton.
Of course.
Of course. We never get tired of that, right?
I knew that. I know.
I
was just checking if other people would notice. Obviously. Well, I'm so glad to be here one more time in Skeptic Haven, Teo. Thank you so much for inviting me.
And I'm extremely happy that you're here. And next, last but not least, my amazing co-host of every Sunday during when we read the Bible, Miss Alma Tadero. Hi, Alma.
Hello. I am here
How
just
are you?
dressed for the occasion.
I can see that. Yes, very. That looks beautiful. I have to say it looks awesome. Good.
I love her cartoon as well.
I am very, very festive.
Yeah.
Ready for Julie.
As you can see, Saturnalia, you mean? As you can see, I'm hot as heck, but I'm still wearing my red. This is a pullover, right? Because I wanted to be festive as well. But yeah, in here it's very hot, as you can see by my Sandman in the background. Why do we celebrate this? Almost as if we tried to copy the USA with every single celebration. And we had all people on the streets fainting due to the heat wearing those Santa suits. But as you can see in my calendar, it can look sexy as well.
You know
Okay,
what,
guys.
what you can...
Oh, Anton, yes?
You know what else you can find on the streets, especially this time of the year? Those people wearing those sandwich boards saying the end is near. I see those a lot, actually.
Jesus loves you and he's going to kill you all.
Yeah, he's going to roast everything.
Or Jesus hates you as well. Yeah, those are very festive. Okay, guys. For today's episode, this thing that we are doing, we have a special contest for you. We're going to start because some people insist that this is about some Jesus guy. I don't know if you have heard about him or not. Well,
not really.
I totally disagree with that for some reasons that we're going to be talking about later. But I thought that doing this game that we have to talk about that Jesus guy is going to be a good way to introduce the topics that we will be talking about. So, dear Wes, can you please show us the things that thing that you prepare for us? Because it's going to be very interesting, guys. So, guys, here we have this first question that I need you to answer. According to fairy tales, what gifts were baby Jesus not given? Frankincense, myrrh, Bitcoin, or gold? What do you think is the one, guys? Who's going to answer first?
I'm going to go with Bitcoin.
Bitcoin? Well, Alma is the first one to answer. Is she right? Dear Wes, is Alma right?
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, Teo, but option B, I think, isn't that some kind of creepy thing to give somebody?
Yeah, that herb that was made, it wasn't made for that, but that it was discovered that if you take it, you could get an abortion. Yeah. It arrived a little bit late, I think, but...
What a weird gift.
What a weird gift.
Yeah, they already are too late for that.
Poor Jose, his wife never had sex with him, but had a child, and suddenly 3 strange dudes arrive with gifts. Very suspicious.
And imagine if Jesus was born today, he could have one of those Trump NFTs as a gift.
Oh, hell no. I know which one you mean.
What are you talking about, Cindy?
You didn't see that?
You haven't seen it, too? No. Oh my God, those are
awesome. My God.
Guys, I'm sorry, but we're finishing right the
now.
Year. Right
Google
here, we're
that
finishing
right now. Yes.
Yes, you had show one, Cindy.
Yeah, can you show one? It's because down here, right here at work, everything has been crazy, so I haven't had time to do anything. So I haven't even been in social networks lately. So show me, Cindy, what am I missing? What should I look for?
Should be
Okay.
the one with the laser eyes.
What the heck? Okay, now I'm really, really curious about this.
Oh man.
Wes, can you help me on that, please?
Are you sharing your screen?
Hold on.
So why do you think that nobody got Jesus some Bitcoin? That's going to be interesting.
I don't know. Maybe the lack of computers.
Maybe that was.
That could be why.
And who are those people that gave gifts? Because if I'm not mistaken, not all of the Gospels agree on who were these people, right? I think one or two of them don't even mention the fact that they were there.
Exactly. Oh, actually, the next question, while Cindy keeps looking for the thing, the next question was, how many wise men does the Bible say came to visit Jesus? 2, 3, 4, or it doesn't say? Ooh, this is going to be interesting.
Is that a trick question?
For option B.
Option B, 3. Okay. And Anton?
I go for option B, I think. I'm starting to think this might be a trick question, but yeah.
You know what? I think this is a very tricky question.
Yeah.
But let's see. Dear Wes, are they right?
I think it's the D.
I think so as well.
D.
All the above?
Doesn't say.
It doesn't say.
It doesn't say.
Thank you, godly voice of Wes, who are somewhere out there watching over us and talking to us. Yeah, it doesn't say, actually. It just says that some people arrived. I think it's assumed that it was 3 of them because of the 3 gifts that are mentioned, but the Bible never mentions that.
It could have been one guy giving a lot of stuff, or 70 people.
Yeah, it could have been a lot of guys.
Wes, can you share my screen?
It makes me think of one of my favorite movies as a child. What the heck is that? What the freaking... Yeah. What, can I curse? What the fuck is that shit? Come on.
And so there's a lot of them. Like, you can see these.
What the actual? Come on.
And so
we forgot like 80% of his body.
So it's 99 bucks, and it's like trading cards. So you get one randomly. So you may get twice or 3 times one for $100 each. So thanks, Wes.
Can you show again the first one, the one where it's oh no, but why did it go away? I was just going to say that Donald Trump is one of those idiots who doesn't understand the idea behind Homelander. So no, Trump, Homelander is a bad thing. It's a toxic guy. If you feel identified with him, there is something very wrong with you. Who would want that crap? I mean, look at my calendar. This is obviously me, not Photoshop at all. But guys, this is just a calendar. I'm not going to... Oh, maybe I will sell them. I don't know. But Trump is stealing my idea. That's the point. Oh, I can't believe he's that awful. Yeah, somebody should have given that to Jesus, and we wouldn't have Christianity nowadays.
Yeah, maybe it will be worse.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Okay, guys.
Because on some accounts, I think Trumpism is worse than Christianity.
Yeah, he reminds me of the guy whose name I can't remember that rules over North Korea. He reminds
Kim
me.
Jong-un?
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, yeah, actually, I did make an episode about the cult mentality and some tyrants who used the certain... come on, I forgot the words in Spanish and in English. Certain strategies that the cult leader use, and I made a comparison between Kim Jong-un, Trump, and Putin, and a couple of others more. That it's interesting how they manipulate people in similar ways, and one of the most common is using media, which, by the way, I think Elon Musk is trying that and failing at it miserably. and they try to use social media to show certain face to people so they can become, people get to accept them. It's this idea of lie until people believe you. Okay, Mr. West, next question. We go 1 point for Alma. Number 3. What is the name of Santa's brother in legend? What? Me, Lucifer C, Grumpy G, Krampus. Is the brother? Okay.
No idea, but I go with Krampus.
It's Krampus. Yeah.
Oh, really? I was going for option A.
Mini me?
Mini-me?
Yeah. Can I choose Lucifer just to play?
Are you sure?
I mean, I got the answers, but which one was it, Mr. West? I'm not looking at the answers now.
Krampus.
So Alma got a second point.
Got a point.
And Cindy as well, because I like Cindy, just because of that.
Okay.
Sorry, Anton, but I like you as well, but come on, man, you were wrong. Which prophet was born 6 months before Jesus? Moses, Elijah, John the Baptist, Abraham. Why is not Teo el Ateo among those options? Come on.
Yeah, what the hell?
Not there.
It's C.
I'm going with Elijah. Yeah.
Something tells me Anton is trying to lose on purpose. Yeah, it was John the Baptist. I remember we saw it on Atheist, right, Alma? When Maria goes to visit her cousin who is pregnant, and she kind of recognized the baby jumps on the womb, recognizing the Messiah.
Yeah,
Something
the
like
baby had like X-rays because he could see from. And he
they were
jumped.
super babies connected from before.
Super babies, yes.
How did he recognize him?
Because he heard her. I think it says he heard her voice, and that's how he jumped from joy, like woo.
Because of superpowers, Anton. Are you trying to question the Bible? Are you trying to find logic on the Bible? Come on.
I
How
thought
dare
it was
you
one of those.
bring logic into the house of God?
I don't remember exactly, but I thought it was one of those handsome angels that have wheels full of eyes, and for some reason people always scream when they see them.
Oh, I think that there are different categories. I don't know. That's so weird. Yeah. Okay, Wes, can you hit us with the next question, which I don't remember the number. I think it's 6. When angels appear announcing the birth of Jesus, what did they sing? Hallelujah, joy to the world, silent night, glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, God will toward men. I don't remember this from my Bible. All yours, guys.
It not Silent Night?
I think someone is cheating by going to Google during the question. I can hear the typing on the. Yeah.
Anton, are you cheating? Come on, Anton.
Yeah, I need to win this. Come on.
I would say it's glory to God in the highest, and earth peace, and on earth peace, God will toward men. Because come on, that's the most obvious one. But I don't know, guys. What do you think?
It's Silent Night. I'm just sure of it.
I just Googled it. And the rest of you?
I thought it was answer D because it's the longest one.
But I took that one already, so you have to choose another one. You have either Hallelujah or Glory to God in the highest.
The opposite of a trick question.
So which one will it be, Cindy? You have A and D to choose. No, sorry, 8 and C.
No, I already chose C.
Oh, 8 or B.
You know, we can both or 3 or 4 of us be right. You know that, right?
I just randomly have changed the rules. Now each one of us have to choose a different one. So, yeah.
We can't have so many people being right in here.
Yeah, come on.
To
make this entertaining.
I'll pick Hallelujah because it's a song I really like, even though it's a religious song.
So Alma is going to go with joy to the world. Sorry, Anton?
What do you mean religious? Isn't it from Rammstein?
Hallelujah? I don't know.
No,
yes,
originally it's from Cohen, and then it's been covered over and over and over again. But my favorite version is the one from what's his name?
Talking about Googling, dear Cindy.
I know it's not originally from Rammstein, but
Jeff Buckley.
It would make me feel better if I just keep believing otherwise. To live in a world where Rammstein invented it.
So, dear Wes, godly voice from somewhere out there. Can you give us the right answer? Who got the point this time?
It is D. It is D.
It was D?
Glory to the
Am
God
I
in
right?
the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill towards men.
Damn it, I'm cheating. Because Wes sent me the answers before, but I didn't look at them. Can I still get the points, dear Wes? Godly voice?
You can. I didn't send all the answers to you.
I really love this comment.
I kept them.
In the comment section, somebody says the Christmas song from Rammstein is Book Dick.
Okay.
I can know that one, or what it means.
Hi, dear chat. I totally forgotten about you. Wes, if there are good comments, please show them to me later, or mark the interesting questions. Okay, why did Jesus come to the earth? To visit his mother? I would go with that one. For a visit? I mean, practically yes. To save us from our sins? For the holidays? Ooh, that for the holidays sounds interesting.
Choose
It was definitely for the holidays.
The last one, the D, for the holidays.
For the holidays. It makes sense, Easter, Christmas, both of them have Jesus. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Anton?
I was going to say the same thing, because, I mean, there's so many holidays and the time he spent here, so it's got to be that one, right?
I think B is meant to be for a doctor visit, and that's why I will choose. He came back to Earth for a doctor's visit.
You know what? Before Wes give us the right answer, I'm quite sure that Jesus is kind of a masochist and came here because I have seen that movie, The Passion of Christ, where he receives a lot of whipping. Okay, a lot of whipping and all of that. And I'm quite sure he came for a BDSM session, for a bondage session, but that is not in the options. So I guess it could be for a visit, or maybe to visit his mother.
I don't think so.
So I will say to visit his mother, and then he went to have this rough sex. Dear Wes,
which
right?
is his mother is also his not wife because they weren't married, but his lover, we would say, because if he's got and had sex with Mary, then he's, the Oedipus complex, have sex with your mom and kill your father.
So Jesus actually came to Earth to have sex with his mother and give birth to himself. Ooh.
Yes, and then he came back to...
Jesus, you are creepy as hell.
Yes.
And are we sure it was God's son? What if it was Gabriel?
No, it was supposed to be himself impregnating a woman for himself to...
Right.
Yeah, and for some reason he needed Gabriel to give the message. He couldn't give the message himself. Sorry, Mary, I can only have sex with you, but somebody else is going to come here and give you the news. Suspicious.
Yeah, I can have sex, but I can't talk with you.
Not talking.
Like the meme. Sorry, but you're a human. Dear Wes, do you think that we all should get a point because of this? Because our answers are very creative?
I think y'all lost a point. The answer is C. To save us from our sins. John 3:16, I believe.
Damn it. So far, Alma is winning this game with 1 point because the rest of us lost a point. Damn. Okay, guys, let's get serious. Next one. What was the name of the angel that told Mary she could have a baby? Damn it, we were talking about spoilers. Michael, Gabriel, Jude, Methuselah?
Going with B, Gabriel. That's the only one that I know.
There's an angel, Jude? What kind of angel is that?
Hey, Jude.
Hey,
Jude. I don't know.
I'm wondering how many angels have names in the Bible.
I know that Miguel. Michael is one of them. So Yeah.
You know, I have been
Miguelito y Gabo. Michael and Gabriel are the three angels that I know.
You know, Cindy, I have been reading other books that are supposedly from God, and there's a certain angel Israfil who is not in the list, so that's a pity. He's supposed to blow the trumpet on the day of judgment.
He likes blowing the trumpet.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, he blows.
He does.
He blows.
He blows.
So, does Alma have a point, dear Wes?
It is Gabriel.
Damn it.
I think Wes is getting bored with us. I mean, we have been playing this for 20 minutes and we have been doing a lot of talking.
I'm not angel never catch
the game. Dear Wes, how many questions left do we have?
Just
Wes
3.
is not talking to me. Oh,
3.
3 more questions.
4.
We are in 7.
3.
4?
Okay, we can do
3.
this.
Sorry.
Okay, 3 more questions. Let's go with question 8. Let's go with question 8. What was the name of Mary's cousin who was also pregnant? You know, with that
There's
the guy
another
we already
pregnancy
mentioned.
there.
She had a
Naomi,
cousin?
Elizabeth, Sarah, or Rachel?
It was Naomi.
Rachel?
Yeah, Rachel sounds kind of.
It's Rachel, yeah.
Rachel.
Think.
Are you sure? 'Cause isn't that the
I think
one
it's
that is
Elizabeth.
banging?
Variation name in there, Elizabeth and Rachel. They sound so ancient.
Yeah.
Okay. Is somebody going to answer this correctly, or are we keep going to be playing
picked
around?
B. Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
It is
Because
Elizabeth.
I think it was. Oh.
It was Elizabeth?
Yep.
Yeah, it's funny how this story that happens in supposedly in the Middle East have so many Western names.
Weird. Huh?
Weird, eh?
Yeah, kind of.
So weird.
I had the sensation that it was a different name. Okay. And question number 9, sir. Yeah, I was going to go with Sarah. What ritual did Jesus undergo when he was 8 years old? Oh, this is going to be interesting. Circumcision. Oh, poor Jesus. Birthday party, maybe. Baptism, christening. Wait, eight days old?
What's christening?
What's christening? It's like baptizing?
That is when somebody said, "Oh, you are the Christ. This is the christening." It was directed by M. Nyan Shyamalan. Come on, guys.
It's a Catholic thing. I would say circumcision because he was baptized at, I think it's 31.
I was gonna go with baptism.
No, come on.
No, it's not baptism. No.
When God came down as a pigeon and said, "This is my son," through a light. Because
yeah, it's true.
I guess circumcision, poor baby Jesus. He's
not baby anymore.
At 8 days?
8 days?
Oh, 8 days.
Oh, it says days.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was years.
It's definitely circumcision, yeah.
I thought it was years. I misread that one.
So, dear Wes, do we all get a point?
What did Alma say? Sorry.
I said christening.
Christening.
So
she missed this one. It's circumcision.
Oh.
Cindy got this one. I think they're about even.
What is it?
Who circumcised them? Was it John the Baptist?
Is there is a holy?
Was a human.
There is a holy foreskin somewhere.
Yes,
there's thousands of them.
Yeah, it is.
All throughout Europe.
I think it's in Romania or some. I don't remember. But
I don't know, but it's so weird. Okay, so what? Oh, okay. Before we go with this one, Cindy, what is the christening? I have no idea, and I was supposed to be Catholic, so.
It's one of the steps. So first there's baptism, then christening is.
When you're 3, is the one that they do when you're 3 years old, something like that.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily 3. It's pretty much when the family wants. But yeah, it's I don't really know. I know that after christening, there's the confirmation, which means that you are definitely on the right path. So that means that christening should be that it puts you on the right path, but you've been baptized already, so
It's
Catholicism doesn't make any sense anyway. So why do you ask
I
me these
remember now.
questions?
It says that in Mexico they usually do it when you're like 3 or 4, or top 5 years old tops, because by 7 or by 7 you are supposed to do the confirmation.
Yeah.
Cindy, you're saying that the Catholic Church makes no sense. They accept evolution and Jesus at the same time. If that's not crazy, come on.
Oh.
Also,
Jesus rode a dinosaur.
I'm checking the chat. Greetings, Apostasy. She has got everything right, and she hates that she remembers everything. So, my new favorite person from the chat.
Well, so apparently I'm wrong here. Christening is baptism. It's the same step. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. I guess that's why they have the first communion or stuff like that, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Okay, dear West, the thing about the animals, I would say dinosaur, but which animals were not
How come
present?
dinosaur is not on the list?
Oh, actually, it is.
Well,
Dinosaurs.
Chickens are birds,
kindly-
and birds are dinosaurs. So
They are kindly
okay. Okay. So I go with chickens
are
then.
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Okay,
They are
donkey,
dinosaurs.
cows, sheep, or chickens. I don't remember the cows, but I don't remember chickens either. So
why?
You weren't there.
Yeah, it's chicken.
Yeah, I wasn't there. Sorry.
Yeah.
But why animals? It's so weird. It's almost implying as if Jesus was born on a stable
Yes.
or something like that. But that
Yes, it was
can't be
born
true.
on yeah.
Can you believe that?
Scripture doesn't say that, does it?
Really? What does the scripture say, Mr.
What does
Anton?
the scripture say?
I think it says something about a house, like a guest house for guests or something like that. I'm sure of that, but a stable.
Well, you know, when you have cows coming for dinner, then you push them in the guest house, which is a stable. That's
Okay.
A very stable house.
I guess.
All right.
Hold your horses. Be stable.
Hold your horses. As far as I remember in the story, it was because they were supposed to go to a census, and there were no place for them to stay. So they ended up staying where the animals were, or they were keeping the animals or something like that.
Oh yeah. I remember that census. It happened like 6 years before Jesus was supposed to be born.
But shh,
And it wasn't by Romans.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you're not supposed to know that.
in the chat, Apostasy is going with chickens. Who else is going with chickens in here?
I
I said dinosaurs. And
chickens,
chickens are
because
dinosaurs. So
They
Okay.
eat it before he was born.
I
They
was
eat
going to say
chicken.
cows, but then I remember a tale in which the donkey is talking and the sheep is offering, their wool so Jesus is not cold, and the cows are offering their milk so he can have something, because obviously female quotation mark
Because Maria
female
didn't have
humans
milk.
who are pregnant do not have milk apparently.
Yeah.
But this is not a fairy tale, right? Absolutely.
I don't
not
know.
a fairy
No.
I read it as a fairy tale, and I never
okay,
read
okay.
anything saying and chickens gave their eggs so he could have an omelette. So those selfish chickens, I guess, are the ones. So dear godly West, are chickens the ones who are not present, or are we wrong?
It is chickens.
It is chickens.
And who won? I think Alma won.
Congratulations, Apostasy. You got everything right with us. And the winner, the one with more points, is... Bada boom. I have no idea because I didn't count the points, but I like Alma's
Okay.
outfit, so she's the winner. Welcome to the show where points don't matter.
I'm sure I was winning. I'm pretty sure of that.
Maybe,
I'm
but
wondering if this animal story is an inspiration from a previous myth. Do you guys
What?
have any idea?
No way. A previous myth? That's
No,
impossible.
I'm trying to think about the specific story, because we know that the Bible, especially the Old Testament, but the entire Bible is sometimes copy pasted from previous myth. But I'm wondering if there is a specific one that inspires these animal stories, or if it's just to increase the sense of wonder. The baby Jesus is there, so the entire world is here to witness this event. I don't know.
Well, to tell the truth, I know that the flood was copied from other myths, several stories as well, but I don't even know why they put animals and all of that. Oh, wait. I remember that Mark Peralta told me about this, about state of mind. He couldn't come here because he's at the doctor. No, nothing serious, just checking something. And he explained that there are certain ways of telling stories, how you are going to create legendary characters. And one of the most common was having somebody very humble become somebody very big. So in this case, saying that Jesus was born in a barn makes him, oh wow, he was very poor, but then he was becoming this leader of the world that everybody was following and inspiring everybody. So he was amazing and blah blah blah. Is it a tropic or something like that? I don't remember how they are called. Tropos. Thank you, Alma. You're awesome.
Kind of like Luke Skywalker. He was humble. Spider-Man as well. He was not like a millionaire or something.
He's always humble though.
I guess Batman is an exception to this rule, but usually the main character of the story has a humble origin, so people can relate to the character.
Yeah.
Kind of makes you think if this is a story or if it really happened. One thing I'm sure is that there was a Christmas tree there when Jesus was born, right? I'm sure, because that is so Christian to have a tree decorated with stuff
and with red and ribbons and.
So it's on the Bible, right? Like
yeah.
ribbons and all that. It's definitely Christian. And
maybe we should get serious and we should refer to some of the reasons. Well, first of all, I hope everybody knows that this beautiful Christmas tree that you see here behind me was never from Christianity. It's a Celtic tradition because they used to celebrate it was the end of winter, right?
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. In reality, it looks more like it was late summer, early fall, depending on the dates. I think the Bible doesn't specify a date, but it gives some ideas about when it happened, and I think it's late summer, early fall, something like that.
What, the tree?
No, the actual. If Jesus was born, he was not born on Christmas. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, I was going to use my background because, as you see, I have the Sandman over there. Because in here, for people in South America, now it's very hot. So for us, it could be very normal and very common that, okay, Jesus could have been, this couple could have been going through the desert, sleeping outside. It's very hot, so you would have no problem at night. But they are on the other side of the world. And over there right now is winter and it's very cold, similar to the USA, that is where they have snow right now. Something like that. So they would have died during this trip. So obviously it was impossible for Jesus to have been born on December 25th.
25th.
Yeah. December in general, it's impossible.
And
Alma,
the
you are
case of
very
the
pale.
yes, I was trying to hide.
Good job.
In the case of what I was told with the Jehovah's Witness is how they are counting the age of Jesus. They have this thing where they're supposed to have. Remember what we saw in Atheist with with Mark regarding the Son of Man was going to be cut at 33 weeks and a half. Well, they take that as Jesus has to die when he was 33 years old and a half. So if Jesus died in, let's say, March, they count the months from March backwards, and that goes, I think, to October. So that's their proof that Jesus wasn't born in December. He was born in October or some crap like that.
I guess that makes more sense.
Where does this whole story that he was born in December comes from? Because it's definitely not on the Bible.
I mean, that's from the Romans, because when they started imposing the idea of their Christianity, Romans used to celebrate the Sun Invictus. Sun Invictus, if I'm not mistaken. And so Christians said, oh, yes, but this guy that you celebrate is the same that we celebrate, but we call him Jesus. And yeah, he's also the Son. Of course, he's the same God. And they decided but the Sun Invictus was born in December 25. Oh, yeah, of course, just like Jesus. So, he's the same guy. And they tried to mix like that the celebrations. And that's why we celebrate. Oh, it's Sol Invictus. Oh, yeah, Sol.
Sun Invictus?
Why am I trying to translate this to English? Okay, Sol Invictus. And that is the God that was born in December. And the Christians said, no, yeah, that is our same God. Totally, absolutely. And that's how the celebration started.
They incorporated, huh?
Yeah, they tried to fuse religions. Can you believe it?
Like the tree. Like they
Yes.
did with the Christmas tree, the same story. And actually, Christmas is usually very tense for people. They sometimes get into a lot of arguments. And I heard one that actually has to do with Christianity, because like Alma said, like the JWs do consider Christmas, and correct me if I'm wrong, they consider Christmas anti-biblical, right?
Yes.
So
you're not allowed to celebrate.
Right. So the people who are more like fundamentalists tend to be more extreme about this. And I have a co-worker of sorts who told me that every Christmas he has this issue where his grandma beats the crap out of the Christmas tree, like for real, like destroys the tree because it's from the devil and it's pagan and yada. The whole story is from the devil. And she actually goes and beats the crap out of the tree.
Poor tree.
Poor tree.
Because
the
it
tree did
represents
nothing.
It's dead already. Why?
So that's what beliefs do to people sometimes.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
In Mexico, they start something called Guadalupe Reyes. It means that it starts from I don't know where this came from. I really don't know. But they say that the birthday of the Virgin Mary is in December 12th.
What? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know where that came from. I never knew. The times that I asked, the nuns will get mad at me. So I stopped asking after the third time
questions.
they give me the paddle. Yeah. So it's supposed to be like the birthday of Maria on December 12th. So they start the celebrations there, and they finish until when the three kings come in January 6th. So it's just been drunk since December 12th till January 6th.
Is that, Alma, is that the reason why people do this huge pilgrimage on December 12th?
Yes.
Oh, the Latin American
Yes,
Hajj, as I like
yep.
to call it.
I think that even if we see it, I think there is like a webcam around there for the
Yeah.
Basilica of Guadalupe. If you look
There
at it,
is.
I think they're still there.
For
Yeah.
real.
They're still
Please
there
send me the
now.
link later. I want to watch that. I want to see what is going on in there.
I did actually send you. I'll resend it to you later.
Yes, please. Yes. And
But,
I wanted to ask Alma, because Alma and I, we shared this dark past that both of us were Jehovah Witnesses. She stayed longer than me, though, because I was just studying and I never got baptized. And as you can see here in my tree, I have Jirachi on the top because he represents a star. And Christians, they love to talk about the star that guided the Magi to Jesus. But Alma, I was taught that this star was actually put there by the devil, so the emperor could find Jesus and kill him. Did they teach you the same?
Yes. The Jehovah's Witness has the belief that the star was guiding to Herod to the baby Jesus so he could kill him. So it was put there by the devil. It was not like a real star or anything. That's what they are saying. Even if their website, you can still see it. They're still there. That they believe that was a star especially placed by the devil. Just Herod could find baby Jesus and kill him.
So as you see, even the star is evil for Jehovah Witnesses.
Star is evil.
It's terrible. It wants Jesus dead. I wish Mark was here because he was talking about how certain planet that kind of disappears out of our side could have been the inspiration for that. I know he told us, Alma, but my memory is terrible. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I remember he said something like that. It's just that I don't remember exactly which one it is. But I know that there is, I think it was Sirius, the Star of the North or something, where they were saying that it appears to be more bright during that time of the year.
Okay.
yeah, it's supposed to be the brightest one, I think. Sirius?
I think so.
Or I have heard that some people say
Or
it was
Venus.
Comet Halley. So
Yeah, but for that the comet would have been to stage, in a specific place. I love that in the chat somebody mentioned Venus, the morning star, also known as Lucifer. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh.
that makes no sense.
What? What makes no sense? Lucifer or Venus?
No, that makes more sense.
That makes
it's
more
always
sense.
Venus. Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been. So far we have that Jesus couldn't have been born during this time of the year because in Israel is winter. Snow is not uncommon over there during this time, so the trip could have killed the guys. The census that happened was 6 years before Jesus had been born, not during that time. Herod never sent children to be murdered, as the tradition states, because even the historians who hated this guy and wrote awful stuff about him never mentioned that he sent to murder children. Which let's be serious in here, guys. I'm sure that a genocide of children couldn't have been unnoticed by history. No way.
It would have been
that could
registered, right?
happened. What?
It would have been registered somewhere, right?
Yeah. We could read about that somewhere besides the Bible.
You know what makes the whole story suspicious to me? It kind of sounds like the story from Moses. Like if somebody's trying to fit Jesus to look like the same thing that happened to Moses.
Yeah, trying to exaggerate their biggest figure.
Didn't he went through the same problems? That the ruler was trying to kill all the babies that were born, or something.
Certain pharaoh, which is never mentioned by name, by the way, just killing babies, and by a miracle he survives, and now Jesus is the same. Very suspicious.
And by the way, this is all considering only the little accounts that there are of Jesus, because as I understand, there's not a lot of historical records of him, like in general. Forget about his birth. Like, just
I mean, there were some
anything.
guys. There were some guys called Jesus, but well, not Jesus. What is the name of Joshua?
Yeshua.
I'm sure there are.
The same way that nowadays there are records of guys being called Mateo out there, but those Mateo are not Teo el Ateo. So, yeah, people in 1,000 years can look and say, oh, you see, Teo el Ateo is real because look at how many Mateos out there. Yeah, but come on, guys. Are you talking about me? Are you talking about other Mateos? We never know.
You know what I
were
have
going
heard?
to say something, and Anton rudely stopped you.
Sorry, Cindy. Go ahead and say something.
No, I forgot what I was going to say.
You speak too much, Anton. That's why I like you so much.
No, I forgot. Earlier, I was going to talk about since you brought up Mary. Catholics traditionally celebrate her birthday on the 8th of September. But again, there is no record in the Bible or elsewhere about when or even where she was born.
Yeah.
It's only traditions. It's only traditions. There is no official account, no mention in the Bible, and no official account of her.
Yeah, doesn't say anywhere when she was born. And like I said, some Catholics are celebrating her birthday on December 8th. Mexicans, they celebrate on December 12th. Where that date came from, I have no idea. As far as I know, I think they are saying because that was the day where she showed up on that place where now the basilica is. And because she appeared in there on that day, I think there's like her birthday or something like that.
Yeah, the Virgin kind of teleports everywhere in the world, and every country has their own specific different Virgin that appears there, but only after Spaniards arrived to to America, not before. So weird.
Yes. And then recently it came out. The whole myth of the Virgin of Guadalupe was because she only appeared to somebody that his name is Juan Diego. Was supposed to be like an indigenous person in Mexico, and the way she appeared was like, oh, just go to the mountain and pick some roses and put it on your cape. And he goes there, pick up the roses that were not supposed to be growing there for some reason. And when he comes back and shows to the priest, immediately the picture of the Virgin Mary appears on the cape that he was wearing. So, and that's the miracle. But recently, I have seen that they already found out who was the painter of that. And for thousands of years, for hundreds of years, since that story was there, people has believed that the Virgin Mary is that type of clothing is magic and appear magically in there. That is not a picture that wasn't painted. But yeah, they already found the painter.
Sure.
So is this cape available somewhere? Is it still?
It's in a portrait somewhere. I think somebody with a lot of money has it, because recently I heard that the one that they have in the Basilica in Mexico is like a copy.
Oh, not mysterious. Yeah, not. No, it's not mysterious. The word I'm looking for. Not suspicious. Not suspicious at all. I mean, wow! Suddenly they discovered it's a copy. You know, when I was a child, I had no idea where there's so many virgins around. Like, do every city has their own virgin? Do each country have a different virgin? Why do they ask for money to build her temple and stuff like that? It was interesting
Very suspicious.
to discover that it was I mean, for some people, they think that they are different people, and others say, no, it's the same. It's the mother of Jesus that appears everywhere. It's like, okay, but why is she teleporting around?
She doesn't even look the same.
Yeah, it depends on where she spawns. She has different appearance that magically matches whoever is there. Exactly. Jesus does the same thing. I've seen Chinese Jesus, I think.
I've seen Jesus in the butt of a dog, but I don't know if that counts.
There's a place in Japan where Jesus is worshipped. In fact, there's a place where he's supposed to be dead. So there's a grave and everything, and Japan people and people from the entire world go there to worship him, which is weird because why Japan? It has nothing to do with the Middle East or anything biblical. So
yeah, that's
how
because
he ended up dead in there.
I don't know. Maybe Poseidon decided to move his ship around and he ended up over there. I don't know. But yeah, it's look it up. It's interesting that in fact they believe that Jesus, after coming back to life, decided to go there and quietly end his life.
Jesus was very busy after death because he went to America, according to Joseph Smith. He went to Japan.
He went to Korea and demonstrated that God was a woman, so there is some other God over there.
So wait a minute. So he didn't cease to exist, right?
Yes.
Jesus is alive. I mean, of course. That's why he died, because he's alive.
He came back from the dead. So then where's the sacrifice?
It's gone.
If he's not gone, then what sacrifice are we talking about?
Sacrifice this weekend.
Bandage weekends. That's all Jesus came to do. And maybe things went a little bit out of hands, but he came back.
So he sacrificed one weekend. That's it. Yeah, right.
Yep, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Enjoy one weekend of crazy sex. That's it. Okay. Somebody in the chat said that there are several festivities about Mary. Her birthday, really? Her ascension, her Immaculate Conception. And only now I have realized that Immaculate Conception is when God came as a pigeon and had sex with her. As a child, I could hear, oh yeah, Immaculate Conception. Oh yeah, I have no idea what that is, but Mary's holy.
It's a rape, basically.
Yeah, it's rape.
It reminds me of Zeus. The stories about Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he used to do the same kind of things? He transforms into an animal and goes and impregnates some women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because apparently goddesses were too, I don't know, too much of a character or something. So he used to love to go down on Earth and enjoy life of mortal women, which in itself is quite stupid when you think about it. But
yes, I was just remembering that Zeus could be either a bird or just a golden shower, literally, and make you pregnant with that. Exactly, you.
Hey, everybody has his kinks.
Yeah, right. Don't king shame is bad. Okay, but raping is not a king unless it's consensual. Yeah, if it's consensual, it's okay. In the case of God, I don't think that you can call consensual an overmighty creator telling somebody, I want to have sex with you. No.
No, he only told her, you're gonna get pregnant. That's all.
Yeah, and you know the most the silliest of excuses that I've heard about that is, no, God could not have raped Mary because he's a God of love and he wanted. So of course, a God of love couldn't do that. It's like, dude, you are making excuses for the guy.
Is that the same
Like
God?
he had the chance to say no.
Yeah, there is no option of no. The Bible doesn't say that.
The Bible says that she was chosen, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't say anything about her. She's an object in that story.
Yeah, she's an incubator.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, because even after he's all grown up, says, "I don't have anything to do with you, woman."
Yeah.
So.
Women are always incubators in religion, because, and I say this a lot, but when religion began, it's very important that women incubate, right? Because invading armies are not just gonna come out of thin air, right? An army.
Do you mean that God cannot fight his own battles?
Weird, huh?
So
you would think he would just send angels, but no. For some reason, he needs people to grow in numbers. That's why homosexuality is so frowned upon, because it does not lead to procreation, to increasing numbers and gaining like an army that can conquer other places, right?
Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Okay, guys, this has been quite interesting. I love talking with you, but Cindy, I think that you have something to do right now. You have to thank some people from which you are part. You know, I always hear the name Cindy Plaza, and I say that person is so cool. I know her.
I hate that part because it's embarrassing. But I was, when I saw the lineup, I was wondering if we were going to do the episode in Spanish, because my Spanish is a little bit rusty, but
I'm sure it's fine.
Our English is horrible too. So yeah.
Tú puedes, Cindy.
So I like to thank the Patreons. First, I'd like to say, if you want to support the show, you can like, subscribe, share, comment. That helps a lot with the algorithms. But you can join us also on Patreon, and then you will be in the great company of Michael Wiseman, Kathy Cotton, myself, Deborah Grace, Michelle, Aaron Colson, and Phil Calderone.
Can you put the link down? Oh, there it is.
There it is. Beautiful.
Patreon.com/Skeptic Haven. That's
so thank you, guys. You're awesome. Wait, Secular, what are you doing here, dude? You know that you are supposed to be here in 3 more minutes, right?
Well, Teo, it being that time of the year, I just figured we should once and for all settle a beef that's been occurring, that's been causing a rift, I guess you could say. So we need to hear it in the chat, actually. We need a 1 for Teo and a 2 for me. Folks, who has the best hair? I mean, we know it's me, and I don't even need to look at the results.
Look at this beautiful hair.
But I mean, come on, y'all. At this point, it's just getting too much, Teo, and we just need to settle it. Take the L and move on. It's okay. It's a spirit of forgiveness and loving and.
Are you ready
the
to
best hair, I vote for Cindy.
Ooh. Throw it as a curveball.
Awesome,
I'm obviously going to vote for Teo.
You see, Anton has my vote. Phil also has my vote. Also going to vote for me, right, Phil?
I'm going to vote for Alma's icon over there. So
that is good hair, Alma.
Yeah,
we'll give you that.
Hair.
And I like that. Yeah. I like that you jump every so often because you are much more excited than everybody else on this.
Yes,
a little wave thing going on in the hair too. So yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. Okay, Alma's hair is beautiful, but come on, dear chat. Secular or Teo el Ateo?
I'm seeing
1,
lots of 2s.
Teo wins, 2, Secular loses.
I'm seeing lots of 2s. Yeah. Just lots and lots of 2s is what I'm seeing. Just thousands of
12. I saw 12.
So just a quick question before we leave this this beef you were talking about. Does it have anything to do with what's on your wall, or it's just a happy coincidence?
Happy coincidence. Like happy cows. Just all kind of just happened to work out that way. This is actually an actual photograph of my cow. I know it may not look like that to some people, but this is a real picture of a real cow that I have outside. Still alive, not in beef form. So I do have beef though in my fridge. But
it's like my calendar that it's a real picture of me. Totally.
Yes.
That's so cool.
You do. I will say this, Teo. You can rock a Santa outfit way better than I can. I mean, you fill that thing out great, man. So
that's why I love you so much, Secular. Well, guys, we're finishing this. The chat has token. Teo has the most amazing hair ever. Poor Secular, he will have to cut his hair and be bald for the rest of his life, so he can admit that my hair is more awesome. And yeah, it's been awesome having you all here. And I love your invasion, Secular.
Oh, I love it. I love y'all. Y'all did awesome. That was a great segment. And I think we're supposed to be doing something next, right? Y'all,
yeah.
Hanging out.
Good luck trying to do better than us, Secular. Good luck with that. I mean, you have some awesome people with you. I see that.
Hey, Mikey.
Howdy. How's everybody doing?
Hi, Mikey. Nice to see you.
You guys get my sexy morning voice. Hi.
Ooh, that voice.
Before I put on my white people voice and talk to the internet. This is how I normally
voice contest.
I love your transparent cup over there. Looks like you are.
That is one invisible cup.
It's an invisible cup.
I mean, the cup wouldn't be invisible. People can pay to have your company logo or a name.
Oh.
You can. This is sponsorship real estate. What this is.
Wow.
And, it's available.
Honestly, the real truth is Mikey's just shy about what he drinks, and he doesn't like to show people, and so he just likes to keep it private.
I like Shirley Temples. People like to laugh at that, and I don't feel like I should have to be laughed at.
Yeah, and I don't think it's. I think it's fine, Mikey. You drink whatever you want, man.
The little umbrella is green too.
I don't think it's fine. I will hold it against you. from this point on, Mike.
I will never forget this offense, and I will think about it every day.
Like an anime when they just like an anime when they yell, "I'll never forgive you!"
And you start with the music. Why number 2? Why not a name? I'm curious about that.
I was voting.
He was voting.
You were voting.
And I couldn't access the chat quickly, so I was like, "What can I do? What can I?" I was like, "Should I make my whole background a 2? No, it'll take too long. Should I dress up as a 2? No. 2 into the beard? No."
Oh my god! I love that. Like, those are the thoughts for you. You're like, don't have time to access chat, but do I have time to get a costume as a number and put it on?
Or should I shave the 2 to the beard? Roman numerals or just regular?
Hire one of those stunt skywriter people and make a 2.
Yes. But then again,
just to make
Roman
sure,
numerals or
you are voting number 2, which is Secular Rarity loses, right?
I don't think.
Remember, those are the rules. Number 1, Teo wins. Number 2, Secular loses. Everybody heard that.
I'm gonna behind the scenes after the show. I'm gonna have to talk about this contest. I was apparently.
Yeah, it seems a little bit rigged.
A little bit.
So apparently, Mikey didn't have
stolen an election yet, but
Mikey didn't have time to type a number, but he had time to put a cow to be on topic as well.
Yep.
We did plan this.
You see some ornaments though, and you see some ornaments hanging off those horns.
Oh my!
The
Illuminati is real. I believe.
Oh no!
Too many coincidences.
I'm still waiting for my check.
Right. Him and George Soros. They're so behind on child support.
Okay, guys, I think it's time we let them take their turn and
Love you guys. Have a wonderful show.
Leave the stage.
Yeah, scram, you great people.
Beam us up, Scotty.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. Welcome to the
season's greetings, you cats.
Season's greetings. So, Circular, what's your holiday shout out phrase?
I guess normally I just try to like mirror what the person says to me, because I live in the South in the US. Like, so many people say Merry Christmas, and like it just doesn't matter to me, so I just like say it. But if the person says first to me, Happy Holidays, which like a guy did the other day at the grocery store, and like I was about to respond with Merry Christmas because that's what the normal thing is, and I just went, oh yeah, Happy Holidays, man. Yeah, like awesome. So I don't know, I'll say whatever you want. If you come up and you say like, hey, have a good Hanukkah, I'll probably respond in kind.
So you don't want to, so it's like don't do a first strike, right? Basically.
Yeah, I normally don't I don't go out of my way to walk up to people and just be like, this holiday's a lie, and then like so yeah, it's not normally.
Oh, have you heard of Saturnalia? And he just launched into the soapbox.
Yeah. Well, the pagans were doing.
I have this thing here now where I've settled on this.
I like
because I don't, and maybe this will go away in a generation, but having grown up celebrating Christmas, I just there's so much I enjoy about it.
Yeah.
But I want the Jesus thing out for what I practice. So this works. I can say it when someone says Merry Christmas to me, I can say Merry Christmas back. But in my head, I know this is what I'm saying. It's Kris Kringle celebration, family, fun, color, all that stuff.
I like that.
Whenever people say Merry Christmas to me, I stare them right in the face. I'm like, it's December. And then I run out of the room. And it gets me out of so many conversations. Just act like that's
December.
Just act like you're completely shocked that it's this time of year. And that there's something that you must do right now.
Oh no.
You're telling me it's December.
I thought you were saying like some random thing to throw them off, like oranges can talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's just a good way to end any conversation. Like, you just really don't want to talk with somebody.
Just pretend you're a time traveler, and their last sentence just crack the code, and then just run out of the room.
It's like the how not to get beat up, It's like that and throw up on yourself. Those are the two things. Say something random, something crazy, or throw up on yourself. That seems to always work.
Honestly, if you can do that last thing just like on command at will, like just that's impressive just in and of itself, whether or not it helps you get out of like fist fights or anything.
Put that on your resume.
Yeah, like tell everybody about that. You're like, no way, can you really? It's like, yeah, hang on a second.
All right, so those of you looking for a niche on YouTube, this is one that hasn't been taken yet.
Is that terms of service?
If I'm malls and things, and just like get yourselves into these situations and just like record it, and then we go.
If you can sick up on command, does that violate terms of service?
That's a really good question.
I don't know.
I don't. Yeah. Maybe if not, if there's glitter in it.
So are you just like eating glitter beforehand, and then like, because then I feel like at that point it's not
big belly full of glitter.
Like at that point it's no longer like this is some talent that you've developed or something. It's just like, oh, you're just sick because you're eating glitter.
It's magic. No, you stuff it.
Why that's happening?
You put the glitter in here.
I can see what's coming out. That's why you did that.
Yeah,
eat glitter.
At least if we're gonna do this, y'all, we have to do red and green. It's got to be festive. We're gonna do it in the spirit of the Mythmas. I think this is what we should start doing. So,
yeah. Okay.
We'll get working on that, and we'll let you all know. Join the Patreon, by the way, folks.
Yeah. So let's talk about Patreon, because that's one of the reasons we're here. Wes, you want to just roll that thing that I did so I don't have to say anything? Thank you for visiting us on Patreon to support Skeptic Haven. We're a humanist media group that produces shows and social media posts to support science, skepticism, humanism, and critical thinking. We focus on topics that deserve more exposure. For example, the treatment of women in Iran, prejudice against the transgendered, the reality of scientific findings, the unpublicized harm that too often happens within religious communities, and finding of joy after one leaves religion. We currently have 5 shows, each with its own focus. The Sunny Spot, Science and Knowledge, The Bible Says What, highlighting illogical and often immoral behavior in that supposedly perfect book, Secular Soapbox, Current Affairs and Visits with Other Atheists, Women Atheists Unloads, Social and Human Rights Issues, and most recently, The Global Atheists, a long overdue platform from around the world by and for atheists of many cultures. Now here's the money pitch. Skeptic Haven has a core of 3 executive producers and a team of almost 20 people. Each one of them volunteers. We've been scratching and inching along for a while now, trying to get to the point where we're self-sufficient financially, but we're not there yet. We're kind of far from it. So we need your help getting up to that point. Look at this content. We're so proud of what we've done here. We're so proud of this work and hope to get this to a larger audience. Your support will not only help us get our infrastructure up to spec, but give us some income to boost our exposure on social media. You'll find us all over the internet, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, see if I can get them all, Discord, Twitch now, and most recently Mastodon. And once your dollars allow it, we will get ourselves up on as a podcast too, all our episodes. So thank you for supporting the Skeptic Haven mission. We hope that our work will result in more science education, more compassion, more knowledge about others, understanding of each other, and living together in coexistence in this world. Please write to us with any feedback, ideas, suggestions for topics, guests, anything of interest to you. Facebook Messenger is usually best, but really you can use anything. Our email is info@skeptichaven.com. Thank you for your encouragement. We look forward to chatting with you in any show's chat. Please subscribe on Skeptic Haven on YouTube. Like the videos as you watch them. That really helps a lot. And click on the bell to be notified of upcoming episodes, of course. And one more thing. As a patron, you have the ability to come into our shows from out of the chat room and ask a question of our guests. Just let us know in the chat, and we'll send you a link to join the show. So that's it. Kind of short and sweet. Be kind. Take care of each other. And we'll see you at YouTube. Yeah, well, I love that music. It's the theme from Global Atheist. It's just, I love that theme music.
And let me tell you, I'm glad that you guys are doing your Patreon thing. And I love the video you guys made because I'm going to just download that, edit your brand out, insert mine, and I'm done. I'm like, hey guys, let's go to Phil, who's going to talk about our Patreon. And then there's going to be you. And there's going to be a very obviously edited the Bin podcast. Like every time you say it.
Well, you have my permission. Go ahead.
There you go. You heard it. That's a verbal agreement.
Show.
That would be 10 times the effort of just recording the same thing you said. But I think it's fun.
Well, that's good. I feel bad that this is one reason we need a drive. That the resolution is not quite what I had wanted. It's still on 720, and this is one of the things we wanted to get some money so we can bump ourselves up to 1080 because it's 2021. So, but yeah, go ahead. So
yeah,
what's our theme? What is our theme? We have a theme this hour, don't we?
I say we're supposed to be talking about like
we're
music.
Supposed to be talking about music,
right? So how come there's no atheist Christmas music? That's my question. Why isn't there like just a song about just like not caring about a little baby and not sitting around and like reading books, you know, from like 1,000 years ago, and then like instead being like, yeah, we get together and we drink a shit ton and like we have fun and we hang out with friends and we do nice things and charity drives and whatever. Like, how come we don't have atheist Christmas music? Where is this?
We should. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to my knowledge, Shelley Siegel doesn't have a Christmas song. But honestly, if you're an artist out there, especially an independent artist, Christmas songs are a great thing to write because they sell. You know, they come up every year. It's like indie artists who make Christmas films and stuff. But Christmas music, if you can get something good that's catches on, you got income for life. I mean, just from that perspective. But yeah.
I'm pretty sure Lil Jon made the Atheist Christmas song a little while ago. It's called Shots. You might have heard of it.
No.
Is that the one that goes, let me see if I remember the lyrics. It goes like, shots, 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 shots. Is that right?
Whoa.
More shots?
There's no seventh shot.
There's no seventh shot. Okay.
Don't be crazy. That'd be ridiculous.
All right.
Well, that's our template. We're gonna have to upgrade that just a little bit. All right, so let's get a paper and pencil out, and let's get this thing done right now.
We're gonna start writing a Christmas.
Yeah, we're gonna start writing.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. So it is
big.
It's something that can write. Here, a red Christmas pen. Even see some of this is like. All right, so
red,
we're gonna do
the color of our Lord Satan.
We're gonna do Atheist Carol.
Oh, yeah,
Atheist
that'd be
Carol.
good
That
too.
should be the name of the group.
It's an Atheist Carol.
Yeah.
We're not going to mention the J word. We're not going to mention the C word. So we're going to mention.
Hey, we could talk about like really really good presents that people get, or like really bad presents.
Fighting for it could be a metal song about fighting for the parking spot at the mall.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
You got to keep going up and down. And then I got an open spot, and it was a Vespa scooter, so I had to back up and go around.
or like the woes of cooking Christmas for all your relatives. You know, like talking about how like Uncle Terry never likes ham. And always complains about the fact that it's there, even though it's just like, just don't eat the ham, dude. Like nobody's gonna force you to eat it, you know.
Almost to the tune of like a little Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, kind of like and Uncle Terry, he just won't eat the ham.
Well, there's the ham turkey, or is it ham turkey goose debate?
Oh yeah, like what you're supposed to. Yeah, what you're supposed to eat. Yeah.
I thought it was Christmas ham. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, so that's the thing. It's like why do you have to have why do you have to stick to one thing? You know, I like turkey. I don't need to wait until Thanksgiving and Christmas to like eat turkey. Now, granted, you know,
do tomorrow.
Yeah, like in March, you're not generally just gonna find whole birds just sitting in your grocery store, but you can still like Butterball is year round. Like you can just call them up and just be like, send me one.
Can confirm.
Isn't that the Japanese tradition, more modern practice that Christmas is Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah,
I mean, literally,
Are you
not
kidding
fried,
me?
No, not just fried chicken, but Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It is the opposite side of the coin, where like if you don't like if your Christmas goes terribly, you can go to a Chinese restaurant and have Chinese food because they don't celebrate. So now they're flipping the script on us and eating KFC.
I like it. Honestly, I'm all for it. Like
turnabout is fair play. They saw a Christmas movie. They're like, oh, okay. You got jokes. Okay. Got your joke.
We got jokes. And you know, if you're in Japan doing crazy things, you gotta do crazy things. It's just like their game shows and stuff. It's just like, what can we do? It's just completely different. But why not? It's celebratory. It's fun. And then, you know, there's a whole lot less preparation work. So what the heck?
Yeah. Honestly, like there's a reason that I don't see this this part of my family for 364 days. Like this one day, they're not gonna get like something special out of me or anything. like it's just yeah, I'll feed you. You're here, but come on, don't expect too much. But
all right, so potluck. What are you gonna bring, Mikey? We're doing an atheist, meetup potluck.
Virtual.
No.
Virtual potluck.
Not virtual. It's gonna be real. We gotta make you do some work, and you're not allowed to buy anything from the store. So what are you bringing? This is like your friends. Neil 604 is there. Okay. Aaron's bringing the beer and the hot sauce. Nice. What are you bringing to this atheist party?
Weed.
Right.
Well,
you'll be very popular.
Yeah, I genuinely think that's a pretty good response. Yeah.
Because I actually, I wouldn't say like turkey. I can't have poultry. Like I haven't had poultry since I hit puberty. Like all my hormones shifted. I'm allergic to poultry. Like my mouth itches, my throat gets all scratchy. I have a food I can't. I don't know if it's something that they're feeding them now, but my mouth gets lips get puffy. Like it's an allergic reaction to like any kind of poultry, like chicken, turkey. I haven't tried quail. Everyone asked me that, or squab. I'm not running out to test it. Squab.
Why would that be people's first reaction? Like, oh no, you're allergic to poultry. Have you tried quail?
And then they say, have you tried free range? And I'm like, that sounds really expensive for me to just go eat 17 Benadryl. Like, I don't know if that's worth it for me. Can you eat eggs?
Sparrow. Have you tried sparrow? Because we got some outside. We can chase them down. Make it.
You ever eaten a pelican? You tried pelican? Maybe you're not allergic to pelican. I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with people. But I usually always bring some sort of spirit to an event. Like I'll get champagne.
Nice.
Because it's a nice little when everyone's having maybe coffee and snacks or something like sweets and stuff like that. Sometimes it's nice to have a cookie. A little flute of some champagne, and that's where I come in. Just a little something nice to treat yourself with right at the end of the day before you sleep on the couch for 4.5 hours with your neck cranked back at a 75-degree angle.
Yeah, that's me. The cookies. I'm a baked good guy. So and desserts. So I'm gonna bring you dessert.
I feel like anytime you just add a little bit of champagne, it just becomes just a little classier, no matter what. We're
looking good in here.
Yeah.
We might all be in sweatpants, but now they're athletic wear.
That's right. Now we're hip. Yeah, we're in the style. I'd probably bring, honestly, I really do love homemade mac and cheese, where you make it all and you put it in the big casserole dish and cook it and stuff. I really do enjoy the crap out of that. So that's probably what I would.
Can you just describe that mac and cheese? Just asking for a friend. I just want to see if there's. I just want to know what the ingredients kind of just.
Well, I mean, nothing. I'm not going to do anything crazy. I'm just going to do just a shit ton of cheese and macaroni. I mean,
do you have potato chips?
Oh no.
Any kind of crunchy on the okay.
No, I mean maybe some breadcrumbs on top, just on the end to kind of crisp up a little. But honestly, if you're doing it right,
both are good.
That top of cheese, that if you're doing it right, that should have a nice good crisp to it on its own.
I hear you.
At least three cheeses. Something sharp.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can't just go one. Who goes one cheese in their mac and cheese? I mean, that's crazy.
Just mozzarella. Just melted mozzarella and noodles.
I'm a really big fan of blue cheese on my mac and cheese, actually.
We could go out and do the all cheeses. I'm going to go out and buy all the cheeses.
It is nice, honestly. Little plate of just a selection of sliced cheeses, little crackers, maybe some salami or something. It's you feel good. Again, add a little champagne to that, and that's just classy, just up here.
Your crackers and your crackers and meats just turned into charcuterie.
Right, exactly.
Instantly.
Right. That's what you do, honestly. If you really want to impress people, you just bring them just a little plate of meats and cheeses and crackers, and then just tell them, just be like, "This is charcuterie. It is fancy. I am I am interesting for doing
I have no clue what that word is.
It's literally just like that. It really is like
just means
meats and cheese, and yeah, it's just like you kind of put it all together
on a little cutting board.
Yeah,
a charcuterie board.
Yeah,
and everyone thinks they're when they have their picnics with their charcuterie, and they have like
fancy.
a little box wine.
It's nice. It's nice. Every so often, I put my pinky up, even when like drinking from a bottle of water, just because it's like it's just like that little added flair. You know,
I want people to know that I'm better than them. That's what it is.
I'm gonna say, guys, this is like a Mem and Oz moment to me. You know, that there are simpler words.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
So Christmas songs. I was thinking, you know, you got stuff like Silent Night and the real religious stuff. Should we write new songs, or should we do the Weird Al treatment on the existing songs?
I'm a big fan of parody music. I'm a huge fan of it personally. So I'm all in favor of that. I would say also, like, why not write some like more current ones too that we can play and rock out on, you know? Like, I mean, then there are some that are out there that are like, they are Christmas songs, but they're not really like religious. They're more secular than anything. But they're still
Be Home for Christmas.
Yeah, like really doesn't have anything to do with it.
That's just a good song about getting home for a day.
Yeah. Like, you know, and there are some, again, there's a good handful that really do fall into that category. But I think it would be nice to have a couple of others that are just specifically like, hey, we just wrote a brand new song and it's like very clearly secular focused. But we're still talking about all the great times we can have around Christmas because you can, you know.
Well, I mean, they don't even have to be secular, right? Because I mean, Christmas has become, you know, this whole commercial thing, and you know, that's the fun part of it, and it's the getting together. It's not advocating for disbelief of anything, right? So, one of my favorite songs, frankly, is 2,000 Miles, which is Pretender's Chrissy Hines song, where she's singing about being on tour on the road and wanting to get back home in time for Christmas to see her young daughter. I think she had like a 4-year-old daughter there. It's a gorgeous song. So look that up sometime.
Yeah, definitely. But again, I am a fan of the parodies. So if anybody wants to start working on a, you know, Oh Holy Night, you know, remix or something, feel free, you know, just give me some credit, maybe some royalties or whatever. I don't.
I mean, as an artist,
right?
Hell no.
Just like 10% or something, man. You know, come on.
I really admire people who can do like their art stuff for fun. I take it way too serious. I'm so precious with the baby. I was like, no, get that filth away from her. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Turn your head. Like, but I do like Lonely Island, so I'm a bit of a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Who's that?
The Lonely Island. They're the group that made like I Just Had Sex and I'm on a Boat. They had a Andy Samberg. He's in Reno 911, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and SNL. It's like him and his friends have like a boy band, and they usually get celebrities to do ridiculous boy band songs with them. Like Justin Timberlake's done like 4 of them, I think, at this point.
Yeah, he's done a few. I mean, T-Pain was in On a Boat, right? So, you know, not like those people needed the money, but
what a fun job, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
hey, hey, T-Pain, you want to get on this boat with us? Wait till you hear the rest.
I'd do it. I'd probably get on a boat with Lonely Island or T-Pain. I don't know any of them actually, though. But if you're watching, members of the Lonely Island or T-Pain, feel free to contact me and offer me a boat ride.
Or if you have a boat.
Yeah. If you're just
Anybody
out here
with a boat.
Yeah. If you're just a fan of the show and would like to see Phil, Mikey, and I hanging out on a boat with you, just contact Skeptic Haven.
Just go to their Patreon and put it in the messages.
I appreciate you saying that you didn't know the group, so I don't look like the old guy who doesn't know the group because I'm old.
Oh, I mean, no. I know I don't like know them personally. Was what I like.
Okay.
I'm not like
okay.
friends.
Now I do
friends
look like
with
the
them,
old guy
yeah,
who
yeah.
doesn't know.
I am familiar with their artistry.
All right.
As it were.
Well,
But,
can't escape it.
Yeah, well,
Can't escape it.
all right. Mikey and I will be there one day, and we'll think we're still cool and stuff, and we won't be. We'll be old. So.
By the time I'm old, I will have the 2020 demographic nailed. I will know exactly what people want in 2020. When I'm like 75 years old, I'm like, trash. They want trash. Give them trash.
Right.
No, they don't want trash. They want Skeptic Haven. That's right. Skeptic Haven. You guys need to watch more of this. Less trash.
That's true.
Throw the
Gosh,
trash.
I wonder
Leave
what
the
kind of
trash
program
in
we'll be doing.
2022. Leave it back. Make a New Year's resolution. Drop that trash off. Don't take it with you.
Yeah. So let me throw this up real quick. I can make a pitch for this. Whoops. Where did it go? No. Where's our Patreon banner? Yeah. There you go. So consider supporting us on Patreon. So in 50 years, 40 years, we can be broadcasting in holographic 3D the programming that Mikey just described. Because
Intergalactic planetary.
And see, and this is
hardware upgrade.
This is the problem with other channels is they're not thinking ahead like that. And this is why you should support Skeptic Haven, is because they are not only looking at today, but they're looking at tomorrow as well. And so right now, again, like Phil is saying, if you become a Patreon, then if you join, you will be helping fund holographic broadcasting for Skeptic Haven in the year 2055. And I just think that's great. Not a lot of channels are looking 30 years plus in the future. Some would argue by that point YouTube might not even be around, and it would be silly to waste your time on that. But Skeptic Haven wants to cover all their bases, and that's
Yeah, and I tell you, we've got a research and development department. We're gonna have Skeptic Haven implants. So
we can just beam it right to your face, everybody. You don't even have to go searching.
Right to the back of your brain, right to the optic centers back here, and if you hit the bell, it'll just pop up in your vision, even if you're driving.
Oh my God!
The new show will just come right in front of you. So please consider supporting us for maybe $5 a month, because I think with interest it'll
add up.
There. Yeah, it'll add up. So I appreciate your consideration.
Every minute that this segment with the three of us is going on longer, Wes is just getting more and more furious, and it's just like, why did I ever invite these people? Please, somebody join the freaking Patreon so this is worth something. But
so I went with you guys with the whole like implant thing, right? How mad would you be if you watched movies in your brain and they still got the volume wrong? Like,
oh my gosh,
they
would.
Geez.
And then a bus goes by.
Yeah.
And then your whole house just explodes with sound.
They would.
Those movies would still be messed up. You'd still get pop-ups. You wouldn't be able to move over. I can't get it. I'm clicking it. I'm clicking it. Like, it'll
and
still
if
do
you're
that, but it's in your head.
If you're watching like cable TV at that time, it's still going to be the same thing where you have to turn the volume up so loud for the actual show that by the time you get to the commercial, it's like, do you want Cheetos? Buy Cheetos! Oh my gosh. Like, I get it. Like,
Chester, get out of my house.
I get it. I will. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Those annoying emails go right to your brain. Hi, I am big friend. Want pick? No, damn it, no.
Yeah, and by then I'll be a brain in a jar, so.
Your brain's just like swimming away from the messages, like
That's right.
Stop it. Clean my tank. It's full of porn bots. Again.
Oh man,
not again. But I was supposed to do some like music. Something. I don't know what. Wes, get your voice in here. What am I doing? What do you want me to do?
You're playing some music for us. Something you wrote that won't get us copyrights.
So here's a song I wrote.
or
Disney theme. No.
Or Sue.
I call this every song Metallica ever wrote.
Kirk Hammett's favorite.
No
can I
mentioning
share-
Disney, by the way. They might
No,
do something.
I would
Yeah,
never
let's
do that.
just-
I'm not going after the mouse. The mouse has friends with deep pockets. Okay, here you go. If you guys are familiar with HR Johnson, HR department, yeah. So I was, on Mondays and Fridays, I've been really bad about it lately. But I wake up at 10 a.m. and get a cup of coffee and I make music on my Twitch channel. And then that music goes on to SoundCloud, so you guys can check out all the stuff I do over there.
Cool.
But I named this song Little HR because her son was like jamming out apparently in the house while I was like, because I have to listen to the same thing like 55 times in a row because I have to fix something. So he was apparently having a great time. So this is his song. Enjoy. I mean, y'all could go crazy too. I mean, do you think?
I was trying to think of. I'm trying to think of some like Christmas themed lyrics or something. But then I started to remember, and I was like, oh, that's right, I can't rap. So that's like that really, yeah.
It hasn't stopped Oz.
Oh no,
man, got fired.
There you go, layering.
You want to dance, Dexter? Come on. Come on.
I don't know that this is actually true, but I think if Skeptic Haven gets over 100 patrons at the $3 or up level, I think Wes said something about me having to put like dancing videos on or something. So like I'm gonna be required to do it. So if you join, you will get just every week there will be another video of me just dancing in weird places. That's what I've been told.
Yep.
So,
it's in contract.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
In the fine print you signed.
So, if you want that. I don't know who would want that though.
Come on, do this bobbing head cat thing.
Ooh, theremin.
Where do you buy a theremin? Can you just get one online? Like, is that just a thing you can
Good
do?
luck.
Theremins are us.
I figured like all the theremins were built like decades ago, and it was just like they only built like 150 of them, and they're all just like dying out.
They're all in the Smithsonian.
Yeah.
You can never play a theremin. They're behind glass.
You know what's really funny is I specifically mentioned that I wasn't gonna rap because I can't rap, and I've been dancing this whole time and I suck at it. And it's surprising to me that
Join the crowd there.
Also, I play Dungeons and Dragons on Sundays.
Ooh.
That's fun. Nat One Heroes on Twitch. But we have a new campaign coming out. Once we finish 5th edition, we're gonna play a different game system altogether called Delta Green, and I am the leader for that. I'm the handler. So that'll be coming out soon, and I'm making all of our like ambiance music.
That's cool.
I feel like this is
like a
music
street
to
scene.
Okay, never
You're
mind.
walking down the street.
Okay, I was thinking this was music to strip to, but you're saying
Or
this
maybe
is-
you go
Yeah.
off. It's like a think New York. It's raining. It's nighttime.
Oh, yeah.
And you talk to your contact. Now you gotta shuffle inside this strip club because you saw this car following you for 3
Yeah.
blocks.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, and then like slowly like unbutton, the rain coming down and just kind of
Are you new in here, stranger?
You look cold. Maybe I can warm you up.
My name's Cinnamon.
I'm so sorry, Wes, by the way. I know we said we would do better.
But we lied.
It's just terrible.
We lied to you. So Mickey is Moss from the IT crowd. Okay, one more person called me Mickey, and it's fighting time. Mikey, damn it, I'm no mouse. Like Mike Jordan, like Michael Jackson, like Michael Johnson, all the great Mike Tyson. Mickey, I will fight a Mickey.
Look at all that.
And then I'm currently in a custody battle. This is the DAW Digital Audio Workshop. This program is called Studio One. This is version 5. I have version 6, but it has one of the worst glitches I've ever seen. The colors strobe on the screen. I'm glad I'm not prone to seizures. It's horrible. And I went to their portal to report it, and the portal doesn't work. So I went on Twitter to report that the portal didn't work. And the guy sent me to another portal, which also didn't work, and then tried to explain to me how I need to update my graphics drivers. And I'm like, this is a bad day. So I can't show you guys all the new stuff. This stuff was already finished. So I would have showed you the DAW for this, but I can't. I can't do it because they hate me. But this song is called Cascade.
I like ambient stuff. I can think with ambient music going on. You know, it fills the room in a way that noise is oddly lack of silence is oddly distracting.
And you can tell when, you know, like, just for instance, since we're on the theme, like Christmas music, when it's just like played on a loop, you just know exactly how much time has passed, because it's like, oh, this is the 4th time that I've heard Jingle Bells. That's awesome. Yeah, that's super cool. Really excited that we've gotten through this.
The worst part about Christmas music at like your job is you have to hear 14 renditions of Jingle Bell Rock because the stupid algorithm doesn't get that Jingle Bell Rock.
Yeah.
And another song, and then a different group's Jingle Bell Rock. That's the same song to us. Don't keep with this.
Yeah, and enough, please, with the 1950s Perry Como, just because it's the cheapest thing your station can play, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's what's the It's a Wonderful Life or whatever. That's how like that got popular. It's just because the stations needed some cheap, crappy movie to play, you know, back in the 70s. And they were like, this is out of copyright.
It's
like,
fun. Yeah, exactly. It's fun at the time, but, you know, again, for artists, there's always a market for new Christmas stuff.
So Hallmark is making bank. The Hallmark Channel is doing it big.
Yeah. Seriously. I mean, that's the way to do it, though. So yeah, challenge to all the Skeptic Haven viewers out there: come up with a really good Christmas song, and then give us the rights to it, and then we'll be thankful to you. This is just a good, you know, just to really practice that spirit of giving, and charity.
The real reason for the season.
That's right.
Giving us your IP.
That's right.
No, how about, you know, you promote us, we'll promote you. How about something like that?
That works too.
If you like your IP and your cash,
we'll like you back.
If you can work the channel name into the song somehow, you will get extra points. I don't know who will be keeping track of those points or what those points will get you, but you will get extra of them. So everybody likes extra points.
It's like blockchain. Don't worry about it. Just trust me. You have a lot of it.
Keep hanging on to it.
You've given me your cash. You have a lot more now.
They're bit points. We'll start a new bit point system.
Called Flockchain.
Flockchain.
Like a sheep.
Secular coinage.
Sec coins.
I like it. We can promote skepticism while making a bunch of money off of like blockchain stuff. That's
right.
Cool. Yeah.
You know, you're in a debate or something or an argument. You make a good non-fallacious point. You get like ding ding ding, and you get like 10
you get little
skeptic
coins.
points.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and then you trade them on the open market.
All right.
That was a bad argument. You're gonna have to pay 10 points back.
Yeah.
10 points.
You got
back,
a bunch of we had a bunch of referees throwing flags. Fallacy. Appeal to authority.
That isn't. I can't possibly see that becoming a terrible system on the YouTube debate dumpster fire sphere. You know, I can't see how that could possibly, be worse. Or
Yikes.
Well, talk about keeping track of points. Just re-edit those videos, make a channel of that, and just put those dropping coins like a video game kind of thing. Ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding.
Or
just
rings.
tally them all up for everybody and just be like, William Lane Craig has negative 35 coins.
Well, coins is already IP. That belongs to me and Neil. It was emotes coming soon. Sorry, so you have to do.
Right.
And points is kind of my thing.
Yeah.
So
Okay. All right.
if you want to do like I don't know, like llamas or giraffes, I was thinking some sort of long-necked animal.
I'm gonna say this, Mikey, and I mean this with all love.
Tarantulas.
It's sounding you're sounding a lot like a Christian right now. You're saying, hey, look, this is our thing, like this whole celebration. It's like our thing first, and you guys like took it and like that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm seeing some similarities.
Just because the Romans decided to throw orgies during our most sacred holiday doesn't mean that we switched our day so that we could enjoy their day too.
Right. Disregard any historical, documents
Were you there?
Yeah, I wasn't. No, that's a good point. Yeah,
got 'em.
that's a really good point.
Checkmate, atheist.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We wouldn't have history, today if people weren't there when the historical things happened long ago. That is true. That is very true.
If historians weren't there, it didn't really happen. It's a question for you, Pat, when you come up next hour.
Yeah. What we're doing.
Who decided that they were the first historian? Like, whose authority did he have to call himself a historian?
I suppose that's generally the winner of the battle. So
no true historian fallacy. It's like all of them in one. Triple Yahtzee.
Yeah, you weren't a real historian.
I think it was probably like local stuff first, like it was like recent stuff. Like somebody just like wrote down a diary about like what happened yesterday,
They
and then like
read
just,
it, right?
just like slowly over time, it was just like, oh wow, he wrote this a long time ago. Like, yeah, okay, that's close.
Yeah, but it's not that interesting, so I better take it and elaborate on it and make it add a few things.
No, it was like a really big dragon with like multiple heads. Yeah, one of them spit fire. Yeah, it was real.
It's so many of those stories that I hear, and I feel like you had an assignment and you're supposed to go up in front of the class and read it, and you have like 4 sentences and you gotta make it work, so you just start adding sentences in between like that's what all of the mythos, that's what it all feels like. It's like, and then Hercules cut off the dragon's head. Well, that's not enough. I gotta fill out 4 more tablets, and the head grew back. Actually, two heads grew back. Like they just kept
I gotta say that's when I read the Book of Mormon. That's my feeling of how the Book of Mormon read. It read like a high school paper. Like someone said,
like an assignment.
The assignment was like a high school thing. It's like, go write a religious text. And the kid did this thing 10 pages long, and the teacher turned it in. The teacher said, yeah, it's too short. Go make it like 500 pages. just be redundant, dull.
And that is something.
Words on the page.
that is something that is truly commonplace in like every single religious text I've ever seen, like ancient religious text. You start hearing the story being read just word for word, right? And just a few minutes in, and you go, oh my god, like this is just poorly written. Like it's not even a good story. It's just like, and then the dragon spoke. Speaking as the dragon did, the dragon spoke to the person, and you're like, yeah, I got that already. Like, just move along. What did it say? You know, like,
my very cool, awesome, loving mother. Like, you had to get like 17 adjectives before the noun.
It's not the, like, you know, in the Bible, the Saul and David story. It was like, oh, the father and son are battling. That was interesting, just from a story perspective. But geez, the Book of Mormon just goes on and on and on.
It's the begats for me.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
He was over there freestyling names. He was just like, oh shit. Methuselah and Shmaluzama. Yeah, I'll never catch that. There's no way all those names are correct. He had to just been on a time crunch. Like, yo, Clark, I need those tablets by yesterday. What's going on? You're out drinking mead all night with your friends, but you can't get your assignments done. All right, we got to get this Bible together.
So that's a D&D thing now. How do you come up with names in D&D, Mike, when you're making names for cities or towns or owners or whatever of taverns and things?
That would be all Jonathan, Dishonest Ape. He's the DM, and we're doing a homebrew. So like the whole world he's created out of whole cloth.
Wow.
And then like he kind of uses some of our story influences and stuff like that, and then we kind of build the world together. But for mine, it's gonna be easy because Delta Green takes place in Earth, like it's here. And like instead of maps, I have like Google Map zoomed in, like it's all satellite footage and
oh, that's smart.
Procedural. It's kind of like X-Files plus Stranger Things.
I used to, when I was world building years back, I used to take, I would just go to a phone book. Remember phone books? Nobody has. Anyways. or a dictionary.
I do. You're not alone, Phil. I got you.
Thank you. And just look at people's names or look at words and stuff and just take syllables. Just like, that's an odd syllable. And just randomly throw syllables together until it sounded like something cool, like theremin, you know, whatever.
Like mine is Zermos Glytharion, but
that's pretty good.
I wanted him to be a dragonborn, but I didn't have the stones for it, and I was like, that looks complicated. So I went with Tiefling, and that was a mistake.
Tiefling.
But I wanted him to kind of have like a Game of Thrones last name.
Sweet. Dragonborn Tiefling.
We've gained a guest. We've gained a panel member here. What are you doing, Pat? You're on a little bit early, I think.
I am, because I was sitting in the back and you were invoking the gods of history. So the ghost of Christmas Past has come in to talk to secular Rarity and denounce you for your heresy.
Yeah, we have some questions for you.
Yeah, are you telling me that my interpretation of history as just a total layman idiot is not good? Is that what you're trying to tell me here, Pat?
You definitely achieve that layman idiot threshold.
Sweet.
So
good.
You're good. You're good.
He has a certificate. Secular Rarity.
I was just amazed watching you dance, talking about how you can't rap. And then realizing after about 5 minutes you can't dance either.
Right.
It was pretty good.
Right.
Five minutes. Took 5 minutes.
You know, I think what's impressive, honestly, is, you know, everybody out there seems to be at least good at something, right? And when you can just somehow be bad at everything that you try, like that's impressive, right? You know, so I'm just riding that.
It takes a certain level of non-skill, like an utter absence of skill,
right?
Which is truly rare,
right?
It's a secular rarity. Someone
it is.
That's
where
rarity.
the name came from.
And I am
secular rarity.
I am buying you a fluorescent green bodysuit with gloves. I'm going to put you inside a black 5-gallon bucket, and you're going to do this, right? And we're going to do we're going to do a parody film of like when people dress up as bushes and scare people, and we're just going to have you stand in a corner and see if they can tell the difference between you and one of the regular flippy floppy men that we use for advertisements. Because I think that, but I want to green screen it, so it has to be lime green, so that we can add different images over you at different seasons. Like you could be the Christmas one, and then that'd be the we do Christmas symbols, and then New Year and all that. It'd be just absolutely fantastic.
Y'all heard it here first. If we get 25 patrons for Skeptic Haven at the $3 and up level, Pat and I will start actively putting out these types of videos for you. So you heard it here. That's locked in now. So if you want,
that's canon.
I did notice that I made a suggestion in the private chat that you can voice to the group about 25 patrons. I noticed you skipped over that one, but we'll leave it.
Which one? Oh, the nipple clips. Yes,
right.
That's for the Skeptic Haven only fans again.
With connecting chain.
Oh my God.
To be fair, that was during your and Mikey's discussion about strip clubs, so it was appropriate at the time.
That's true. That's always appropriate.
Which is a great thing to do during this season too.
Right.
Nothing better than supporting, people trying to get presents for Christmas.
Very true.
It's true.
Who are we to say no?
That's
true.
Who are we?
You get a present, they get a present. Sounds like it works out for everybody, honestly.
You get a credit card bill at the first of the year that you got to explain to people.
Yeah, well, there's that.
It's a traditional thing.
You mean when my card got stolen?
Oh no! What happened?
It's always stolen in Vegas.
I keep dropping my wallet at the Vegas airport. Oh my God! It's the third time this year.
Yeah. It's so weird how these unscrupulous actors steal my credit card and then always seem to go to this same strip club that's super close to where I live. I don't know why they do it. It's so weird.
Yeah, if anybody was going to commit identity theft, you have the face for it. Like out of this town, you are the
that is true, honestly.
Poster child for identity.
I would say of the four of us on screen, I am definitely the sketchiest person here, and I recognize that.
Yeah, definitely
I do. It's fair.
I don't scare people, so
it's well. Look at hold that cat like that. I mean, come on, that's adorable. That's not scary unless you start there. You go now. It's
oh my God.
Now it's getting evil.
Okay, well, we are approaching 3 o'clock, so I think it's time to turn it over to the adults.
That's true.
When are they getting here? Boom.
So let me throw this up one more time. If you're enjoying this, if you enjoy the hour to come forward but ahead of us, please consider subscribing to Patreon, to Skeptic Haven on Patreon, and helping us hire better people. And I'll keep myself out of the room as the first in that line. But we put a lot of effort and we goof around, but I think we do some important stuff here. So,
Phil, I just want to know that this segment should have been called the self-deprecation hour on Secular Rarity, because you keep talking about how the first segment was really good. Then there's this segment that's coming up that's really good, and we have a filler. And these 3 guys are your filler. And don't let this reflect negatively on the show.
Yeah.
The channel's great, but now we're just
if I can piggyback on what Pat said, if you want to keep us away, you'll have to go to Patreon.
Yes.
Now.
Yeah.
Or I swear to God, we will be back and we will do this again.
Yeah.
And
for 5 hours.
Until you learn. Until you learn.
Yeah. You can have much better guests on this great channel by subscribing, liking, sharing, and joining on Patreon, but you don't do that, and so you're forced to deal with Mikey and me. So, go support so that you can have better people. This is really a good thing to do. But
because we are the affordables.
That's right.
So
dirt cheap. That is exactly what we
the affordables. So bye, everybody.
I got paid in Skeptic
guys,
bits.
take care.
All right.
Well, hello there. Thanks
Hey
for
there.
joining me, guys.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear everybody okay. I'm hoping that you can hear me fine too.
What?
Yeah, you sound great.
No,
Hi,
Ed,
Pat.
you're supposed to go. No, just kidding.
No. So tonight we are going to be talking about ancient myths, and I am sure that between Mr. Archaeologist over here, Pat Lowinger, and Edward Dodge, that we can have a lot to dig up about ancient myths. And I want to just say hi to everybody in the audience. Thank you for joining us. This is our Patron Drive. So please consider giving us a little dollar so we can spread the good news. Pat, since you are our mythster, would you give us a little introduction about who you are? Because I'm not sure if everybody in the audience knows you.
Okay. Well, first of all, hi Ed. We've never actually met.
Hi Pat. How you doing?
It's actually nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Pat Lowinger. For those that have seen me before, I'm a professional archaeologist and historian, and I teach at a small community college in the Pacific Northwest. My interests are really paganism and religious studies in the Mediterranean world, which is now, due to funding, being transported into Roman Britain. But hey, let's just talk about changing paddles midstream, so to speak. I'm just here to talk about. Wes said we're talking about festivals, so that's what I have all up on my computer. But if you need me to pull some of the myths, I do have some of that.
I love festivals too.
Right. But so ask me something really here. I'm just going to refer to Josh Bowen's website or someone else. And we'll just throw Josh under the bus for not being here. And if there's any problems, it's definitely on him in pre-production.
I agree. Thank you very much for being here tonight. And Ed, if you wouldn't mind a little introduction, if people haven't seen you before here on the show, I'm sure they'd love to get to know you a little bit.
Yeah, so I wrote a book called History of the Goddess from the Ice Age to the Bible, and my work is focused on the the goddesses in the Old Testament, Asherah, Astarte, Nanat, and the Kadesha priestesses, and that whole narrative that I think is really unexplored, that people really haven't gotten a full grip on. So I'm working on some new material now, and that takes a little bit further, a little more scholarly, and so I'm pretty excited about this whole topic.
Yeah, I can't wait to read all of your book. I've gotten about a third way through. It's pretty thick. It's jam-packed with information, right? But really, really interesting stuff. So, Pat, would you mind what is your favorite festival? Your favorite ancient festival? You've got to have one.
Well, so I like festivals associated with the dead in the ancient world. So the Romans, had two, one dedicated to the ancestor cult of the peaceful spirits. Then they had one associated with restless spirits, right? So those are my two famous Roman festivals. You want to get that way would be the Pertinalia and the Farenalia.
Oh, Pertinalia.
Yeah, parents honoring. That's where we get the term parents, right? So that was honoring. That was a festival honoring. It was actually a week. You took a week to honor the dead, and it accumulated at the end of the week with the festival at the grave sites or monumental markers if your parents weren't buried in town for some reason, or ancestors, with a communal meal where you believe the shades of the dead. And it wasn't a negative thing, but their spirits would come and kind of dwell with you while you had this kind of remembrance. It was half solitude and honoring, and then half party. So it was like an idea of, first it was somber, then it turned into little raucous, little party with the dead.
Drinking brew through a straw because it's chunky.
So what gods were associated? This is a Roman festival, you're saying? What gods were associated with it?
Well, there's several gods. I mean, the Romans had gods associated with the dead, not unlike other divinities. But the Romans kind of thought that the dead, particularly in graveyards, had liminal times of the year where they could come back to be honored. So the dead were never really gone. They were just another place unless you had a reason to bring them forward or they had a reason to come forward. For example, if you weren't honoring the dead properly, they could become restless in death, right? Like they get pissed off. You're not honoring me. You're not coming to my graveside. They could be haunted. Ghosts were basically undead spirits that either had met a tragic end and received proper funeral in most cases, or hadn't fulfilled some lifelong goal. But the spirits of the ancestors were seen as a benevolent force. So you would go talk to mom and dad if they were gone and ask them to do tasks that were kind of mundane. The gods themselves are too busy. Like, can you kind of guide and watch over this and bring me some good luck or fortune, right? And basically you didn't want to bother the major gods. So your parents and then ancestors beyond them became kind of like the protective umbrella. And later that Roman tradition continues through, and you're not going to believe this, is slowly between the 3rd and 5th century in the Christian tradition, that festival, which is practiced by early Christians, by the way, and we have a lot of good evidence for it. Early Christians were still doing this festival, and ultimately bishops started discouraging it, replacing the final days of the Paritalia. Okay, instead of working your parents and grandparents, you're going to start venerating saints. And so we see a transition into saint activities with the saints of the early Christian church from around the 4th, 5th century. But it was a very complicated process. So there would be, like, in Roman graves, man, you're going to be way off track because we're talking about Christmas, but it's all good. They used to pour wine for the dead. So there'd be little holes in sarcophagi where you could pour a little beaker in for mom. Mom liked her wine in life, so give her some in death, right? And then, little food off be left out as well. So they were actually, ritually offered for. And we see in the Mediterranean and A&E, this was a pretty common practice. Ancient Israelites practiced this as well. So when they're all supposed to be monotheistic, they're still engaging in ancestor worship pretty late into Second Temple period Judaism. So again, this was something a lot of cultures did. They believed the dead hung around, and so that's kind of one of my favorite festivals to think about.
That's really cool. Pour one out for the homies.
It's something that, by the way, that's where it comes from. That tradition.
It really does.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just kind of saying that, but isn't that amazing? How some things just kind of transcend time. That's really cool. Interesting. And you know what, Pat, since I apologize, I didn't even really think about the fact that you two haven't met each other. The reason that I wanted to get Ed in touch with you is because Ed was on a show here, and he was mentioning he'd like to run some ideas by some brilliant minds, and you and Dr.
And Josh wasn't available. Josh and Kip were busy.
No, honestly, you and him were the first two that came to mind that I thought would enjoy a conversation with somebody who's super interested and done a lot of research about it. So that's why we wanted to kind of get you all together.
I'm familiar with some of Ed's stuff, and I was just gonna, I was gonna fanboy with him a little bit out over probably someone we both love is Mariana Givino. She book on the Assyrian sacred tea. She has a whole section of her very detailed academic work on Asherah. And I think her book's about 10 years old, but she's I think she's University of Freiburg. She's pretty esteemed, and she's a very talented scholar. So, and I'm all
check it out. I'm not specifically familiar with the work, but
we'll change emails, and I'll send you. I have some copies of some chapters that you might be interested in.
That's awesome. So you said that was Assyrian Sacred Tree?
The Assyrian Sacred Tree, A History of Interpretation, I think is the exact title of the book. I just finished reading it.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll just write that down to the list of books I probably won't get to read in another year or two. I have such a backlog.
What you do is, what I've learned is you read sections of books.
Yeah, I find myself.
You target chapters. You like, oh, this chapter sucks. You just don't read that one. You read the next one, and then you go back and when you have to read it, but you read stuff first.
It's all these damn screens. It's a lot harder to get through reading books nowadays.
Yeah, I find myself reading something 2 or 3 times just to kind of before it even sinks in, and then if it even sinks in. So yeah, what that is, I don't know. What about you, Ed? Since you have, as I said, you have a lot of information in your book. What is it that you find fascinating about some ancient festivals? Do you know of any?
Well, I mean, the 2 festivals that really come to mind are certainly the Eleusinian Mysteries, and the Dionysian festival to go along with those. And then also the name is escaping me, but the big Babylonian week-long festival where they have the sacred marriage and the New Year's festival. They read the Enuma Elish, and they have the Hieroskamos between the king and the priestess and the ritual. Are you familiar with this tradition, Pat?
Not well. I'm familiar with it, probably less so than you. But Josh is supposed to be here talking about it, so we should put a blank picture of Josh in
just a
like
womp womp,
like a cardboard cutout.
There's a couple
place a Syriologist here, right? We'll just put his photo in.
Thanks, Josh, for leaving me out. Hang on. Oh, shit!
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil. Hello there. Welcome.
How are you guys?
Hey, Dr.
Late, but always on time.
An Assyriologist is never late. They arrive precisely when they intend to.
I see. Well, with your little time machine, I'm sure you can travel all around the world with your knowledge, your little time machine in your brain there. So probably makes sense to you. Oh, thank you to our new patron, Shannon Gray. Thank you, Shannon. We appreciate that. We are doing a Patreon drive, y'all. Whoop, whoop. Awesome. Yes, it really it does help the channel. And don't forget your likes and your shares also help drive people here. We understand not everybody can afford to help support the channel, but just spreading the word, somebody else might be able to. So thank you.
Ryan,
Dr. Josh,
sorry.
Go ahead. No, please.
Josh has learned that he doesn't actually have to be in a stream for me to put him into a stream. It's a recently thing that he's been noticing. I will put Josh in a stream without Josh knowing he's in a stream. So now he might as well appear in person.
And say things like, Dr. Josh was supposed to do this. And I'm watching this at 1 a.m. and going, what was I supposed to do? I don't remember that.
Is it like Beelzebub? Say your name 3 times and you just appear or something?
Roughly.
Dr. Josh. Here he is. We were just, I don't know if you heard anything, if you were backstage at all, but we were just kind of talking about ancient festivals, and I had asked the gentleman if they had a favorite. Is there anything that would you like to start kind of how we were going to go and start in ancient Sumer? Give us an idea, timeline of kind of what happened?
Yeah, I mean, so actually when Wes initially asked me to do this,
what did he tell you? Because I don't know if we're all getting different messages.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I'm sure it was just talking to different people, but the message that I got was we're going to talk about mythology. And so I was like, oh, okay. I mean, like, I can talk about mythology. I mean, just in general. And then when he confirmed last week, it was something about like, winter festivals in Mesopotamia. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's very different and would require a lot of research. Yeah, because that's sort of a subfield in
Here's the thing, when you have
the one I mentioned that you might be able to deal with is I remember the name now, the Akita Festival from Babylon. That's pretty well documented. I hope you have some insights on that one.
Yeah, so actually there's a video if people are interested, obviously. Not right now. Don't go look at it now. But there's a short little video where I sort of summarize on our channel the Akitu Festival. But it's a New Year's festival, but it's probably one of the more interesting festivals. Not that I've looked into a lot of them, but that I've looked into in particular, and a lot of it is reconstructed. It's not like we have tons and tons of primary source information about it, but I think we have enough that we have a pretty good idea what's going on. It was an annual festival, obviously, in Mesopotamia, and it was incredibly important. Because so if anybody's familiar with the book of Daniel, there's a story about Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar is supposed to have gone crazy for 7 years and left. This is actually probably the writer mixing up his histories and confusing traditions about Nebuchadnezzar or about another king called Nabonidus. With Nebuchadnezzar. Nabonidus was a Neo-Babylonian king who took like a 10-year hiatus and left Babylonia. And being gone, it meant that they couldn't celebrate this Akitu festival. It was a really, really big deal because the festival was centered on the god Marduk. And if anybody's ever read any Akkadian literature, they're probably familiar with the Enuma Elish, which is a story about the ascendancy and supremacy of the god Marduk. And in the story, you know, he fights against Tiamat, the sea goddess, and defeats her, and then he's, you know, made the supreme god. And of course, this is what we see sort of polemicized in places like Genesis chapter 1. But the interesting thing, and I know I'm sort of have a lot of loose strands out here right now, I'll bring them back together now. The festival involved the recitation of the Enuma Elish. And the reason for that is because the festival is about Marduk, right? And so all of the, many of the Babylonian deities, their statuettes, their statues, would be taken out of their temples, the cells of their temples, and would be, they'd go on like a procession, and there's a little like shack that's down along the river, and they'd, you know, go and they'd spend the night there, and it's a whole deal. But for me, the most interesting part of the festival is that so if you think about the political history of the region, you have two different countries, two different powers: Babylonia in the south of Iraq, you know, in between the Tigris and Euphrates, and then Assyria in the north. Well, for the first half of the first millennium BCE, Assyria, the power in the north, was like the dominant power in the region. And their god was the god Asher. Their main deity was the god Asher. And Marduk was the main deity in the south. And there was always tension between Assyria and Babylonia. Of course, Babylonia is where the Akitu festival was celebrated. But Assyria had deep ties to Babylonia, right? Because it's you know, it's all sort of one very the regions influence one another greatly historically. And so the king of Assyria up in the north was very, very careful to make sure to revere the sites, the cities in Babylonia, as well as their gods, in particular, the god Marduk. And one of the things that would happen during the Akitu festival is the Neo-Assyrian king, who was in charge, he would make the trip down to Babylonia, and he would stand before the priest, and the priest would like submit himself essentially to the priest of Marduk, and the king would have his vestments removed from him, and he would be grabbed by the ear by the priest, forced down onto his knees, and he would say things like, "I have not, hurt the people of Marduk. I have not destroyed any of his cities," and the priest would slap him across the face, and with the goal of making him cry. And if he cried, it was a really good omen. If he didn't cry, it was a really bad omen. But the whole point was that the Neo-Assyrian king was saying, I venerate Marduk, and I submit myself to him. This is why it was such a big deal. And I'll shut up. But if you guys are familiar with, and I assume that you might be, just because of the intertextuality that takes place between texts like the Enuma Elish and what you see in the Hebrew Bible. But there was a time when the Neo-Assyrian king sort of laid waste to some degree to Babylon, because he's really, really tired of Sennacherib, and it was a bad time for them. And what he did is he took many of the tablets, these mythological texts, some of them anyway, back up to Assyria when he left after wreaking havoc on Babylonia. And what we see from that period, and it's not, we've got several copies, at least fragments of them, but we have an Assyrian version of the Babylonian story, the Enuma Elish. And they didn't like remake it. All they did essentially was take out the name Marduk, the name of the god, the Babylonian god Marduk, and replace it with Asher, the Neo-Assyrian god.
Find, replace in the document.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's
copy paste.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously they rewrote it, but they didn't. They didn't. Yeah, they didn't like chisel out the name or something in the tablet. But they rewrote the story, but the story was the same. It's just now it's about Asher and not about Marduk, and that has all its funny problems. But this is why that was such a big deal, because there was submission that was supposed to. To take place, and that was I think a significant factor, at least moving forward, for the Neo-Assyrian kings. But that's some of the cool stuff about the Akitu festival.
Yeah, they called it the ritual humiliation of the king, and it was an annual part of it. And it's it's actually kind of a cool thing that shows that some humility by the leadership, that they have to submit to the gods. And it's something we don't see today. You don't see any of our leadership today ritually humbled or ever accept any humility at all. So it's kind of a...
May I volunteer?
It's kind of
to
a cool...
humiliate and humble somebody with a slap.
And then they've got another day of that festival is the Hieros Gamos, is the sacred marriage, where the king has got to go, behind closed doors with the priestess. We don't know precisely what happened, but it's, presumably a sex ritual, or at least it was in some eras. And so that's like another day of this. It's like a week long or more long festival. It's the biggest festival of the year.
So it's something that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying there's a lot of cool stuff involved with it. So.
I feel like the festivals of today. I was just going to say I feel like the festivals of today don't compare to what was happening thousands of years ago. Is it me?
I mean, I think that of all the modern festivals, probably the one that speaks to me the most is Festivus, right? Because it's
for the rest of us.
Festivus for the rest of us. Yeah, Feats of Strength.
I got a poll over here. Sorry, y'all.
This is supposed to be academically minded, Josh. Let's try to focus. Sorry, I'll mute.
Damn it. No, don't mute. But I just feel as if what we have today just kind of doesn't seem as well. I should say in America, maybe, because I've seen some other festivals around the world. Phenomenal, colorful, really cool. But I can see how they're super important, intrinsic in your culture, participating. And if you have a king who's just kind of negating his duties, like I'm sure to the people who are doing these traditions, like it doesn't look so good. Like that's going to be a problem.
And of course, it obviously had a political propagandistic motive, right? I mean, Sennacherib, in the Neo-Assyrian kingdom, had, as did other kings, but had a tremendously difficult time trying to keep the South, to keep Babylonia in check. And part of the reason that was the case is that Babylonia was made up of several different groups. And some of them were like the old true Babylonians. You had other groups that were less loyal, perhaps. And so there was always rebellion that was fomented, and there's always the king's always having to go down and try to squash stuff. And there's always the Elamites, from Iran, they're coming across and trying to help because they like things being unstable there because it gives them some more power. And so, the idea of keeping things in the South under sort of a firm grasp. What I picture at a very low level when I talk about this is that picture of Donald Trump standing in front of that church with the Bible upside down, obviously at a very low level. But I mean, it's hard for me to believe that there was real religious conviction necessarily behind that. Not that there wasn't religious conviction in the past, but there was a very obvious propagandistic control function, that went into that. So,
so Sennacherib, isn't he the one that desecrates Babylonia or desecrates Babylon and unleashes the, breaks open the canals and sends the water in and floods the city, and then don't his own sons murder him after that fact for desecrating the temple, and he's in the Bible?
Yeah, so this is there are several traditions that sort of go with Sennacherib. He's the one that John Brinkman back in I think the 80s wrote like a lengthy monograph talking about all of the woes, that the Neo-Assyrian Empire under him. He spent so much money trying to keep Babylonia in check. And this is why, I know we're probably getting off topic, sorry, but it is really interesting from like a geopolitical or whatever point of view. If you look in the Bible, you see that certain kings like have really long reigns, and then certain kings,
about that.
Some of them have really short reigns, and often it is directly tied to what's going on in the Neo-Assyrian or the Neo-Babylonian Empire, but mostly in the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Because when the kings of the Neo-Assyrian kings were strong, they would campaign. They'd campaign out to the west. And when you've got the Neo-Assyrian army like marching by, and doing this show of force, you tend to stay in check, right? You tend to stay in line. But when things are unstable in the homeland, and the Neo-Assyrian king is having to figure out economic crises, or he's having to put down rebellions near his home, down in Babylonia. Now he's caught up with all that stuff. He can't make his campaigns. And now, you're a little king over here with a bunch of other little petty kings that are all paying tribute to the Neo-Assyrian king. And you kind of get around and you're like, hey, he hasn't been here. And I heard problems at home, let's form a little coalition, right? And let's throw off the chains, as they always say in the text, and throw off the yoke. And so they rebel. And if the Neo-Assyrian king can't do anything about it, then you get a nice long reign. You're kind of off by yourself, do your own thing, because the king can't be bothered to come over and put it down because he's got other stuff to deal with. But boy, you get somebody like Tiglath-Pileser III or something, when they get strong again, when they get, their 8th century ire up, now they're marching back. They're creating real problems for these petty kings. So, and that's why Nebuchadnezzar was such a big deal, because when he came to power, it was like, I'm not messing around. And so it became a real issue for the kings of Israel and Judah.
It's just early for Jerusalem, that's for sure.
Yes, definitely.
I've always found the concept of a negative confession. Like I got first exposed to it like studying, Egypt, the negative confessions associated with, the cult of the dead and afterlife, right? The fact that, the negative confessions, I have not done this, I have not done that. And then you see it in Mesopotamia as well. Yeah. The idea that it's a pronouncement you haven't done something. It's like, rather than, it's declaratory, and it's like a personal attestation that you haven't violated these major cultural taboos. And I find that very interesting, rather than saying I won't versus I haven't. It's kind of, this idea of a positive cultural motif that is a negative attestation. I think it's kind of fascinating.
That is interesting. No, don't be sorry. I have a question. Do you think you all would know? Are festivals also to kind of keep people happy, like chill them out, give them something to look forward to? Like, are some of these just to placate?
Certainly in the Roman era, for sure.
Really?
Like the Saturnalia?
Yeah, I mean, they've got all this unemployment. They drive people off the land. And replace the peasant farmers with slaves. This is like the backbone of the Roman economy, and force all these peasants into the cities where there's not really that much work. And so they give them free allotments of bread and beer and festivals. And that kind of keeps the populace in line. And as long as the bread and beer are flowing, people are kind of okay. But then when that system breaks down, the people uprise. But that was, slavery and pushing people off the land is a big part of what happens in Rome, and why it's so important for the Roman emperors to keep the poor folks happy with free stuff, basically, in the cities.
It was two ways to decrease the Roman city's the city of population in Rome in particular: raise a new legion to go conquer people, because there were certain eligible males that could be recruited from, or public games. That's how you in festivals, right? That's in feeding the people. It's hard to believe how big Rome was as a population and supported, but you're talking 1 million people in the ancient world, all in one place at minimum at certain times. And some historians go it was probably larger than that, but the conservative estimate is 1 million people at the height of Rome's population. And we won't see that again until Constantinople, about 5 centuries later. So it's kind of amazing when you actually look at how dense the population get in the ancient world. And then you have all the logistics: food, water, sanitation, housing.
And no, as far as like calendars go, because I guess calendars are a way of record keeping. A what? Am I asking something stupid?
No, just bad joke between me and Josh.
Oh dear. Because I've read about like one of the oldest calendars. Like I think it's an Akkadian. I'm not sure, but I find it really interesting to see how timekeeping was so based on back in the day astrological stuff, and now we're so focused on looking at the watch and whatnot. Are there any festivals that are particularly like geared toward the stars, sun, da da da?
Well,
anybody?
Yeah. So
I mean, I think that this is probably one for Pat. And the reason that I say that is, you guys might not know this, but he was soundly defeated in a debate a couple months ago by a brilliant scholar, on the topic of calendars. And I don't know if you guys realize this, but because you have been submitted to a 7-day week, this is actually evidence that Jesus is Lord of all.
Oh God!
And so Pat went into this debate, with his chest kind of puffed out, like he was really going to do something, and this person led him to Christ.
Let's lead you away. Let's lead you back to Satan, please. Back to the good side.
But obviously, I said that with my tongue firmly set in my cheek. But no, he did so much research on calendars and festivals, and yes, I actually think he's super excited, aren't you, Pat?
I am, but it's a huge subject, and I only scratched a little bit below the surface to tell you that when we talk about calendar systems, particularly in the A&E, we are talking about not only calendar systems like one ubiquitous calendar system, because there's really no single calendar. What we have is the evolutionary calendar that starts in the south, is transmitted to the north, somewhat changed, because what happened is they're getting better at astrology the entire time, and astronomy, because they're mixed. So when you say astrology or astronomy in the ancient world, you can't ancient people didn't distinguish it. It was all one system for the most part. They knew the difference between planets moving, but their mythology was so linked with it. It was a divination system at the same time. So as they got better at the astronomy part, they had to refine the calendars. They'd go, wait a minute, and they would get better and better at their divisions of time, to where by the time you're in the first millennium BCE, it's a crackerjack calendar. It's been refined for at least 2 full millennia, to where it is the most accurate calendar of the time period. And the fact they had multiple calendars all operating at once. You had a civil calendar, all the days that you got to show up to pay your taxes, army has to report for mustering, and that was divided into this 360-day block with this reconciliation period often, depending on which calendar system they were under. Basically, days you're going to add every so many years to make the calendar right again. Then you had this very complex religious calendar, which was based on the lunar calendar. Wait a minute, because religious festivals were lunar based, not secular. What do you mean they're not secular? They may occur on a secular day, but what set them up each month was the new moon, right? This idea that this transition, because the moon had not only importance in agriculture and a lot of other things, just keeping track of time. We knew we could calculate every 29 and a half days is a new lunar cycle, but it was this concept that we could also, it was a divine renewal. Each month, we had this symbolic rising and dying of a new moon, of a new period. So this is the divine imagery couldn't be ignored. And so you have these, we have to keep this calendar, but we really like this other one that's really organized. The administrative calendar, we need this because we need to know in a year what we're going to be doing in that other country. So this idea to be able to project out, that was really important for the legit region, and then be able to go back in time, because they can just take old calendar systems and go back and go, okay, that's why, 400 years ago because they were reconciling their time periods as well. Just think about the correspondence issue. Again, I don't want to bog everybody down on this. You're talking to the Egyptians. Right. You're in Babylon. You have official correspondence. You're talking about days that you're going to meet up. Two different calendar systems. Then you had to have people trained in both of those calendar systems. Then being able to reconcile both those calendar systems. But then the Hittites want to show up. The Neo-Hittites are like, well, we want in on this. And their calendar system might be a little bit different. They're definitely, their administrative calendar is often different, right? But the religious calendar may have some overlap as well. So, it's this, remember, part of state diplomacy, this is the part Josh could probably talk about a little bit more than I can, is when things are going good between two of these kingdoms, you have temples, kind of like diplomatic temples in these cities. So the Hittites would honor the gods of Egypt. Small, never is pristine, but often you have dignitaries in those cities. Sometimes you have inter familial marriages, right? Like, I'm going to send my daughter from Egypt to the Hittites for diplomatic relations. So her gods have to be honored, which meant keeping the religious calendar in Egypt in check, right? Because this is all part of the state system. And so these people ancient peoples were really astute at how to reconcile these calendar systems, and it becomes very complex because there were calendars reconciled in antiquity that people go, well, how'd they figure this out? And it's because they're really, really smart. And we always think that they're not as smart as we are. And in some places, when it comes to mathematics and logistics, they were just as smart. And at times, because of the lack of technology, they may have actually been more specialized in everyday knowledge than many people. Like everybody goes, oh, engineers are really smart. Yeah, we're ancient calendar specialists in Assyria.
Right,
I have a question.
I've got a question. Can I ask a question?
No, go ahead. I'm going to write mine down. Go.
Okay. The biblical date of creation at being put at 4000 BC. I heard William Lane Craig say that even in those days, they knew that was not a true date for creation. That is a symbolic date that they're choosing. Because they surely knew that the world was much older than that, because the towns that they were living in were much older than that. And the calendars, as you're saying, Pat, you would know more about this than I. So I'm asking, to what extent do you think, how far back do you think they knew the world was? What there was their sense, and to what would be your theory behind choosing that specific 4000 BC date?
So the writers of the Bible were pretty late in the game. We're talking the middle of the first century, middle of the first millennium BC.
Right. So
they just pointed back as far as their cultural identity would permit them. And this is really the problem when you get into the study of this period. They go, well, a long time ago, a long time to them was 4000 BC. To a region like Mesopotamia, let's just call them the Sumerians. That's 4000 BC is really at the point where, they've already started, they're not forming big cities yet, but they're already coalescing. We see in Egypt, in the pre-dynastic period, Nikeda periods, 4000 BCE, the Egyptians are forming settlement complexes as well. They don't have cities yet. So that was happening at the time. So they projected, again, places like Sumer, places like, even you see it in the Mycenaean Minoans, and I'm sticking in my wheelhouse here, but in Egypt as well, they projected back to a very distant mythical past that was kind of shrouded in mystery because they didn't want to give a definitive date. Unlike this later group in the Levant who said, yeah, we got a date for you. They're like, because we're going to give ages on our patriarchs. Many of Mesopotamia, they left it kind of nebulous, like a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. That was their answer to it. Just same thing if you read something like Hesiod, right? He talks about these past ages of mankind. And the Greek tradition was like just a long fucking time ago. Like when you're doing the translation, it doesn't mean like a little while ago. It means way back. And Egyptians, and from what I know, again, not my area of focus, especially, it's this guy over here. The Mesopotamians appeared doing the same thing. They really language that made it seem ancient and beyond knowing. Like in a lot of ways, like the gods a long time ago did this. Well, how long ago? A long time. Well, how long is a long time? Well, you stopped asking after the priest 4 or 5 times because they were saying a really long time ago. Well, how long a really long time ago? Like a really, really long time ago. Like how long, right? But it was kind of like our concept of eternity. If we had a date fixed at the end, it was like, it's a concept. It's not really it's not so many years. It's a concept of sometime before we have a memory, but the gods were there, so the gods know.
Yeah.
Think of it.
I think that's an important thing you said, like in the mythical past. And actually, I think that's probably a pretty good way to describe it. So there's a genre of texts that are incantations. And obviously Pat knows an awful lot about this stuff, but and there are people that spend their entire careers, I'm not one of them, delving into incantations. But one of the things that they do, and you see it also in mythological texts and literary texts, is it'll say like in those days, in those distant days. And quite often, even in like medical texts, there is this concept of back in the golden age, right? Back before shit got fucked up, right? And so one of the things that incantations do, one of the things that some of these medical texts do, the idea is to take the patient and supernaturally put them back into that period, because it's in that period that they can then, be brought out of this, inflicted disease. And so the incantation places the patient back in that time. And so again, like when you read through something like the Sumerian King List, which our earliest copies of it go back to like near the end of the 3rd millennium. So it's not like obviously that's old for all you other ancient people, but for us in Mesopotamia, where we invented writing, sick flex, Josh. No, but that it's still relatively later when writing is at the end of the 4th millennium, seeing it at the end of the 3rd millennium, But the dates that are given there, the time frames that are given, 28,800 years for the reign of a particular king.
Yeah.
So I would caution anybody listening to this to, take with a proverbial grain of salt anything that somebody like William Lane Craig says about ancient Near Eastern.
No, it was just that he was making the point that it wasn't a literal date, that he would have, that the biblical writers would have understood that to not be a literal date.
Yeah, getting to what ancient people thought is a very tricky and difficult. Obviously everybody on this panel knows that, but just everybody in the audience, it's tough to get at what is it that they thought, what is it that they believed. And so arguments are obviously made. We'll look at the round nature of these numbers, look at sexagesimal system. And so you could divide these out, and people have made elaborate arguments about, Genesis 5 and the dates that are given there, and they do it about the Sumerian King List. I think there's probably a lot more to it than just let's get the numbers lower by using these larger numbers to divide down. I think it's more nuanced than that. And because again, there is this concept, even in like literary texts like Enmerkar and the Lord of Arata, where writing is invented in the story itself. There are just mythological, obviously, aspects to so much of the story. Set aside things like the Anzu bird, right? That Lugal Banda, goes and like set that stuff aside. And Lugal Banda and the Anzu bird, and that whole the trying to get the genre of the section of the genre that deals with this country far out to the east, called Arata. There's so much involved here in distances, in time frames. Even the text itself is like, back when languages were one way, but now they're going to be this other way. It's projecting back. And I don't know that it's going to be so simple to ascertain, the writers thought X or did not think X. If people are interested in reading about the sort of the original text that Genesis 5 sort of develops or polemicizes, maybe, you can read Klaus Wilke, has some good stuff on the Sumerian king list. Piotr Steinkeller, Michalowski, I think, has some stuff on it, but people can email me and I'll get it to them. But it's just it's a very complicated document that I think meaning is probably not so straightforward. But I would just say people like, sorry, and I'll shut up, but like people like William Lane Craig, Edward, I'm definitely not knocking you for bringing him up. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep everybody in this discussion sort of keep their guard up a little bit, because people like William Lane Craig obviously have theological motivations, so when he comes out and says things like, well, let's rethink about Adam and Eve, well, that's in light of what we now know, about evolutionary biology or something. And so when people like James Hoffmeyer, who's an Egyptologist of a Trinity, I really respect the guy's work in many cases. When you get to something like the Exodus, he's got a stake that's been nailed down into the ground, and so he has to figure out how to maneuver the data around that. And so when Exodus 12 says there's 600,000 people that left Egypt, well, now he knows that can't be right. He's an Egyptologist that knows what he's doing. He can't. There's no way the New Kingdom supported 3 million Israelites leaving. And so now he's got but that's a stake that's driven in the ground. So he's got to, how do we work the data around that? I can't say the text is wrong. So I've got to say, maybe it doesn't mean 600,000 people. Maybe it means 600 military units, or something.
6,000 people.
Yeah, right. Something much, much smaller. And so, but you can see the commitment. So that's what I'd say. It's tough. That was a really long-winded way of saying it's tough.
If I can add just one thing.
Yeah.
Like the paradigm shift, I'm going to give you an example. Ancient people, from the best we can tell, look to the past. The modern age was a fallen period. So when we think about medical stuff, because they had similar concepts, medical technology, we always assume in our modern age is going to be like Star Trek in the future. You're going to walk in, they're going to wave a wand over you, and it's going to be nearly magical, but it'll be science. You'll get your cancer cured by taking one single pill, right? That's how we view the future. Ancient people saw that it was never going to get better than it was right now, technologically speaking, because the gods were more removed than they had been in previous times. The divine element was in the past. So in order to get like Star Trek, instead of going forward in time, you had to go back in time. That it was always behind us was greater. We think a lot of times as modern people, going forward will be better. That's not the mindset of ancient people. They saw what they were living as a fallen state of mankind, where when bad things happened, it was not only explainable, it was expected. And so things weren't going to never get better, but they could be okay. But if they did decline, that was just part of this natural progression of what they saw, these cycles. So it is a paradigm shift in cultural attitude that I don't think a lot of modern people can get their head around. That, what do you mean it's not going to get better in the future? Because the cultural symbology, right? Because we assume everything's going to be Star Trek, right? Or again, we have this dystopian.
Do you think there was a really general attitude, like across the ancient Southwest Asia, if you will?
I think it's the Mediterranean was also similar. Greeks and Romans had very similar attitude. Egyptians had really good attitude towards the afterlife. So even though it kind of was like, okay, while they were here, they were definitely going to get something on the other end that was pretty happy. The Egyptians saw the afterlife as kind of an eternal reward. Again, out of all the cultures of the ancient period around the same time, the Egyptians, in my opinion, and I'm sure someone's going to yell at me in the chat, the Egyptians for the period time study appear to have the most positive attitude towards the afterlife, absence a few Greco-Roman mystery cults, right? But generally, the Egyptians were like, hey, when you die, you may have been a farmer, but you're going to be a farmer in the afterlife. You're never going to go hungry. You're always going to have enough beer. You're going to have as much sex as you want with your wife. And when you work, you're never going to really have to toil. It'll be easy. It's like happy.
Yeah, you don't want to be turned into Mesopotamia and the southern Levant for for your positive afterlife.
No, but same thing with ancient Israel. It was kind of
that's what I mean.
It's bad.
Yeah,
not good.
I mean, it's not hell.
It's just done. You're just done.
You're like it's
You're
boring
dust.
as hell. That
Abraham's down there just waiting for people to visit. Just like,
right. It is very interesting. I gave a presentation that I'm probably gonna have to dip out. But I gave a presentation a couple months ago on ancient cosmology in ancient Near East and in the Hebrew Bible, and then the talk flowed into ideas of the afterlife in those two areas. And it really is like you don't have this concept of like punishment afterwards. And it's not like the Hebrew Bible has this unified idea of the afterlife, much to, I'm sure, many people's chagrin. But it's just sort of, you're just sort of done, right? And if you do know anything, it's boring. And like it's there's dust that builds up on the door and the bolt, right? I mean, it's just like people are in feathers, and it's just weird. It's a weird description that they give, but it's all about it's just really boring and blah, and really live it up while you're here, right? And because it's not like it gets better afterwards. But guys, thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
I know you guys put in the private chat to plug something. I do want to plug. Yes. I don't know if you guys all know, but Megan, it has a new podcast. She is the host of Bart Ehrman's podcast, Misquoting Jesus.
Shut up. That's awesome.
He handpicked her. It's not like she applied, and out of a select group of people, he said, "Yeah, I want her." He contacted her and said, unsolicited, and said, "I want you to be the host of my podcast." Awesome. So he and Megan every week on the Misquoting Jesus podcast go on. I'm super, super proud of her.
No, that's amazing. I'm so happy
great
for her.
Yeah, so definitely go check that out. He's, of course, if you guys know Bart, he's a super nice guy. But obviously unbelievably brilliant. So, but I did have somebody at Clubhouse, if you guys are ever on Clubhouse, get some real scholars on there, tell me that Bart Ehrman is just a real moron, who didn't know anything, and he was able to pick his arguments apart. And then Oz asked him, "Oh, so what are your qualifications? What's your you see you have a lot of Greek training?" No, I work in HVAC. Which is not bad, obviously.
It's a lot of wind.
Very difficult, but I mean, it's
you're saying.
You're not reading Greek while you're doing HVAC usually. So it's just frustrating. But anyway,
thank you so much for joining us, and we absolutely love your channel. I'm sure if people in the audience have not seen you before, I don't know how they haven't, but Digital Hammurabi. And obviously Meg's on there too. I was just watching her read the Tablets of Gilgamesh. I think she said it was the 150th anniversary of them being unearthed. So that's freaking a festival. Celebrate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
awesome.
And her, her melodious voice. You just can't.
Oh my God. And the hair, please. Yes. Goddess. Anyway, thank you so much, Josh.
Thank you guys for having me on. And good to talk with you
guys.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Bye.
All right, gentlemen, it's back to us. We are coming up on the 1 hour mark. So if there is any questions in the audience, please make sure y'all getting them in. But
we didn't talk about any festivals. Other
I
than,
know.
like,
I wanted to hear about like Saturnalia or something, or I don't know,
we
Mithra or
another time. No, Ed, do you have anything you want to talk about? Because Josh and I were taking way more of the conversation than we should have.
Oh, I mean, I could talk about the goddesses and stuff.
Oh, we love goddesses.
We do. What's your favorite goddess?
Well, the one I'm really most focused on right now is, well, the goddesses in the Bible. So I've got sort of two answers to that question. I really like the gnarly goddesses, Kali and Anat. Kali is a particular favorite of mine. And then Anat for the Bible, I think, is really just a tremendously underappreciated character that people have really not recognized just how enormously powerful she is. And that I would argue that she's the most powerful piece on the chessboard in the mythological pantheon of the Canaanites and the Israelites, that, you know, she has the power to destroy God. And, you know, she walked right up to him and threatens to smash his skull in. So people have really not really delved into the full character of Anat. And then also Venus, I think, as the Queen of Heaven, and the thing in my work that I'm focused on is the connection. Everyone makes the connection between Inanna and Ishtar and recognize that that's the same goddess, but they don't as much are talking about that she also continues on as Astarte in the Bible, and that Astarte is very much just the continuation of Ishtar. She's also the Queen of Heaven. So she's the Queen of Heaven in Jeremiah, in my opinion, not Asherah. Asherah is the mother, Astarte is the maiden, and Anat is death. So it's the triple goddess there. And so Astarte is one King Solomon's worshiping. That's where the Kadesha and the ritual sex is, and that this tradition carries on. And then as you flip, and my argument is that these are all old matriarchal indigenous peoples' traditions. And that as you flip from matriarchy to patriarchy, the Kadesha holy women get knocked out of business. So they still keep having temple sex in the Venus temples of Aphrodite and Roman Venus. The temple sex continues right on, but they're no longer holy women. They're just whores. So they've been devalued once you flip into because the Greeks are totally patriarchal. The Greeks and Romans are totally patriarchal, but the earlier traditions were rooted in these old matriarchal traditions. And so you see the women losing their status as holy women as you flip from the older Mesopotamian traditions to the later Greek and Romans. And this is taking place in the Old Testament with Astarte, when they're cutting down the Asherah poles and blaspheming Astarte, calling her Ashtoreth, which means shameful Astarte. They're really like knocking her down a peg. So you're seeing it happening, that they're taking these old traditions where the women were valued doing this ritual prostitution and stuff, and the women benefited from it, and then they're losing their rights or losing their privileges, and they get devalued in the culture. And so that's kind of what I'm working on.
I wanted to say, just repeat something that you had said before that I thought that now that you say it, I mean, who knows, but saying that Anat is like one of the most fierce goddesses of all time, wearing hands and heads around her body, just like Kali. The fact that she really isn't mentioned in the Bible, you kind of said that maybe that they're like, it was too taboo to even mention her.
I call her she must not be named.
It's kind of cool.
That the silence on Anat speaks volumes. I mean, they mention Asherah plenty of times. They're always cutting down the Asherah pole. They have no problem talking about that. They have no problem talking about Astarte. They call her shameful Astarte because she's a sex goddess. But Anat, they don't mention her. They talk about Baal plenty. So we know Anat's part of the story because Anat and Baal are consorts. But they don't mention Anat. Well, she's the one who walks right up to Elohim, and threatens to kill him. And he doesn't rebuke her. He doesn't get mad at her. He doesn't say, "How dare you?" He gives her what she wants. He says, "You're right. There's no one more terrible and violent than you." So to me, it's pretty clear that she is incredibly powerful. And to even name her, even to identify her from the biblical writer's perspective, would be to make her real, to give her power, to give her identity. And so they can't defeat her, so they have to ignore her. And so I call her she who must not be named. But they allude to her because she shows up in place names and stuff. So we know that she's in the Bible. We know she was part of the culture.
And I just from what I've learned, which is not very much, but I see so many, I don't know, similarities, parallels between some of the goddesses and like, you know, where you study, Pat, and now reading like the tales from Ugarit and finding out there really is a lot of crossover. And I really had no idea. I mean, obviously, like I don't want to oversimplify things and say this God equals this God, but you know, I'm sure however those things translate
I
out.
think sometimes you absolutely can. I mean, the Greeks certainly do in their writings. They equate the gods. So I think
Right. Yeah. They'll just say so-and-so is so-and-so. True. And on statues and things, we see that.
And then as far as the Ugaritic, that was one of the most shocking things I learned about. In all of the research I've done on all this stuff is reading the Ugaritic texts and seeing that you're seeing the same gods from the Old Testament in their own mythology, which is something we had no access to until just our lifetimes. Like this has only been published for the public since the 1970s.
60, 70 years.
Yeah. No, read more recent than that. They found the things in 1928, but they weren't translated and made available to the public.
Right, translation.
And the most recent translations are brand new, like from the last 10 years. So it's really new information. And most people have not, grokked that, we've got an entire bit of mythology with Baal and Asherah and El all in their own storyline. And that's the myths of the Israelites. That's the native traditions prior to Yahweh coming on the scene. And then Yahweh is competing with Baal. Baal is the king of the gods in the Baal cycle. And then Yahweh is coming along and saying, I'm going to knock you out. I'm going to become king of the gods. And he's got to fight with Baal the entire first temple period. Yahweh and the cult of Yahweh and the cult of Baal are fighting with one another. And so what are they fighting about? Like there's a reason on the ground, I think, like at a cultural level that they're fighting about. And I think it's the human sacrifice. I think that's at the core, idolatry and divination and superstition in general. But I think that the child sacrifice was a reality and that it associates with the Baal cult across the Phoenician, all the way up to Carthage. The connecting tissue is where they're worshiping Baal. They're doing these particularly gnarly human sacrifices. And I think that's at the heart of why they want to get rid of that cult and why there's an appetite in the community to overthrow the cult of Baal, is because it's like this gnarly, old, superstitious, bloodthirsty tradition. I mean, Anat's his girl, so he's running around with Kali basically at his side. They delight in slaughtering humans. It's a really nasty, it's a pretty gnarly tradition. And I can see why the Hebrew prophets were like against this guy. Like it kind of makes sense. I think it fits.
Well, you all, it's Pat. I don't want to like cut anybody off before we switch into the new. But I want to make sure you. I want to. Do you have anything to plug? I want to make sure you guys can plug anything that you have coming up or whatever before we go. Sorry.
I have nothing to plug except I want everybody have low Saturnalia, enjoy Saturnalia. When you exchange gifts this Christmas, remember you're reenacting a Roman tradition that had to do with the giving of objects to friends in order to reconcile for the year. And, January 1st, the Festival of Janus was also a day of present giving. So Saturnalia, week-long festival. And then the day of New Year under Janus was giving objects to people you loved. If you wanted to reconcile during Saturnalia with someone who'd been a little bit of a contention, maybe a public or familial disgruntledness, giving them a gift, everything from like a little tchotchke to something very valuable. If you were being serious, you'd give them a serious gift. So as you exchange gifts this Christmas, just remember that, that's maybe where this tradition originates, because Romans really liked it. Very popular festival, one of the most popular festivals. You got the whole week off work, by the way. This week was...
We don't even get that now.
Well, imagine the ancient Romans gave slaves...
It's at this same time of year? Like around
it starts tomorrow. It's 17th through the 23rd. So in the Roman calendar right now, tomorrow, slaves would no longer have to do slave labor. I know that sounds bad, but at the same time, the heads of households, masters and mistresses, would then lower their rank where they would either serve themselves and or serve it become a more commonality, particularly with slaves that were domestic slaves in the household. There was this idea that they were given a week off. You want to call it vacation? It really wasn't vacation because everybody was still having to do things, but this idea of gift giving. Also, there would be a informal, lack of a better term, king, like a commoner, like some Joe citizen would be made king, and then he would be in charge of the festivities. There was a lot of merrymaking, a lot of partying, a lot of drinking during this period in Rome, and there would be a king appointed, and he would just be like the king of fun, the party animal. And so, like, this was a very serious festival for the Romans to blow off steam, but also get preparatory for the beginning. Again, remember, Julius Caesar changes the calendar a little bit, and then it gets changed even more. But like the beginning of the year, beginning in January, is a kind of a new thing in the 1st century CE, and was definitely changed under Julius Caesar in the 1st century BCE. So Janus becomes increasingly important, to where it's also this idea of giving gifts to people in honor to, instead of just closing the year out with gifts, you're also beginning the year with gifts. So this is a very, within a 2-week period, you have a bunch of gifts given among people in order to not only reconcile, but to promote friendship and happiness and all these things as well. And lamps were a very common gift at the Festival of Janus, because, New Year, start off with a new lamp.
I love the idea of reconciliation instead of giving gifts just to give gifts, if that makes sense. That's awesome. Janice, I'm going to write that down, and I got to take a look at that. Well, Ed, do you have anything you want to plug before you?
Great way to finish up, Pat.
Yeah, and Ed and I are going to hang out in the back and chat up.
Yeah, please do. I'm really glad to see you both be able to talk. Thanks you all for coming. Thank you for everybody in the audience for sticking around. And I guess that's it from ancient myths, festivals, whatever it was we talked about, from Sumer to Rome and Canaan, everywhere.
All right,
is that it, Wes? Do I need to do a song and dance? Thank you.
Thank you, Wes.
Thank you for visiting us on Patreon to support Skeptic Haven. We're a humanist media group that produces shows and social media posts to support science, skepticism, humanism, and critical thinking. We focus on topics that deserve more exposure. For example, the treatment of women in Iran, prejudice against the transgendered, the reality of scientific findings, the unpublicized harm that too often happens within religious communities, and finding of joy after one leaves religion. We currently have 5 shows, each with its own focus. The Sunny Spot, Science and Knowledge. The Bible Says What, highlighting illogical and often immoral behavior in that supposedly perfect book. Secular Soapbox, Current Affairs and Visits with Other Atheists. Women Atheists Unloads, Social and Human Rights Issues, and most recently, The Global Atheists, a long overdue platform from around the world by and for atheists of many cultures. Now here's the money pitch. Skeptic Haven has a core of 3 executive producers and a team of almost 20 people. Each one of them volunteers. We've been scratching and inching along for a while now, trying to get to the point where we're self-sufficient financially, but we're not there yet. We're kind of far from it. So we need your help getting up to that point. Look at this content. We're so proud of what we've done here. We're so proud of this work and hope to get this to a larger audience. Your support will not only help us get our infrastructure up to spec, but give us some income to boost our exposure on social media. You'll find us all over the internet, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, see if I can get them all, Discord, Twitch now, and most recently Mastodon. And once your dollars allow it, we will get ourselves up on as a podcast too, all our episodes. So thank you for supporting the Skeptic Haven mission. We hope that our work will result in more science education, more compassion, more knowledge about others, understanding of each other, and living together in coexistence in this world. Please write to us with any feedback, ideas, suggestions for topics, guests, anything of interest to you. Facebook Messenger is usually best, but really you can use anything. Our email is info@skeptichaven.com. Thank you for your encouragement. We look forward to chatting with you in any show's chat. Please subscribe on Skeptic Haven on YouTube. Like the videos as you watch them. That really helps a lot. Click on the bell to be notified of upcoming episodes, of course. And one more thing. As a patron, you have the ability to come into our shows from out of the chat room and ask a question of our guests. Just let us know in the chat, and we'll send you a link to join the show. So that's it. Kind of short and sweet. Be kind. Take care of each other. And we'll see you at YouTube.
welcome back. Thank you, everybody,
Hey.
for sticking around. Hey, thank you for joining us. Cindy, hello. Mary, hello. Glad you all are here tonight for our Patreon drive. If everybody hasn't heard, we got 2 new Patreons. I think it was 2. It was Shannon and Dan. Thank you. And I wanted to thank, I believe it was Lily, for the super chats. You all are so amazing, and we do appreciate your support. Helps, just get the word out and support the ones doing the work behind the scenes.
It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work.
Yeah.
I've run a small show just myself, and I tell you, just trying to get people to book, that was just a job in of itself. Not to mention all the other stuff that went along with it. So, if you don't mind, Mary, would you give us a little introduction about yourself? We're going to be what I was told the show was about is about kids and Christmas. Were you all told the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that I got my shit together tonight. But yes, Mary, please, would you tell us a little bit about yourself for our audience?
Well, I mean, I did just wait. So I'm Mary. I was born Amish, obviously, and basically, I guess I would say 18 years ago, I escaped. And so one of the things that I've done in the past 18 years is speak very openly and publicly about some of the abuse issues and some of the things that we were taught that were very unhealthy. And I recently released a book. It's called The Reflections and Memories of an Amish Misfit, which is very interesting because I actually wrote about a present that I got as a kid. So here's the thing. This is what happened. So we weren't allowed to wear the color purple in my community. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I
didn't know that was in the Bible, but okay.
Well, maybe så Lissette is wie die Jezebel is. Und sie haben sie den Nord schmissen von das Fenster. Und die Hunde haben alles gegessen von sie. Und es war nichts übrig gewesen. Ich stehe hint.
This is something that they say when you ask about colors.
Okay, so Jezebel, okay, she was sitting in the window, right? And she wore purple and red and all the glorious colors, right?
Right.
And they threw her from the window, and the dogs ate everything of her except her hands because.
Oh my God. And this is definitely stories that you should be telling kids, just FYI.
I'm just saying, you should totally do that. I cannot see how this could ever scar a kid's perception.
Right. But
well,
I live a more colorful life now because of it. I make sure I wear bright colors because I'm proud to be just like Jezebel, wearing bright colors. Haha. I like that.
Even the hair.
Yes.
Anyways, so I write about like receiving like a dress that was like really purplish. And it wasn't even a dress. It was just dress material. Oh. And it was kind of like this thing. So you said talking about kids and Christmas, like, okay, so there I was as a kid getting a dress that's going to send me straight to hell as a Christmas gift.
Like, oh my goodness. What if you were colorblind? Honestly. You don't even realize you... Sheesh. Boy, that really makes you wonder, like, what was the intention with this dress? Like,
I don't know, but I never wore it.
Okay.
I literally never wore it because of that. So, like, there's that. And like it's just so anyways, so when you start talking about kids and Christmas, I guess I kind of have like an idea that maybe just maybe it could be helpful to not tell your children they might be like Jezebel We can all be Jezebel. So, did you know there's a Jezebel root? This is totally off topic. But did you know
Jezebel root?
Yes.
No.
There is. I promise you, there is.
No, I had
Random
no idea.
things you should never Google Jezebel root.
Oh.
But we should not tell our kids, like, number one, I feel like I like to be honest with my kid, like, about things. So I've never celebrated Christmas with my kid, to be honest. We exchange gifts, we celebrate the season, but we don't celebrate Christmas. Because I don't think that I should harm my child by telling them the same stories that we were told. Like, for example, Jezebel.
Yeah, like for example, good old Jezebel getting thrown from a window, deservedly so, because she dared to have nice things on her body. Like, who does that? Disgusting.
I mean, and what made her deserving to be thrown from the window?
Because she had autonomy, because she was doing her own business in the kingdom, because she came from aristocrat family. She was a princess. She was very intelligent, could speak more than one language. What is there to hate in the ancient world of patriarchy? You know what? And sadly enough, it's a tale as old as time, because it continues throughout history. When you find a woman who has some kind of authority or power, whatever you want to call it, you say, oh, she's a POS, she's a tramp, you kill her, and then it's justified and it's righteous. Just kind of keeps getting continued. Dan, we love you. A Patreon and a super sticker. You're the best. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Yule to you and yours. Cindy, do you have any fond memories of Christmas? Did you celebrate Christmas? Because I didn't. So
yeah, but I grew up in France, and so religion is very low in France. I mean, I don't have, except for the tree and the gifts at the bottom of the tree. That's all I can remember, and even that I'm not sure we did it every year. But
just let me just interject and ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Interject.
So what religion were you, Cindy? Because, like, the tree, where did the tree come from?
It's just a tradition, the tree, Santa, and it's just
no, I mean, like the tree tradition itself in the olden days, like, people would go out. They would go out. Yeah. And they would cut down the Yule tree, and they would have a Yule log to celebrate the return of the light, right? So, like, what religion were you that incorporated a tree? Like, why is it okay for your religion to allow you to have a tree?
We didn't have any religion, so it's just, yeah, like I said, it's a Western culture, I would say, to celebrate Christmas and have, but without the religious aspect.
Well,
we have the same thing that people in the US have, Santa, and in certain parts of France, we also, or instead, have Saint Nicholas. But it doesn't have any religious baggage behind it.
So for you, it was just the tradition, something you do, no really religious purpose behind it.
No.
It wasn't because of the sweet baby Jesus?
No.
You just wanted to give gifts and get gifts.
And that was...
Yeah, that's pretty much it, yeah.
Wow.
That's kind of what like Jehovah's Witnesses would say. Well, it's it's just about getting gifts. Like, what's the problem with it? No, it's evil because it's pagan. It's evil. I mean, not that I give two craps now that I'm an adult, but as a kid, you're just like, Christmas is evil. Who would have thunk it? Do I not? Wait, what did you say? Do I not get Belgium chocolates for Christmas this year, Cindy? Oh,
wait, you're giving out Belgian chocolates?
Right? Like, hello.
Is there a
excuse me.
list? Where do I sign up?
So
Santa baby.
When I started my channel, every Christmas I used to send a box of Belgian chocolates to people who helped me with my channel. I stopped doing it last year because almost everyone in the US had their box completely opened and trashed and everything mixed up by the customs, and so they received everything, and so I decided to stop doing it towards the US. But I was thinking about doing it for other people who are not in the US and see how it goes.
Well, if you ever, are able, you want to give it a little testaroni, you just, you know where to test it. Actually, I haven't had chocolate in like almost 3 weeks now. So yeah, I'm like really craving it. I'm trying to cut back.
Oh, well.
Anyway, so when it comes to Christmas, I don't know about you all, but obviously I didn't know that Amish even celebrated Christmas. But obviously I've heard other people who celebrate it just because it's a tradition. They don't really give two F's about what it's about. But as far as like in your family, Mary, how would Christmas go? You would have a tree and
no, we didn't have a tree.
Oh, okay. That was like a symbol
no, that's like
okay.
way too worldly. Like, we
okay.
just don't even know if those people with trees, like if they're even going to heaven anymore. We just don't know. Okay.
Evil tree people.
Okay,
Shit,
but like like we did make like 3 gallons of turtles.
Oh, okay. So that was
and
like
chocolate covered cherries and Rice Krispie treats and
like food. Food is kind of big in the community, I would think, right?
Yes, food is very big in the community.
Delicious food. I mean, I've not had a lot, but from where I'm from, there's a lot of Pennsylvania Dutch. So I've had I mean, I guess I don't freaking even know traditional, but food that anyway. Delicious pies. Oh,
candy. We would make candy for Christmas. We would make so many candies for Christmas. We even did taffy pulls and
what's that?
Taffy pulls?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are taffy pulls, Mary?
When you make taffy and you go pull it together, like you have a group of people doing it. Like that's part of it, is like you have a group of people doing it. It's not just you doing it.
See, that's okay. See, that's really good. See, I've never had anything like that. Oh my God. Well, did you enjoy doing that? Was that fun for you? Or was it like, how did you feel?
Well, like I mean, like, quite frankly, I have a really difficult time around the holidays because several things. One is, including that, is that, there should be, because I'm shunned, there should be like a bunch of family members that would periodically like get together and make like things together. And so that should be a thing, but it's not because I'm shunned.
Right. And shunning is a hot topic. I'm not sure if you've seen any of my TikToks, but the Jehovah's Witnesses are having a hell of a time with their shunning policy right now.
One of my bestest friends is an ex-JW.
Okay.
And I've known her since 2015.
Okay.
I've seen some of your TikToks, and just shunning is a really hot topic right now.
It is. It really is, because I mean, I don't think that anybody should be shunned. but at least they need to change their policy on children. Like you've got to try to build a bridge here and meet people halfway. You can't be shunning children. Children can't sign contract. They can't make lifetime commitments to a group of men. That's just
right.
It's ridiculous. They legally can't consent to things. How can they legally consent to this?
Exactly. How can children consent to being part of a religion or being baptized into a religion when they can't legally make decisions according to the authorities, the governing authorities, and the law? They cannot make decisions for themselves, and their parents have to make decisions for themselves. So how can these children actually make a decision for themselves?
Yeah.
By the way, Mary, on this very topic, I wanted to ask you. You in your description right here, you say born Amish, and I wanted to ask you about this because I don't think you are born as a specific religion. So why do you use this label?
Okay, just don't, Cindy. Okay, first off, I was born Amish, believe it or not. Second off, being Amish is not just a religion. It is a culture, and it is also a type of genetics that we have certain genetic disorders that literally have been created because of genes being recessive and dominant over the last 400 years, because we have been marrying our cousins for so long. They call it the founder effect. And no, we're not allowed to marry our first cousins, but we are allowed to marry our second cousins.
Oh, wow.
So, was I born Amish? Yes, I was born Amish. I have medical conditions I will never get rid of because I was born Amish. So, I can't ever be ex-Amish because I can never get rid of those genes. So, until you extract those genes from me, guess what? I'm still born Amish.
And it's basically just like Judaism, and you can be born Jewish, but you might not be religious whatsoever. Yeah. So what do you? And that's something I'd like for you to tell. What do you consider yourself now that you've left the community of Amish, but you yourself are born Amish? Do you have a title? But do you call yourself anything, like a group of people?
I'm just non-compliant with the church rules. I don't practice Amish.
So not non-practicing, basically.
Something like that. Yeah.
And I mean, I'm pretty sure that's kind of how a Jewish person, they don't practice. They're not religious. Yeah. That's really important, because that's, until I had met you, it would never cross my mind. I wouldn't have known, because I think there's not as much known about the Amish community. I don't know why it just seems so quiet. It just doesn't seem to obviously it makes the news. I hear a buggy crash Amish and things like that. Amish apostate.
Oh,
right?
I love it, Wes. That's
great.
It. Yes, Amish apostate. I'm gonna make a note. Thank you, Wes. That's great.
Yeah, that's really good, Wes.
I am an apostate.
Me too. And can I ask? I know this show is about Christmas. Do you guys hate me in the audience if I just ask the question to my panel? they're like, bitch, ask what you want. You're the one doing this shit. What are you talking about? So apostate, for instance, definitely has a negative connotation when you're coming from a very insular, high control religion. But me, I kind of see it as empowering myself. I'm taking it back. I don't even agree with your definition of what an apostate is. So I kind of wear it with, fine, I'm an apostate. How do you all feel about taking complicated words like that and turning them back on the person who gave you that name? How do you feel about it? Is it cool? Is it dumb?
Rion, have you seen the video I did with the dress, the Amish dress?
Where you were taking the different layers or no?
And I painted all the words that people have called me.
Yes.
That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. I feel like people call us these things because they have a desired effect. They have an expectation of an outcome. And people also try to control how we talk about ourselves. Like, for example, the reason that people think that I shouldn't call myself Amish. I've gotten emails about this. I have literally gotten emails about this telling me it is really sad that you still call yourself Amish after everything that you've experienced. But I can't get rid of it. My future generations can't get rid of it. So what am I supposed to tell the doctor?
And the fact that you like, obviously I'm not born, like it's different for me, but you have that mentality. Like you've lived that life for me for 40 plus years.
Right.
Like it's part of my identity is as much as I do or don't like it. I mean, I'm fine with it. It's who I am. I'm proud to be who I am. And I'm proud to stand up against, you know, all the like disgusting things that I was taught.
Exactly. So I think that when we take those words and we own them, which here's another fun fact. There's a newspaper article about me that was written in 2004.
Wow.
By a reporter named Paul Levy. It was published in the Minneapolis Star Tribune. My stepfather, William Kempf, called me a very disobedient girl. Why do you think I have a channel that's called Disobedient Women?
Boom. Right?
Call me disobedient. I am. I will show you. Don't worry, honey. You thought that was bad? I got more.
Right. Like, oh, sweetheart, I was giving you restraint. If you want me to unleash the beast, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for you to open my door, honey. Thank you. Come on in. Let's do this. Cindy, what do you feel? How do you feel about it? Do you own any, like, is there anything you've ever been called and you're kind of like, you know what? I am that, sure. Boop, right back at you.
Not on the religious side. I'm trying to think about something about being trans, and I've had a relatively positive transition. So, except for a couple cases of issues at work or people around me, I didn't get any kind of issues that you're talking about. But I think that when you are called something negative like this and you own it and then you turn it back, I think it helps change the stereotypes, and you see it in every culture, like Black people owning again the N-word. You see it in several cases, and I think it's interesting. It's puzzling for many people because they don't understand that if you're inside the group, then it's a good thing to use the word, but if you're outside, it's an insult. But it's also eye-opening, and I think just for that it's worth the trouble or the empowerment you were talking about, Ryan. Yeah, I think it's a good thing, and more people should do it.
Yeah. Well, that's how I feel about it anyway. I feel like I like to turn it around, right back on them. Doesn't affect me, rolls right off my shoulder. So back to maybe a little bit back to Christmas. Tis the season, or Yule, whatever you may or may not celebrate for people who are watching maybe a bit later. I really don't do much of anything. Do you do anything, Cindy? I know, Mary, you had mentioned some stuff that you traditionally used to do, but I'm not sure how much you still do around the holidays now. But you know, if you're not really I guess if you have bad memories, you kind of don't necessarily want to go all out all the time.
Well, I have a tree up. It is black like my soul, if it exists.
Right?
And it has skulls on it.
Ooh, see, I think that's cool. I
And the
love that.
tree topper is a skull because you know what? Here's the thing. There are so many people who struggle at the holidays. There are so many children
Yeah.
who suffer at the holidays. There are children who are going cold, like they're going hungry, they're cold, they don't necessarily have gifts. They don't necessarily even have a tree. So at the end of the day, the skulls are just, they make me feel better instead of pretending everything is beautiful and fabulous and amazing in the world. It's more of a
Yeah.
realistic viewpoint for me. And the other thing that I like to do is I do like to at least make cookies, because that's another thing is we would make cookies with the cookie press, which I also write about it in my book, is making cookies with a cookie press. But there was one time I got in trouble for it. But anyways, I make these little cookie press cookies, and we make lemon icing for them, and they're like the best. Like they just melt in your mouth. They're like butter cookies, just
Oh my
amazing.
God.
We should totally make butter cookies. That's what we should do. And
Ooh,
my friend and I
yum.
love making chocolate covered cherries. I don't know if we're going to do it this year, but we might. We might. And sometimes I make peanut brittle, and sometimes I make cashew crunch and
Oh my
fudge, and there's a lot.
Sheesh. Wowsies.
I mean, there's a lot.
You know how? Yeah, I know how to bake and cook barely, bare minimum. And you're naming so many things. I'm like, if I could cook all that, I probably would have a terrible time maintaining my weight.
You know what I need to do? I need to get together with my fellow backslid helpmeets, and we need to make a edible shop in Colorado.
Ooh, oh my God. I would. You have no idea how bad I want edible. Oh, and we can't get it here yet. It's just not time. So I'm going to try.
I mean, and we could call it the backslid helpmeets, right?
There you go.
Or the
See,
Amish
it's perfect.
edibles.
Oh, did we get a new Patreon?
Yeah.
Oh, yay.
See, I feel like I should have had a song prepared. Everybody,
You should have had
2
a
hours
song.
ago, everybody was talking about writing an atheist Christmas song. And I was like, I should write an atheist Christmas
You know what?
song.
I heard a Christmas song today. Let me tell you something else I do.
Yeah?
I listen to Christmas parody songs because they're much more fulfilling for me. Okay? But today,
Okay.
I was in the hospital, and I kid you not, I don't know what song it was. I don't care what song it was, but it just kept singing about the end of the world. And I'm just seriously, I don't need any doomsday reminders today.
Oh, sheesh. Well, I did hear just recently that one of I can't remember which one it is. I think it's Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. The actual words were so depressing that the singer, can't remember her name, forced them to rewrite the song so it wasn't as depressing.
Was it Barbara Streisand? No.
I
What was
don't
her name?
remember.
I saw that article too. I know.
Yeah, I thought that
know
was
what
really
you're-
funny. I was like, damn, it was so depressing.
Mariah Carey? Is it
It's
Mariah Carey?
older.
No?
I don't think so. I think this is old and from where the original song, I guess kind of was sung. Oh, can I please say thank you to Deneen? They flashed it up on a screen. Thank you, Deneen, our new Patreon. And Cindy, did you want to take care of the Patreons in the private chat? Would you mind?
Oh, we still have time.
Okay. We can do that at the end.
Yeah, we'll do it at the end. So I don't do anything special because from one side I'm far from my family, so that's one thing. Thank you, Dan, again.
Dan's the best.
And yeah, since I left France and went to live to Belgium, yeah, there's a lot of unresolved issues with my family. So that's one issue, and I haven't made close enough friends here to be able to do something on Christmas with someone. So it will be a normal day for me this year again. But there's something I want to talk about, and I'm sorry in advance if people don't like what I'm going to say, but there's one reason why I hold back on this Christmas thing. It's because I hate this this gift exchange tradition, meaning and it is not just Christmas. It's birthdays. It's Valentine's Day. You have to give a gift to someone, and I hate that idea. Like, it's my birthday, you're my girlfriend, you have to give me to get me something, and I hate that idea. This entitlement, this it totally changed the idea of a gift. Is I want to give you something special because I like you, because I love you, and instead it's you have to give me something, otherwise I'll be mad at you, otherwise and I hate
disappointment.
All this. Yes, and there's this hypocrisy that if you give me something that I don't like, I have to pretend I did, and then I have to get rid of it. all this
Sorry.
All this, this dance, this hypocritical dance. I hate all that. When I see something and I think, wow, this person will love it, I just buy it and offer it. I hate the idea of a fixed day gift.
I feel you. It does seems a bit strange to like,
yeah.
Well, today's my day, so you give me, like, gimme. And I struggle with, I don't even tell people my birthday because I feel guilty. And I don't even care if people tell me their birthday. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. What's your star sign? Like, that's awesome. But like, I don't tell people mine because it's just how I was raised to feel weird about it. Since you brought up gifts though, we kind of know what Mary's worst gift was. I think it's a purple dress that you couldn't wear unless you got something else that was bad. But I have a bad gift. What about you, Cindy? Have you ever gotten a gift where you felt like you had to pretend that you liked it? And you in the audience, have you ever gotten a gift that you had to pretend you liked? Tell me what it was.
I can't think of anything,
no?
To be honest.
Oh.
No.
Well, how lucky okay, I have to tell y'all about my worst gift. And I do kind of feel bad that I absolutely hated it, but I was never a doll person. And even one time my parents gave me a birthday present. This was when we weren't Jehovah's Witnesses, and it was a doll. So I wasn't really happy with it, but whatever. I like stuffed animals, whatever. So then I'm married to my ex, and my mother-in-law at the time gives me a porcelain doll, just like a doll that you would just like boop, sit somewhere and look at with a dress. And I donated it like straight away. Like that was like the creepiest thing. I am an adult. Nothing wrong with adults who want to collect dolls. I wasn't a doll collector. Okay. There was no reason to buy me a doll. And I was just like, oh, she's so pretty. I was like, is this what people get for Christmas? Because this is like my first experience with Christmas. And I'm like, is this what people give as gifts? Like, this is not me at all. You'd have been better not giving me anything, quite frankly, because I felt like it was such a waste.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was just, I prefer if I get a gift, I prefer something like handmade or not handmade, but just really thoughtful. It doesn't have to be expensive, but I don't know. That's just my style. Not that I don't like expensive gifts. I mean, hey. Hello.
I mean, so in essence, what you're saying is you want a gift that's meaningful. Like, for example, so several years ago, my friends went out and they bought me a lamp that is like the right kind of lamp for my sewing area. Like, it's really meaningful, but it's just a lamp.
Right, exactly. Like the perfect. My girlfriend one time. Okay, so as a Jehovah's Witness, we couldn't celebrate holidays. I keep saying that, but just in case people don't know, coming in the audience. But so we made up our own holiday, and it was all the initials of our names. We just called it this holiday. It was our initials, and it only lasted like 2 years, I think, before we got in trouble for it. But my girlfriend, and I still remember to this day, and I was like 14 years old when I got this gift. No, 16, excuse me, windshield wipers. We were in my car. It was raining. The windshield, it just like smears all the dirt around. And it was like, because they're like $15 a piece, or, I don't know. They're expensive, at least anyway. And I was just like, oh my God, I like went outside like right away and put my new windshield wipers on because it was the best. It was so thoughtful. Like, she saw me in need of something and said, I'm going to fill that need. And that is really like the best thing for me, the best gift. Anyhow.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. You either fulfill a need, or you think about something that the other person will appreciate because they like certain things, and that's what gifts should be all about. Not just about obligations or special events. Should be about making the other person happy, not just you miserable for a month before that because you have to find something that
This was my lovely Christmas robe that I didn't wear it because it would be a little too hot. I'm like sweating right now. I was like anxious for the show. Yeah, anxiety. It's great. Don't ask me why. But so Kat said that they got a really ugly tourist sculpture once as a yeah, like, I guess thank you. Like, what do you say to some of this stuff? Like, I guess they're thinking of you. I guess.
I
think so. Anyway. Oh, and as a reminder, y'all, for people in the audience, the show will be continuing into the next hour. I apologize. I think I've already lost who is the host. Is it Teo? I'm not sure if you know, Cindy. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
I apologize, y'all, but yeah, it is Teo. Okay, so please make sure you stick around because we're coming to the end of our hour here. We still have 15 minutes, but I just want y'all to know, don't go. We are in our Patreon drive and trying to get more subscribers, get the word out. We have super good. We have really good content here. The superest, greatest content. Trust my word. Take my word for it.
I mean, but are you smelling good while you suffer for Jesus? Wait, my bad. I'm sorry.
Did you have to ask that question? Thank God it's not smell-o-vision, because girl's a little sweaty around here. So around the holidays, as we said, and people were saying I do want to mention that Carol said that her boyfriend bought her a beautiful yellow turtleneck sweater that was not for. Oh, it was not for you. Oh no, it was not for you, but you wore it not to hurt his feelings. Do you think it was just like a recycled gift or something? Because it wasn't you. Are you saying, like, how did you know? Are you saying because it just was not your style? Oh boy. Oh. He was like, Mom, can I have this turtleneck? I'm sorry, that's so not nice.
Not your style.
Not
just
your style.
Not for you.
But anyway, I was saying, like, the holidays are a hard time for everybody, even for people who love the holidays. It's just a stressful time. Like, you've got deadlines, money, working with like who knows what your work schedule is like. Exactly. It's really difficult. Is there anything that you do in particular to kind of center yourself or to get through it, just for as like helpful tips for anybody else? And if you are in the audience, Biddy Buddha, hey beautiful, if you have any helpful tips of what you do to help get through the holidays. I joined a coven, love it, great, awesome, recommend, 10 out of 10. Sriracha, anything that you two do for give you a little more comfort. I'm just boo.
Rion,
You think I'd never shut up before?
This year, to combat the holidays, I wrote my entire book and published it.
No, like, can we please like get a clap for that? Because, like, dude, when I see people, when I see women, anybody who has been oppressed, you know what I mean, who has been controlled their entire life, told what to think and do, man, that shit runs deep. And to come out the other side of that, write a book about it, podcast, TikToks, videos, it's education, y'all. This is you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart to let people know, like, hey, here's a danger. And I just freaking love that. That just
I also
Yeah, so you wrote a
listened
book.
to a song on repeat for the entire 3 weeks it took me to write it.
What's that song?
Losing My Religion.
Oh, life is bigger. Hey, it's a good song. Honestly, that's a really good song. And you were losing your religion.
Just a little bit with every word I wrote. But anyways, so that's one thing. The other thing that I do is like sometimes like it can really help you to understand, like, you know, when you do something for other people and don't expect anything in return, like it can help you feel better about your situation sometimes.
Yes, charity work. I've done a lot of that in my lifetime. Charity work is amazing. It does make you feel really good about yourself. And like you said, music. I'm just writing this down because, you know, I still got we still got weeks left, honey. I got to write this down. Music is amazing.
Yep.
What about you, Sophie? Oh no, go ahead, Mary. Sorry.
And another thing is like sometimes I'll make like very specific dishes. I'm probably gonna make a special dinner that's gonna be reflective of like a specific type of Amish dinner, right? With our special china, because that's another thing is we would get gifts that were like glass candy dishes and stuff, but they had to be within the opening. So like, you know, they had to be the right kind, right? Like we couldn't have like the certain kind because it had to be the right one. And like even our special china sets that we had, one year, like I actually put together an entire like china cabinet with, I got myself a china set because my china set was taken from me when I escaped. Like I wasn't allowed to have that. That wasn't something I was allowed to keep. So I got myself one that I like. And then we have special silverware sets and like all of those things. So I just like made it with a dramatic flair, you know, like a little bit. Yeah. Extra.
That's awesome. Extra. I like extra. Everything should be extra. That we get one shot at life. Like let's be a little extra. Like it's okay. Yeah. What about you, Cindy? Do you have any like, I don't know. Is there any rituals maybe that you do even as a agnostic atheist or whatever?
I have a secret technique, and I'm going to give it to you for free. Today. Avoid people.
All right, see you guys later.
Okay, y'all. Oh, in that note, avoiding people. I went to a holiday party today, and I warned them. Awesome. I said they're going to be my Facebook status update, y'all. I'm telling you. There's nothing like going to a company holiday party. And we're talking about the venue. And I said, all I ask is that the venue provides good alcoholic beverages. That's all I ask. I don't feel like that's a lot to ask for. Just good, decent alcoholic beverages. All I want.
Just usually seems part of the holidays, having good
And
alcohol.
they said, well, the other option was a skating rink. And I don't mean an ice skating rink. I mean a roller skating rink.
I mean, could be fun, but I don't think you're going to be drinking too much unless you want to break something.
And they proceed, oh, yes, us 80s and 70s kids, we were the ones that went roller skating and blah, 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 blah. And I said, you know what? Because like then somebody else pops in and says, oh, well, you know, back in my day, because like, you know, we always have that person, right? Says that, oh, we had the steel like things. I don't even know what it's called. And I was just like, y'all, like color this my next Facebook status. Y'all are going to be it. It's called Conversations I Can't fucking relate to.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh, so many conversations that I cannot relate to. I love that idea.
Because we can't.
Right. I just don't understand some stuff. And I think that there's a lot of things that other people don't understand about, you know, each of us individually because of what we've dealt with. I find myself many times just being drawn to those who just, I don't have to explain what I'm talking about. I say the word and they're like, they've already got like the definition and know what that means. So yeah, I just want to say to everybody in the audience, now that I see it in front of my face, it's going to be Teo with Apostasy, Captain Dadpool, and is there anybody else? Wait, it just scrolled and now I'm not sure if there's anybody else, but I think that is who will be up in the next hour. So make sure you don't click away and don't forget to give us a little sherry poo. A little sherry poo goes a long way. A little boosty poo. Please. Please.
Now, kids. Sharing is caring, my friends.
And it's my Christmas wish. Like, come on, it is a free gift. You don't even have to give me any of your money. You could just share this face, these faces, these beautiful faces. Look at this education that you're getting. Don't you want more of this? Want more of this?
It's minimal effort, guys. Minimal.
Exactly. Right.
Minimal.
It's the least.
Requires no commitment. It's not like God, you know, requires no commitment. It's not out of fear. Nothing bad's going to happen to you if you don't share it. Nothing bad's going to happen to you if you
We
share
promise.
it.
We are not superstitious here. We're not cursing you. You don't have to worry about anything like that.
We don't put a spell on you. We don't do any of that. Like we're not.
You won't find a boil on your pee in the morning. Well, if you do, I'm saying like that's not me.
If you do,
just in case,
I don't want to know what you were doing, but you should probably go see a medical doctor. That's just my advice. # not a doctor. So there's that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I play one on TikTok, but don't trust
not a
my
licensed
medical
doctor.
advice.
No, I'm not giving you medical advice.
What I feel like I should be licensed in is chit-chatting about topics like this on an atheist channel. I think I should. I don't know how you get licensed, and I don't think that's a thing. But
I don't know.
But I wish I could, and talking shit on about Christmas.
What would be the topics you would be judged on in that case?
Judged. I mean, honestly, just name it. If it's in regarding like any kind of Christian, I'd be judged with anything I said. What do you think, Mary?
What would I be judged on?
No, I meant if we were talking about having a major in what we are doing right now.
What would be judged?
Yeah.
I think that it would be judging on what our understanding and perception is, how much of the trauma that we have experienced and of the religion that we have experienced, and how do we see that, and how do we see ourselves as like what are we outside of that? What is our purpose? Why are we talking about it? And what do we hope to accomplish? What do we hope to accomplish?
Mm-hmm.
Because what is your goal? What is your goal in talking about this? Why did I write a book? Why did I do a documentary? Why have I spoken out so adamantly for so long? Why?
Right.
Do you know why?
Why? Tell me why. I would say it's because of your experiences and the need to tell others.
Because when you unpack the entirety of what I experienced, this is what you're left with. There are Anabaptist men who have controlled the narrative about us. They have told the stories of Amish and plain women for generations. There are Mennonite men and Mennonites who have told the Amish story for generations. There are so-called experts about us who have literally been going to visit our communities where they have been shown exactly what they want to see. They have not been given accurate information, and they have used that to claim that these are the peaceful, gentle people. And they have built their entire fucking legacies off of the Amish name. Therefore, for anybody to speak up against them, we have to address the caste system within the Amish culture. We have to address the fact that the reason that they haven't done, these so-called experts haven't done meaningful research with non-compliant or Amish apostates is simply because Amish bishops have decided that once you're shunned and you run away, you're no longer Amish. So these experts have literally been taking the people in positions of power and promoting that narrative for generations. And this is the outcome. When we speak our truth, when we talk about the abuse that comes out, guess what we're met with? It's not
Disbelief.
all Amish. Well, but that's not really. Tell me something good that you learned.
I hate that.
Oh, but you had to have some good experiences.
Yes.
Oh, but it's not really like that because, there's no research that says CSA happens in Amish communities. Oh, but yours is just an isolated experience. It doesn't really happen. Amish people love their children. And who's telling me about my own culture? These so-called fucking experts, the media, and their fucking cronies.
So well said. Exactly. They can't tell you your lived experiences. They absolutely cannot. And just because you don't have a piece of paper that says this is what's happening, you can tell the story. Listen to victims. Listen to children.
I will tell you that I wrote my book and an Amish person read my book and told me that the stuff I talk about in the schools is still happening today. And they had to pull their children from the school and put them in a different school that is a safe school because of that. Just so y'all know that. So, no, you don't get to do that. There's no more silence.
Right.
And I speak up because you know what? The more I speak up, the more other people are able to speak up. 20 years ago, was anybody speaking up like this? Nope.
You're right. You're right. There's strength in numbers. And I know that I've found my community and even beyond, and not just ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, but just people who've left, again, high control religion, who understand, who's, at least some circumstances we can share similar, we've shared similar lifestyles, I'm sure.
The shunning.
Yeah.
I can't even. The shunning is so, it's so, yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. It's definitely not something that's bringing the Christmas spirit. I can tell you that much. That's really bad.
Just thinking about that word, which, by the way, here's another thing, is sometimes some of the things I do to cope. For example, can y'all read that?
FTO. Oh, shunned. I see it. Right below it. Shunned. Yep.
Yep. And this is actually an Amish covering that is burning because I burned my church covering.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, it's powerful. It's reclaiming it. It's absolutely
Take back your power.
Yep.
Take back your power,
100%.
and your voice will follow.
Well, y'all,
promise.
I no, it's okay. We're at our hour mark. I don't want to go too long, but I would like to make sure that you can plug anything else that you need to plug, Mary, before we go. Got to share the Christmas spirit here. You got to plug away. Jingly jingle, Santa Claus.
Let me share with y'all. Okay, so my friend Misty Griffin is collecting like short, like 30-second or 45-second video clips for her petition and sharing them. If any of you want to find her and submit yours, I'm sure she'd probably accept it. But what she's doing is she has started a petition. It's called Child's Rights Act. Okay. And it's to make sure that children in the U.S., like all children in the U.S., will be taught Aaron's Law. Because right now, as it stands, and if you don't know what Aaron's Law is, that is the law that makes it mandatory to teach children like bodily autonomy in school, to teach them their private body parts, to teach them age and gender appropriate sex education. So if you believe in that, go check out her petition and please sign it, and also share it. Like, why did you sign it? Because that's part of why she's making these video clips, is like people are telling their stories of like why they signed it.
Awesome. Okay. I'm going to make sure I look into that. And so it's Aaron's Law, but what's your friend's name? Sorry.
Misty Griffin.
Okay. And I'm sure we can get that so we can put it.
I'll send you a link
or something
if you want.
Yeah, that would be awesome. If you wouldn't mind, that would be excellent, because I've been wanting to do a little bit more of like getting into the activism part, like the petitions and whatnot. So if I can support somebody who's already like starting stuff and doing work or whatever, then I absolutely want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, like she's got like 19,000 signatures on her petition already. Again, guys, this is free. This is free.
Yes.
You don't even have to do anything.
That's a click away, babes.
And you're not going to hell if you don't sign it.
Well, no. Just kidding.
I don't know. Just check it out. Go read it. I put the links in the chat for y'all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all. And you know where to find me. I'm here. Cindy, is there anything you want to say before we go? We're going to pass it off to our friends in the back room waiting to bang it out here.
No, I'm not going to have nothing planned at the moment right now. No, I would like to thank the Patreons. And since the last time I did this 2 hours ago, we have 3 more.
Right?
So that's super exciting. So thanks to Michael Wiseman, Kathy Cotton, myself, Deborah Grace, Sonny Shell, Aaron Colson, Phil Calderone, and the last 3 new ones, Shannon Gray, Dandy, and Deneen Murphy. Thank you all, and I really, really appreciate that this Christmas event got so popular that we got 3 new patrons. That's simply amazing. So thank you, everyone, and
they can't fire us now, Cindy.
No. We will transfer this show to Teo, and he's got Holy Kool-Aid, which is amazing. Captain Deadpool, and
can I get a holy No, I'm just kidding.
In the Holy Kool-Aid, yes. Holy Kool-Aid, can you please baptize us? Thank you. Yes, Teo, Captain Dadpool, Apostasy, and Holy Kool-Aid. Thank you. I didn't want to miss anybody. Stay tuned, everybody.
Sorry, I was dancing.
Aw, hi guys.
And of course, I had to be muted. Awesome, very good. So those those ladies were intense. I love them. I hope I can see them more often in here. And hi guys, I'm so happy to be back in here. And I guess I should go in order, starting with apostasy. Am I pronouncing it right? Apostasy?
It's just apostasy, just to play on my
apostasy.
name. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Stacy and apostasy. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I just got that.
You just got that?
No, I think
For real?
Okay, I was like, come on.
So I guess
thought it was
that means
very
now
clever.
It is.
Yeah.
That means now we're with secular Rarity, the guy with the hair not so awesome and cool as mine. How are you, dude?
I'm pretty good. I was on earlier, and Wes told me that we only got 3 new Patreon members,
One was
which is
my
amazing.
mom.
Now that's amazing. We love that, but we told all you viewers that you would have to deal with more of me unless we had more Patreon members. So you guys you're close. You're almost there. Just a few more, and you won't have to deal with my bullshit. So,
So the threat became real. And I'm going to go with Thomas Westbrook. Hi, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
As far as a quick introduction, I guess I do a YouTube channel called Holy Kool-Aid, and I basically take really complex topics relating to religion and science and critical thinking, and I try to expose a lot of misinformation and woo and promote more rational ways of approaching ideas.
Yeah, you're one of those amazing people who I've heard from for a long time, and it's awesome to be right here next to you now, sir. So thank you for that. And I have Captain. Oh, it's Captain Dadpool. That's awesome. A dad joke, right? Hello, sir. Thanks for being here. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I love your Santa hat.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
I haven't seen the whole show today, so I don't know if you were here before or not. So
it was kind of on the ropes as to whether I would be here or not. I have 4 kids, and bedtime is 8 o'clock, and sometimes bedtime goes easier than other times. So it was hard to determine whether or not I would be here. But they're upstairs, they're in bed, they're making noise, but
it's all good.
Whatever, we're okay.
Cool. And last but not least, Phil, I have no idea how you can be with that hat, because over there it must be very hot as it is in here. So I don't know if I admire you or what, but
yeah, it's kind of warm here, but it's only 26 degrees Celsius. Probably in the 80 Fahrenheit. Yeah, but it's good to be here and among these wonderful people. To share and trying to get some patrons, on our show. Thanks very much, everyone, for being here.
Yeah, over here is very hot. That's why I have a Sandman instead of a snowman on my back, behind me. So terrible. So guys, do you have any interesting topic that you would like to start with right away? We have 1 hour to do whatever we want. Well, no, I'm not getting naked this time, secular. Sorry, but rules are rules. And after that,
I'm out of here.
Does that violate the terms of service? I haven't read them lately. I know they've updated them, so no stripping on the YouTube shows.
We have a lady next to us, so we cannot do it. It's the rules,
fair.
you know
That's
that.
fair. That's fair. No, that's fair. All right.
I wouldn't want to. How could I top this beautiful Krampus shirt?
That's true.
That's awesome. Love it. Maybe we can compare our Christmas trees. I know that I'm winning because I have Pokemon in mind. Sorry, guys.
Ooh, my boys
Nobody
would love
defeats
that.
Pokemon. I'm sorry.
Mine is somewhere in the ocean back there.
I was gonna say, Phil, we didn't get the message. Everybody else apparently brought their Christmas trees, and I've got one. It's in the other room. I swear it's real. I don't have any evidence or anything, but I swear it's real.
It's that invisible Christmas tree, right? Okay.
I brought a green screen.
Oh, that's fair.
Are you lying to me, sir? Are you saying that's not real? And you have a green screen? Gosh, that's terrible. Oh, the cigarette is out. Oh, come on. How can you do that, Holy Kool-Aid? How could you do that?
And Captain Deadpool, Captain Deadpool. Whoa. Yeah, behind her. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Behind you. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Okay.
As far as topics, I was thinking one thing.
Just a second.
One thing that might be interesting to touch on would be, what is it like for you guys around the holidays when it comes to being with friends and family who are still religious?
Yeah.
Like, is this for some people this time of year is like really a difficult time? But how have you handled it?
Can I start?
Go for it.
Because actually, I'm a new baby atheist. Tomorrow is actually my 1 year anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And actually, Thomas, a year ago, right after I came out as being an atheist, I did not know who you were, but your videos were the ones I was binge watching, like continuously for the entire month of January into February and March. And then, so it's very cool to come full circle to a year of.
Well, I'm glad to hear that my videos.
Yeah. When I woke up this morning and saw that Wes asked me and he said, Holy Kool-Aid, I was like, oh my goodness, this is very exciting because tomorrow is my 1 year and you really helped. Anyways, so last year Christmas was kind of weird because I was like coming to this realization. And then this year, we don't live around a lot of family right now, so it's not too bad. The only thing I'm finding is the music is very triggering. That's been the hardest part, but we don't have to be invited to church services or anything like that. So, yeah, it's different. It's kind of refreshing. And I was actually thankful last year because we did start doing a tradition with our kids to read the chapter in Luke of the birth of Jesus. Thank you, Dan. And they didn't actually ask for it last year, which was very strange because they had no idea what had taken place. So it's kind of slowly faded out. And
how old are
they? 10, 8, and 3 this year.
Okay.
So, but yeah, so this year it feels a lot more like, we don't have to do anything. And the older two know. And yeah, so nothing to worry about. But I just find for me, the music is a little triggering at times. And we kind of laugh. My husband is just like, oh my goodness, they sure talk about being sinners a lot. And you, even in the stores when you're shopping, you don't realize it. So anyways, that's my 2 cents for that.
Yeah, mine experience is similar for sure in a good couple of ways. At this point, the vast majority of my family, either it's that part of the family that we just never have these conversations about, and so it doesn't matter, or they know, that I'm an atheist, that I'm not a believer, that I don't really care very much about the service and all that stuff. But what I have is, because I live in Tennessee, I have the buckle of the Bible Belt surrounding me. And so anytime I go outside, where I get the Christmas stuff is from random strangers. And so a random stranger will say something to me at a gas station while I'm pumping my gas. And they'll be like, hey, man, aren't you just excited for Jesus's birth? And it's like, yeah, sure. Whatever. Have a good one. So, there's stuff like that, which is annoying. And every so often there's somebody that we can have that connection where, somebody just I say something like, well, happy holidays. And they're like, yeah, I don't really care that much about Christmas. And it's like, yeah, me either. I don't, yeah, cool. Are you, you're not like an atheist or anything, are you? And they're like, yeah, I don't really go to church or anything. Like, oh my gosh, hey, cool, man. So that's, but yeah, most of my family at this point, it's, we've had the conversation in the past and we just don't, talk about it. But hey, if we want to get together and we want to sing the song and we want to open the presents, like, yeah, sure. But not too much of the Jesus stuff anymore, which is nice.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the Jesus stuff is
Well-
the worst part of the holiday.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
Like
Whenever
It is.
you think about the war on Christmas that religious people, Fox News and stuff try to trumpet as the atheist agenda is to wage war on Christmas, and it's like, honestly, everything about Christmas except for the religious stuff is like, it's my favorite holiday of the year. I love putting up decorations and lights, and it's gloomy,
and getting presents,
dark in
giving
the wintertime. Presents under the tree, getting together with family and friends, feasting, caroling, snowball fights. No matter what, I like all the stuff surrounding Christmas is fantastic. But then you get to the whole, we were just gloomy and lost in sin and worthless, and then we needed someone to come and die for us. And this kid who was born in a barn.
Things are in the USA, because in here we totally celebrate Christmas, but it's never about Jesus. It's always about Santa, the decoration, the trees. You have some evangelical people doing their parades about Jesus, and some people put Jesus in the tree, but most of us is just celebrating that it's a time of peace where we can be together. And I remember that as a child, I could watch the cartoon movies about Jesus on TV, but I thought it was just because it was the only time of the year when they didn't want to work and they decided to put cartoons on TV. this thing about Jesus is kind of new for me. And like, what? You have problems with Jesus?
I love that thought, Teo, of you being younger and just being like, yeah, I guess they just keep playing the same cartoon because they don't want to every time around this year. I have no idea. It's just...
we're at home. They don't want to talk about news and all of that, so they must be at home as well, and they are just watching cartoons. Let's watch the cartoon.
The cartoons I used to love, then they used to show around Christmases with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and the snowman, Frosty the snowman, all this, But the other stuff. No, but what triggers me is the songs about Jesus, joy to the world, the Lord is come. Not my thing. I prefer the cultural aspects, like Christmas tree, the aspect of sharing the family, the giving, exchange of gifts, that sort of thing. You relax with your family, have some nice food. Here in Barbados, we have turkey, chicken. It works.
Just like here.
I have to say, I don't know if I'm the only one who doesn't get triggered so much by the worship songs or the Christmas Christian songs. Because when I hear them, I have so much positive nostalgia that's associated with Christmas, and when I hear those songs kind of in the background, it just makes me think of the trees and the gifts and stuff. And even though my family was very religious at Christmas time and did all the Jesus-y stuff and put up all the nativity scenes and read from the gospel stories and stuff, even still, I had so many positive memories associated with it that now I hear the songs and I can just appreciate, the beauty of the melody or the vocals or something. And I'm not necessarily too put off by it or too worried by it.
I definitely agree with that. Like I will still like sing to the rooftops.
Oh, holy night.
God rest ye merry gentlemen. God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day. I will still sing that shit. And
I mean, like,
Thomas, that nostalgia, like
the drummer boy. I do that. The one with the drummer boy. Thing. I like the beat and how it progresses and so, but what Ben the way that is, you can tell that it's kind of fictional.
That's true.
It's fictional.
but so is the
Maggie
rest
is,
of, the Frosty and plug your ears for this one, but Santa Claus and
Wait, is Santa not? Is that not a thing? Is he not real? Are you? Okay, afterwards. Tell me afterwards. We'll delve in.
Santa knows when you're doing naughty or nice. So
I think the reason that I get so bummed out by Christmas music is the fact that the songs are constructed so well that they stick in your freaking head.
Yeah, they
and
do,
then
they
like
do. That's
2
true.
hours
They stick in
later, I'm just like standing around in my kitchen. I'm just like, jingle bell, jingle bell. Stop it. Like,
it's not as bad as Baby Shark.
That's true. It could be worse.
It's not
You
as
don't
bad as Baby
have
Shark.
kids, I don't think. So you have no idea.
Oh, I've got nephews and
Okay.
nieces.
Baby
Oh, there you go.
Shark.
Okay. Then
I
you
don't
do
know about
understand.
Baby Shark.
You don't want to know about Baby Shark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you don't know about it,
Luckily, my
you're lucky.
kids have pretty much grown out of Baby Shark, but
Good.
for a while,
Wheels on the
though,
bus.
it was pretty dicey.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
I think
Like,
part of why the music is so triggering for me is because, like, part of my Christian life journey, music was so important to me. Like, I loved worship, like Hillsong and like Elevation, like all of that. That's where I was the most
Elevation Church.
connected.
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry, I know.
Yep. I'm triggered
But
already.
I know, but that was like that's where I just felt the presence of the Holy Spirit. But that was my favorite part of church. And I listen to worship music all the time. So I think that's why the music right now is kind of like, I felt that same like reverence to those songs, like especially like Oh Holy Night and Emmanuel and stuff. Like, to me, they were worship songs. They weren't just Christmas songs. So
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. So I think that's why, to me, I associate them more still as worship, not just the season.
Well, and you still have this association where it's almost like when someone comes out of North Korea and then they'll see like the old commercials celebrating like Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il before, and they'll still get that emotional response to it because they're like, oh my God, like I used to have tears running down my eyes when I'm like watching and listening to this.
Yes.
And I think that for a lot of ex-evangelicals and ex-religious people in general, when they hear those songs again, oftentimes it does still trigger this response, this gut reaction of, I am, uplifted by this, and I'm filled with joy, and this is my hope of salvation. And
exactly.
Then when I hear those songs now, I'm like, I wish that we had songs like that, that were secular, and I think there are some, but that will be uplifting in that way without you kind of stopping to listen to the words and going, wait a minute, why am I celebrating the fact that I am calling myself this broken, sinful wretch who
worthless, yes,
walking in darkness, and my only hope of salvation is something that's not real.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what my husband used to say too. He's like, I wish that there was music that was secular that gave that same response, that had that same emotional draw.
Yeah,
and
go get my guitar.
Well, and really that picks up on exactly what you were just saying a second ago, Thomas, where all of the best stuff about Christmas doesn't have anything to do with the religion. And there are some really good Christian songs, or not Christians, but Christmas songs, and you listen to them, and and all they're saying at the end of the day is like, hey, look, everybody, this is that time of the year where we just put all that stupid stuff behind and we just care about each other. We just don't have to give a crap about all that nitty, infighting crap. We just put that aside. Right. Besides that, get your presents at, a 75% discount after that, but like all of that best stuff is exactly in the realm of secular humanism. It's all about treating people well just because that they're people, and then they just go, and it's like they say all that pretty stuff, and then they just go, yeah, but by the way, if you don't believe in our stuff, you're a piece of crap, and you're terrible and all that. It's like, oh no, stop.
Yeah. I have a question. Did anybody sing in Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas? Did you ever change the lyrics from If the Fates Allow? Did you ever change it yourself to If the Lord Allows?
Oh.
No. I was that hardcore.
Is that a thing? I'm not familiar.
For me, I was that hardcore. I was like, fate. There's no such thing as fate. Everything is like predestined, and God is sovereign.
If the fates allow, that's a pretty Hellenistic idea.
But I would change it when I sang it. I would say, if the Lord allows. But this year I sing it, and I'm like, oh yes, I can just sing it however I want.
Oh yeah.
I have no idea what song that is. Here we just get
Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. And then
yeah, no idea. Sorry,
Oh,
probably
okay.
we get it in Spanish and they changed the lyrics. So
Oh, okay.
Is it in the public domain? Stacy, can you give us like a line or two? You could just.
I'm not a good singer, but but I do like that song. That's actually become my favorite this year.
Is everybody else hearing that music?
Oh my gosh.
That's it.
Is that the right?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
No, that's We Wish You a Merry Christmas.
That's We Wish
Yeah,
You.
wish you a Merry
I'm talking about
Christmas.
Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas.
I genuinely,
Merry
for a good
Christmas.
second there, you guys, I thought there was something wrong with me, and I
I
was
know, I
like,
was like,
I don't
wait,
know
did I
where
say
that's
the
coming.
wrong one? Did I screw up that whole story?
There's actually, when it comes to, I'm doing a whole series right now on faith healing, and I'm looking into hypnosis and kind of the aspects of it where, you know, people are susceptible. And there was a study where they took people who were maybe not as open to suggestion, and they would like play some music in the background, and they'd tell the person, you are going to hear music in the background. And so the person thought that they were being hypnotized, but they were actually hearing music. And then they were able to make them more susceptible after that to when there wasn't music playing, to thinking that they heard music.
Wow.
Damn,
Wow.
That's
That's
creepy.
weird.
I
Yeah.
can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
I guess I would be deceived by that. Ooh.
Okay.
So if we play that music again and tell something that he's under a
Oh yeah.
all of y'all
You
just
know,
like
yeah.
all of y'all just keep going about your normal stuff, and then I'll just be over
Oh,
here
yeah.
like.
What's going on? I have to admit that the only Christmas music that I hate is a specific song about this little kid who is going on a donkey playing the drums. Because I used to work at retail store when I was back at university, and they could put the freaking song 5 times a day, every single day. We
Whoa.
all hated
Well,
that song,
in
and
retail,
until today,
all the songs are horrible.
yeah, I don't want to work at retail. Never, ever, ever again. I hated it, and now I hate that stupid kid playing the drums. with
Yeah, I worked in
donkey
retail for a
going to
little
Bowen.
bit, and they kept playing Closing Time over and over. And I'm like, why do you have
Oh,
to tease
boy.
me like this?
Yeah,
why are
we're
you
not closing.
You don't
doing
have
this in
to
front
go
of my
home.
face when I still have
But
6
you
hours
can't
on the clock?
Oh my gosh.
That's
And
like
that's
like
a good song too.
a new level of evil, just reminding you like you've got to be here for another 4 hours, but let me just sing this pretty song about how you
But
get to
while
go
you're
home.
dealing with like some of the worst customers, and it's like you wish that you could tell them that they didn't have to go home, but they can't stay here.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness.
So we all hate retail, right? Just asking.
Well, I'll say that one thing that really does, and I it probably shouldn't annoy me at all, but it does still, is the fact that, like, you know, Halloween is like either literally just happened yesterday, or it's like tomorrow, and yet I'm still starting to see people like bring in the Santa stuff. And I guess the reason that bugs me is just because it's like, why does this have to be longer than it already is? Like, we already give the whole month of December to this. Like, basically the entire month of December, it seems like you try to reach out to people, and it's like, well, you know, it's pretty close to Christmas. You know, we could push it back like a week, or what are you doing on the Tuesday? And it's like, well, no, that's New Year's. It's like, wow, okay, yeah, maybe the week after. You know, so like we already give the whole month of December to Christmas. Why do we have to give it, you know, November and October? Like, just take the 30 days and be done with it, you know?
I do like being able to celebrate Halloween and then Thanksgiving before everything turns Christmassy.
Right.
But what does kind of bum me out a little bit is when like the day after Christmas people take down their trees or
Oh, it's
decorations.
gone.
It's like it's not even New Year's yet. Like
Yeah.
still
We leave ours up. We leave ours up.
The tree must stay until January.
I
right?
have left mine up too. Yeah. After
I like
January
leaving
or
mine up.
Yeah.
I like leaving mine up partway through January. It's
Oh
like
wow.
like partway into
Yeah.
it. You know, there's like
Same.
there's the what is it?
The
Orthodox
12 days of Christmas.
and then there's
Right.
like other holidays around.
12 days.
You want to
There's,
get
like,
all the Christmases. you're saying.
Ukrainian Christmas. In
Yeah.
the beginning
You've
of
got
January.
Yule, you've got you know Hanukkah,
I
you've
respect
got
that. That's good. That's inclusive, man. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
all holidays matter.
That's right.
And isn't this 12 days of Christmas? After
Yeah.
Christmas? Yeah.
I will say I do greatly enjoy the huge Christmas displays in somebody's front yard. When I was young, literally every single year for about 15 years until this individual passed away, unfortunately. But this guy would, December 1st, he would have up this massive display, and it always grew every year, and it had all these lights and all these inflatable. it was just incredible, and I love seeing that. Like I enjoy that. I don't pay for those drive your car through the lights things. I just go to one of the more wealthy neighborhoods. It's
Exactly.
much easier. It's much easier.
That's so true.
No, I say that I'm really just trying to give every holiday its due, but in actuality, it's that I'm too lazy to take down my decorations.
Well, you don't want to take them down before New Year's because you got to rest up for New Year's, you know? So.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then you have to, after New Year's, you have to recover from that.
That's right. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
100%. Yeah,
You got to digest all the food. You got to give that plenty of time.
Yeah.
Rest and recuperate. Yeah, it's totally reasonable.
So I got a question. What is the traditional foods around Christmas time for each of where you are? Traditional food for Christmas.
Yeah, we definitely we've done turkey and ham kind of interchangeably. Like one year, when I was younger, it was just like, we're doing turkey this year. And it's like, okay, whatever. And then it was like, we're doing a spiral ham. It's like, that's great. Like mac and cheese casserole.
I heard you say that earlier.
Oh my God.
And
Love
I
it.
said, I said only Americans do mac and cheese for holiday dinners.
Yeah, that's fine. And that's why we're number one.
It's not regular mac and cheese.
Yeah,
That's
right.
special.
Right.
Okay, well, I
It's-
need to be invited to an American holiday dinner
Yes.
to try this because
Yeah.
I've never had mac and
You know,
cheese.
when Americans say that they're the best, this is actually what we're referencing. This one
Oh,
thing,
okay.
literally
This is the only time that statement is accurate.
All right.
Oh.
I'll hold you
Every
to
other
it.
time we're
Okay.
bullshitting y'all, but this is the one time we're being truthful.
Okay.
Stacey,
In Barbados,
Pardon?
Barbados we do
in
macaroni
Canada.
pie. Macaroni pie. Which is like macaroni with cheese. Yeah, in a pie form. And then they do sweet potato pie. You have or you can also have a little sweet potato pie. You can have sweet potato salad or potato salad. Regular potato
do the
salad.
marshmallows on top.
No, we don't put marshmallows
Oh
on
man,
top.
yeah.
Come on.
Here's the way you do it. You do like
Oh.
1/3 sweet potatoes and like 2/3 marshmallows.
My
And then-
youngest would love that sexual rarity.
Put pineapple. Put pineapple.
You just
You
pretend
scare me,
it's good
people.
for you.
That's
So-
divine wisdom right there. That ratio.
mashed potatoes.
Oh, mashed
Pardon?
potatoes, of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
here's one thing. I'm not sure that anyone else does, but my family, for years, every single Christmas Eve has been a tradition where my mom would make this giant cheese ball, and we'd have like crackers and all this stuff that you could like kind of cut off and like have a
Yes.
cheese ball. And it was like kind of this special recipe with like cream cheese and sometimes like little bits of like nuts and things in the cheese ball mixed in. And yeah, it every year, and I don't know if anyone else ever does that.
Yeah, my
I need to your house for
my
Christmas,
ex-wife's family did that.
Okay.
Oh,
So I'm definitely familiar.
I like that. I
wow.
like that.
We just copy the turkey and mashed potatoes and some kind of salads, but yeah, that's it. Nothing kind of weird
Yeah.
like that or interesting. I do have to say, guys, why do you eat mac and cheese? They look awful.
God, it's delicious. Oh
Mac
my
and cheese
god,
is delicious.
so good. It's so amazing. Yeah,
It
it's
depends
like
on the type of
You all
true.
gotta
Yeah,
taste. You gotta taste the macaroni pie. You
True.
gotta taste the macaroni pie.
There's been some times before that I've been very, very excited for macaroni and cheese and been
especially like
extremely disappointed.
a homemade macaroni and cheese casserole that's not over dry, that's just the right amount of like crispy and like.
Oh my gosh, I'm hungry.
Juicy.
My issue comes with the breadcrumbs and they put on top. It's a texture consistency thing for me.
I get it.
Oh,
So,
Mikey,
everything else
love
looks
the
delicious. But
breadcrumbs.
you sprinkle that shit on the top. I'm like, yeah, no, pass.
Yeah.
It's like bacon bits in a salad. Like,
So guys, if
Oh
we ever
no, I don't like bacon
if we
bits.
ever have
Oh
Captain
gosh,
Dad
in
for
the salad,
Christmas and we don't want to share our macaroni and cheese,
We put the bread
on.
Oh, I have a question. Do you guys do like
Yeah.
cranberry sauce or cranberry jelly on your Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Hard.
No?
No.
What? That's the best part.
My grandparents
Uh,
did, but
It's yeah, ice cream,
love
ice cream, ice cream.
You scream?
No, ice cream.
Oh.
It's ice cream.
Oh, okay. I
Ice
thought you meant you
cream.
scream
Oh, you
at
do-
like
Ice
cranberry.
cream
You
with
do,
gelatin, with fruit in it,
Oh.
and so yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, cranberry, like
Yeah.
cranberry on the
And strawberry swirl ice cream.
There is something at home that we love,
For
but
dessert.
I've seen everywhere that you guys kind of hate is fruitcake. We love it at home.
Oh yes, yeah. Oh yeah, they do fruit cake here in Barbados. So yeah, Theo. We call it black cake.
Man. Yeah, the first time I ever had fruitcake, I think I was probably like 13 or 14.
Did you feel tricked?
No, no, no.
Oh, okay.
We happened to be visiting my very country grandparents. It was the first time we'd seen them in, my brother and I had seen them in a couple of years, and we went up to see them, and we were just all kind of sitting around, and it was close to Christmas, and I don't remember why I said it, y'all, but I brought it up. I was like, I've heard fruitcake isn't good. And my grandma was like, oh, Elliot, you've never had fruitcake. And goes and gets this freaking 10 of fruitcake. And I honestly don't know if it was obtained in the last year. I have no idea how old that fruitcake was.
There's no way of knowing.
Gave me a slice and was like, just try it. And I took one bite and was just like, I hate this. I hate everything about this. I am
You know what
so
you're
disappointed.
supposed to do? You know what you're supposed to do with fruitcake, Elliot?
What?
You're
So
supposed
okay.
to save it and regift it next year.
That is standard operating procedure.
Okay.
Just
you are crazy.
Everybody knows that.
Do they put down fruit in the fruitcake, rum or wine or so? Soak
Yeah,
it
there's like
in?
an orange liqueur that you can put in it. My mom
Okay, here,
started
yeah,
making
we
it.
soak it in rum or wine. What's that called?
Wine, I
Port
don't know.
wine. Yeah, and
Port,
wine.
maybe? Okay.
Port wine. Port wine. It's called PORT. Port wine.
Yeah.
A sweetish type of wine, and they soak the fruit in there for a few days, and then they put in the other ingredients. And
You just
bake.
keep adding it and
Yeah.
adding it.
Or
and
the
adding-
rum.
I think that would make
Yeah,
it
adding
the
yes,
best.
yeah.
Just give me
that's what they do.
gingerbread cookies.
Just an
I'm
alcohol cake is.
Ooh.
I can see
Oh
that.
yeah,
improving
oh yeah.
the
The rum
taste,
cake,
because
the
that's the
red
only
it has
direction
in rum.
you can
It's
possibly
really
go with
nice.
fruitcake.
Yeah. What
You
about
can't make
mincemeat?
fruitcake worse.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you can make it better. There's
No.
no way to make it worse.
Yeah.
Breakfast, as far as breakfast, did anyone ever do like a big breakfast feast at Christmas, or do you guys normally just rip open the presents and eat
Just
some cereal?
Rip open.
Presents,
rip
and then
open the
we're
presents.
all so hungry. Actually, you know what? My mom would always put a mandarin orange in the toe of our stocking. So we'd eat that as we're opening presents. That would kind of hold us
Hold
over.
on, hold on. She put a mandarin
So y'all
orange
eat
at
the
the toe of
stocking?
your stocking.
Along with it.
Did it not seep through?
No, like it was. No,
Oh.
it wasn't. It wasn't. It was
had
like it
its
still had the
peel.
peel on.
What peel?
So, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So,
Now, okay.
so there was always an orange. And then,
Unpeeled it, let the smushy little orange.
That's what I'm thinking. It was like a soppy stocking, like dripping, like
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
Christmas
and then-
morning.
and then
Like,
drip in, yeah.
hurry and get the orange out of your stocking before it makes a mess. That's all I could think of.
It's Toji in a whole new meaning.
No, so that would kind of hold us over.
See, my family would always have like my mom we would all get up super early and we could open our stockings before everyone else was up, but we weren't allowed to touch the presents until after breakfast. And so we would get up super early, get our stockings and everything. And then my mom would get up, make some breakfast, and it was always like coffee cake and eggs and like this elaborate breakfast. And then we would all kind of gather into the living room and open presents. And
Just to make sure.
Ooh, nice.
We're wanting to run off and play with our gifts, and my dad's always like, "Come on in, we got to read the Christmas story and pray."
Oh my gosh! You're like, I just want to see what I got.
Yeah. So guys, just to make sure, because I've seen in movies that over there you put like socks. Is the thing that goes inside the socks that's the stocking?
What?
Well,
So-
we didn't use our actual stock.
Yeah, so it's like a big. It looks like a sock, but it's
Yeah, like a
generally
Christmas boot.
bigger. Yeah, bigger than a normal sock,
Yeah,
and it's not
Santa.
really a
It's
sock.
Santa.
Yeah.
It's his foot.
Yeah,
They're in the living room.
Imagine like an
why?
oven mitt.
Yeah,
In the shape
that's
of a
the
sock.
idea. I've seen it, but why? I mean, why do you have like double gifts?
You
I
put
guess
shit
it's
in it.
just
I don't
Christmas.
know. I genuinely have no idea
Don't
where
they
like
put candy in there?
stockings come from.
The
Usually put
stockings are normally
candy.
like candy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Right.
mine had both.
Candy. Oh, you get candy.
Little
Yeah.
candy and little
Candy
tiny toys.
canes,
maybe.
candy cane, and so on.
Yeah.
But the actual like bigger gifts and presents are usually
Right.
wrapped under the tree.
You always
And, like,
start with the stocking.
Yeah, and like my brother and I, when we were growing up, it was, because obviously we cared about different things, and so like the actual presents that our parents would get us would be more specific, but everything in the stocking was just a generic, basic, the same thing, Like he got a stick of gum, I got a stick of gum. He got whatever, I got whatever. It was just all the same stuff. So
We always got toothbrushes in our stockings.
yes,
Oh, yeah,
yes,
that's pretty
yes.
standard.
Every year, I still to this day, I almost guarantee you in the next week there will be a package on my doorstep from my mother, and there will be a freaking toothbrush in it. Which I'm not saying it's not helpful. Like you're supposed to
Candy
replace
goes
them.
in, the toothbrush goes in. You got to preserve the balance. It's yin and yang at Christmas time.
Oh, yeah, all the sweets.
Yeah, in here we don't
Oh,
have
yeah.
that. I think that the toothbrush is a genius idea. And yeah, Santa also is faster in here because we open our presents at night. Actually, now we just we can track Santa through Google. So you know when it's going to be in your country. And
Wait, Elon
we
Musk
go
hasn't
outside.
banned Santa yet?
What?
Never mind. We're not going to go. We don't have to go into that.
Yeah.
At midnight, we just go outside, we try to find Santa, and then we return, and the gifts are there. It's magic. And yeah, I'm trying to suggest that opulence is not standard anywhere. It's weird, this thing of getting a lot of candies and then your gifts. Most money goes to the gifts and the food, so there is no money for it.
Oh, yeah.
Christmas just costs too much.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
Yeah, it is expensive. And the turkeys, oh gosh. Yeah.
We're having a turkey
Just
shortage.
the turkeys.
Are you guys?
Oh.
Are you guys having one?
No, I hear they had a lot of turkeys this year. It seems.
See, I'm vegetarian, so I wouldn't,
Oh, then you're fine.
Yeah.
So what do you eat at Christmas now?
I mean, mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, yams, all the side
Yams,
dishes, macaroni
nice.
and cheese, casserole.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else. Just like all the
green
all
veg.
the dishes, just not like ham or turkey.
Right.
Okay, there you go.
Deviled eggs works too. Someone posted that in the chat.
What are devil's eggs?
They're like the eggs that you boil and then you cut in half, and then you'll take like the yolk.
They're eggs that Satan has laid himself.
You know how they bless things in the Catholic Church?
They're very spicy. Yeah.
They're atheist food.
That's right. That's right.
That makes sense, of course.
Same with devil's food cake.
Did you guys ever do the one gift on Christmas Eve before Christmas?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That was fun.
Would you get to pick it out, or would someone give it to you?
No, it was always like a selected gift.
It was like, hey,
it was kind
this
of
is a
like
Christmas
you
sweater
can
or
pick
something
from
to wear to a lot.
these. You can't pick this one or this one or this one, but you can pick from these little ones. That's kind of how it was for me.
Yeah.
right.
Because they had the big gifts that they wanted you to open on
Yeah.
Christmas morning, but like these
Exactly.
little ones, like open whichever.
You're weird, guys. You don't know how to celebrate Christmas. It should be just one night, not the whole month. What's wrong with you?
Oh boy.
To me, that's like, no, you have to have the anticipation of morning, like sleeping and being excited. It's like, what do you wake
Oh
up
yeah.
for?
What kind of kid is able
One
to go to
tradition.
sleep thinking,
You
yeah,
can't. You're
tomorrow
so
there will be.
excited.
Listen,
Yeah.
you can't.
That's
And
the
it's
point.
just like,
Tradition.
I know. That's right.
I-
You
I'll
wake up at 4 in the
Oh,
morning.
another one. Another question.
Oh, okay.
With any all,
Oh, sorry, Thomas.
with any of you all, did your parents wait like to Christmas Eve to be cleaning, putting up curtains? I mean, actually doing it last minute, putting up the Christmas tree, and then don't get into bed till 1 o'clock or 2 p.m.
No, my so we pretty much always had a fake tree. And the way that it was always, it was always the same tradition, which was we'd have to get up into the attic and pull down these massive, plastic tubs with these fake tree things in it, and you'd have to sort them all out, and you'd be like, all right, this one's labeled F,
No,
so
no,
that one's
yeah.
longer than the J or whatever it is,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
you'd
yeah.
sort it all out, and then you'd fluff them all up, and then you'd put them all in, you'd hook it all,
Yeah.
then decorate it.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
always
put
did that
them
like a
in.
month, month and a half in advance. And it was
F,
always
hey, how many parts did your Christmas tree?
Oh my
have?
god, dude!
That
Seriously,
happen.
hundreds, because it was
Oh,
it
like
wasn't
each
like
branch?
Yeah.
yes,
Like get to do
every
each branch?
single
Yeah, the
single
branches
branch,
that you have to
and there were like 12 to 15
one man.
layers, and you had to put a branch on each one, and each one was a
one,
different
yeah.
size, and oh my
Size, yeah.
See, I
gosh,
have a fake tree, but it just goes wonk and then
right?
like, pulls
No,
up
that's
these
much
deep
better.
layers.
Oh no, yeah, no,
That's like
no,
ours.
that's yeah. When I was younger, the same
Much
thing
better.
that Sarah said. We had a tree like that. How to get
And
the
it's not
parts and
expensive. Like
oh
I think
gosh.
I got mine on sale for like $40, and it's
I
like
have-
a decent sized
I
tree.
legitimately have no idea why my parents kept that tree for so long, because I remember I was like 21, so this is like 7 years ago, and we're pulling this thing down
Whoa.
from the attic, and I just remember saying to my mom, I was like, Mom, this thing is like heavy as crap, like this weighs so much, like
Whoa.
y'all can't move this, like I don't want to be up here pulling this shit down. Why don't you get another tree? And she's like, I don't know, we've had it for so long, like, we might as well just keep all of our lights and ornaments like fit it. And I was like, that's a
Part of the
terrible
tradition.
no.
You're trying to kill the tradition, secular. That's terrible.
That's my problem.
So when I was younger, I grew up in like the former Soviet Union, and initially it was hard to find any kind of plastic Christmas trees, or if they were imported and really expensive or just really tacky looking. And so what my parents would do is they got this big stick and put it in a pot, and then went out and got all of these clippings from these evergreen trees,
Oh my gosh.
and managed to somehow stick them all onto the tree and made this fake tree out of this stick and clippings. And so we have old pictures of these Christmas trees that are just look like this like wonky little Jimmy rigged homemade Christmas tree.
That's actually pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
Makes good memories.
Oh yeah. But I mean, that was when I was quite a bit younger. Now it's if I go back home and stuff, they've got a much easier tree, but they're also pushing 70. So
Do they still live over there?
Mhm.
They do? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Do you still make trips over there?
I haven't in a while. I want to do at least one more before they move back. So
Oh, okay. Wow.
yeah, we'll see.
I
What
have
was
no
the
idea.
weirdest Christmas tradition that you guys had that like no one else would do?
My mom's in the chat. Maybe she can help answer. Trying to think. I don't know.
I have no idea really. I think it's pretty
Christmas
standard.
tradition. You said Christmas.
There was like your
What, a
family's
Christmas
tradition.
tradition. Well, it would be. I know.
Yeah, I don't think I have
people
anything
having
super
family
weird.
coming over, or friends passing through. That's traditional. They're friends.
Yeah, my
coming through on
my
Christmas.
parents did Christmas cards for people. My brother and I would. I have an older brother, he's a couple years, and they would always go out and buy like matching outfits for us, you know. And then when we had the dog, like the dog would have some matching outfit too, and we'd have to like sit somewhere around the. But I think that's, you know, like other people have done that too. It's just, you know, it was one of those things that I was like, oh my god, of all the things that we do, they're like, all right, guys, well, it's that time for the Christmas card. I'm like, why are we doing this? Like, who are you sending this to, and who really cares? You know, who actually is getting this Christmas card and thinking like, oh, thank goodness, like thank goodness I have this updated Christmas card. But,
Okay. My mom said, she reminded me of one. So this is kind of weird. A Christmas tradition that we would do, the Sleepless in Seattle soundtrack, which is not Christmassy, but that became our Christmas. And we played it at Christmas time, and that's to us, that's a Christmas.
That's
Christmas. Yeah. So she just me. So thank you, because to us that's Christmas.
Now that you mention that, my ex-wife's family
Mhm.
would play the Lord of the Rings trilogy on repeat.
Oh,
I love that tradition.
Yeah, like that was. Well, I if I remember right, I think they did that Christmas Eve, and then Christmas Day they played A Christmas Carol on repeat.
Mm-hmm.
For the entire day.
Wow.
Like the old school one.
You'll shoot your eye out.
Yeah, that one.
I just watched that for the first time last weekend.
This isn't a weird
What?
tradition. but
Really?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It was okay. It was funny, but not.
Instant classic, right?
Oh yeah. Sorry, go on, Thomas.
My parents didn't particularly like that one because of like the leg lamp and
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was funny.
But I would always, my family on Christmas Eve, we would watch the old cartoon How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Oh yeah.
And that was always like Christmas Eve right before going to bed. And then us kids we had kind of down in the basement is where like the TV was. And so we would all get our sleeping bags and like watch that and then fall asleep. And then that would allow my parents to go put stuff in the stockings upstairs and without being busted.
That's genius. Good traditions, everyone.
Did y'all do the cookies and stuff? My parents we always put out cookies and milk, and then Santa would write us a note and like eat some of the cookies and stuff. Like that was years and years and years they did that for us.
I did, or my parents did for me growing up, but I'm not doing that for my kids.
Yeah.
So SR, you didn't. SR, you didn't realize somebody was getting fatter.
You know, and it was funny because I don't exactly remember how it happened, where like the day was where I was just sitting with my father. And again, I have an older brother, but I don't ever remember a conversation where he came up to me and was just like, hey, dude, let me blow your mind. Like Santa's not real. I just remember like one day we were getting close to Christmas and all of us were like sitting in the kitchen or living room or something. And it just like came up. And I was like, yeah, I don't believe in Santa. And then my brother was like, oh, good. So then I don't have to like hide it anymore. Like, yeah, it's not real. It's mom and dad. And I was like, yeah, I got that, you know, but I don't remember there ever being like a traumatic moment or like some massive, you know, like sleuth thing. I just remember it just one day waking up and being like, all right, yeah, that's not the case. This guy does not break into millions of people's houses and whatnot.
I don't think I ever believed in Santa Claus.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I would hear about the story of it, but it was always kind of like, oh yeah, it's just this imaginary fun thing, kind of like the Easter Bunny.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
What? He's not real either?
Sorry, sorry. We're just really, I know.
Yeah,
my childhood dreams.
It was a little bit sad and traumatic because I was a child, very excited. I was sent to see my grandmother, and I was telling her how excited I was about waiting for Santa. And she explained to me the physics behind it and how Santa could not be real because of reindeers. They don't fly. And, you know, we don't live in a
North
place with
Pole?
snow, so his carriage could not stop there. So I had to realize like that
Oh gosh.
my grandma is awful. That's what I had to realize.
That was a big struggle for me.
please.
Because like when I deconstructed, I had a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. I have 2 more kids since then. But at the time, I was like, do I make them believe that Santa's real? What do I do here? And ultimately, I decided to teach them that Santa's not real, and he's just he's a character that symbolizes love and joy and happiness, and so that's what I teach my kids. So, but that kind of backfired a little bit, because now that my kids are in school, they go to school and they tell all their classmates that Santa's not real. And these are kindergartners.
Oops.
Kindergartners telling other kindergartners, yeah, Santa's bullshit. I'm like, oh, I don't know if maybe.
That's awesome.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I think that finishing
What
with
with?
how we discovered that Santa is not real and now we're ruining everybody else's Christmas. It's kind of a great way to finish this program. I would
That
love to
was
hear your
fast.
Yeah.
Captain Dadpool, just wait until your kids are like 7 and 8 and they're going to school and saying, now let me tell you about God too.
Listen, we are getting there. Like my oldest is in 2nd grade. He's almost 10, and he's already talking about heaven to his classmates and how heaven's not real. So yeah, we're getting there.
Planting those little seeds out early.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, final thoughts before so we can start wrapping this up. Get it, wrap it up, because it's Christmas.
Wrapping it up, yeah.
It's like the wrapping paper.
Yeah, it's good.
Sure. Who wants to go first with the final thoughts?
I can say that for the Christmas time, it is not about no Jesus and about nothing like that. It's about being around with family, friends, and wishing each other a wonderful season. And of course, because New Year is round, then you usually say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year thing, and you enjoy the cultural aspects that has nothing to do with Jesus, but it's just fun, like Halloween, and Easter. So just enjoy a good time to enjoy the family and sometimes some friends too.
Oh,
I'll say that I had very
Captain?
fond memories growing up of Christmas, and I want to recreate those memories for my kids, though without the religious aspect of it. So, yeah, I've lights all around my house. I have Christmas tree, stockings. I do all that because it's fun. Get festive. But why the fuck not? Who's to tell you
Christmas
can't do this because you're an atheist?
Yeah.
Have fun with it.
Yeah. And yeah, just jumping off of both of that. I mean, this is a time. It doesn't matter if you have a belief or don't have a belief or aren't sure or whatever. It's just a good moment for all of us to just kind of take a step back and just, in general, just stop being jerks, right? Like we all do it.
Yeah.
We're not always super great people. We all do it. And this is that time of the year where hopefully we just all have that, little moment with ourselves where, hey, yeah, let's just try to be a little bit better, And again, it doesn't have to come from a God. It doesn't have to come from anything else. It's just this simple fact that being a good person is a good thing to do. And this is a good time to remind us of that. So no need for the Jesus, just be nice to people.
Exactly.
Well said.
Yep.
Apostasy? Final words? Apostasy? Stacy?
Well, just thank you and for having me here tonight. And I guess this is basically more my official Christmas. Last year was sort of like a soft landing into what am I getting myself into. So this year it's really exciting, and just I'm so thankful to have a community like everyone here to be surrounded by. And yeah, I never, if anyone would have told me a year ago right now that this is what I would be doing, I'd be like, what? But I just hope everyone has a great Christmas. And yeah, you don't have to be religious to enjoy it, obviously. So yeah, be a good human.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have to say this time of year is always, well, depending on where you live, probably not for Filgy, but if you're somewhere with seasons, as the nights get longer and the days get shorter, it's so easy to slip into seasonal depression or to feel gloomy or down about things. And having some type of way that you can push back against that you can set up decorations and lights and bring the family together and have warmth and cheer, and whether it's, you know, a nice warm cider or having people sit around the table and or around the fireplace and sing carols. I think that whether you are an atheist who's a baby atheist, a longtime atheist, or a Christian who's kind of wondering what atheists do around Christmas time, everyone loves to be able to have that kind of connection, that kind of uplifting love community that brings us together. And so whatever traditions you do, you know, we talked about some of the various different ones that we do to celebrate Christmas, but I think that it doesn't matter so much what you do. What matters more is that you are bringing cheer to your life and to other people.
Yeah.
So go out there and have a happy holiday and a Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Absolutely, totally agree. I will always say that Christmas has nothing to do with Jesus and everything to do with peace, love, and being with your family. Well, I guess we are going to start closing this Mythmas special by thanking all our patrons. Special thanks to Michael Wiseman, Kathy Cotton, Cindy Plaza, Deborah Gray, Sunny Show, Aaron Colson, Phil Calderone, Shannon Gray, Dan D, and Dini Murphy. And I think that we have new patrons today. They are Shannon. Oh, I just read them.
Yes, you did.
Shannon Gray, Dundee, Dini Murphy, and the super chats by Lilypat and Dundee. Thank you so much. You are all awesome guys, and thank you for being with us. And have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you for visiting us on Patreon to support Skeptic Haven. We're a humanist media group that produces shows and social media posts to support science, skepticism, humanism, and critical thinking. We focus on topics that deserve more exposure. For example, the treatment of women in Iran, prejudice against the transgendered, the reality of scientific findings, the unpublicized harm that too often happens within religious communities, and finding of joy after one leaves religion. We currently have 5 shows, each with its own focus. The Sunny Spot, Science and Knowledge. The Bible Says What, highlighting illogical and often immoral behavior in that supposedly perfect book. Secular Soapbox, Current Affairs and Visits with Other Atheists. Women Atheists Unloads, Social and Human Rights Issues, and most recently, The Global Atheists, a long overdue platform from around the world by and for atheists of many cultures. Now here's the money pitch. Skeptic Haven has a core of 3 executive producers and a team of almost 20 people. Each one of them volunteers. We've been scratching and inching along for a while now, trying to get to the point where we're self-sufficient financially, but we're not there yet. We're kind of far from it. So we need your help getting up to that point. Look at this content. We're so proud of what we've done here. We're so proud of this work and hope to get this to a larger audience. Your support will not only help us get our infrastructure up to spec, but give us some income to boost our exposure on social media. You'll find us all over the internet, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, see if I can get them all, Discord, Twitch now, and most recently Mastodon. And once your dollars allow it, we will get ourselves up on as a podcast too, all our episodes. So thank you for supporting the Skeptic Haven mission. We hope that our work will result in more science education, more compassion, more knowledge about others, understanding of each other, and living together in coexistence in this world. Please write to us with any feedback, ideas, suggestions for topics, guests, anything of interest to you. Facebook Messenger is usually best, but really you can use anything. Our email is info@skeptichaven.com. Thank you for your encouragement. We look forward to chatting with you in any show's chat. Please subscribe on Skeptic Haven on YouTube. Like the videos as you watch them. That really helps a lot. Click on the bell to be notified of upcoming episodes, of course. And one more thing. As a patron, you have the ability to come into our shows from out of the chat room and ask a question of our guests. Just let us know in the chat, and we'll send you a link to join the show. So that's it. Kind of short and sweet. Be kind, take care of each other, and we'll see you at YouTube.